Reaper Witch, Book 2, Hell and Back, by Chanda Stafford and Drake Mason. Chapter 1. The demon glares at me, his coal-black eyes hungry. His pointed tongue flickers out, caressing his sharp teeth as if imagining the taste of my flesh. A softly glowing blue blade in one hand drips with blood. His, though, not mine. Idiot stabbed himself in the leg trying to get to me. He's not very quick on his feet, this one. "You're dead," he snarls. Says who? I plant my hands on my hips. The short-handled scythe at my side drips blood onto the scarred hardwood floor of my shop. Because the way I see it, you're just a minor demon, and I've dealt with a million shit stains like you before. You might as well give up. Luke snickers behind me. He's probably enjoying the show. Al whines from the kitchen, safely secured behind a baby gate. It won't work when he's bigger, but it does the job for now. Hellhound or not, he still chews on my shoes when he gets the chance. Never. The demon swipes at me with his knife, but I dance away and the blade slices through the air where I stood just a second before. My instincts kick in. A surge of adrenaline, of excitement, rushes through me. Sometimes I forget how much I enjoy the fight, the to and fro between me and my opponent. I probably have something wrong with me to like it this much. I would ask Luke, but he'd probably diagnose me with a laundry list of problems. Not that he'd be wrong. And who gave you permission to kill me? My uncle? He's honestly the only one I can think of. No one else has the chutzpah or the clout to put a hit out on me. There's Peter, but I kicked his ass. He hasn't had the time to rebuild his army. Not yet, anyway. The demon puffs up his chest. I don't need permission from anybody. Times are changing. Yeah, I've heard that one before. Shit, he's a brave one. That's what I was afraid of. I keep thinking, or maybe hoping, that it's my uncle orchestrating the constant barrage of demons as a way to pressure me back to hell. But it's not that simple. Either my uncle's slipping or... Barty's claim about a new challenge to the throne pops back into my head. Damn it. I don't want to rule hell. But if someone missed the memo and is trying to replace me, that would explain all of the death threats and attacks. An evil leer splits the demon's face. I will bring back your severed head and claim the honor of your death. That's just gross. Ew. His cockiness doesn't bode well for my health and well-being. I've had more demons coming after me in the past 3 weeks than I've had in the past 3 years. Or ever, really. When I was a Scythe, a reaper of souls, and the king's darling, no one would even think of crossing me. I guess I've taken that for granted. On the contrary, your death will taste like honey on my lips. He lunges for me and I dodge easily, swiping at him with my scythe. I hook him across the shoulder, slicing easily through the thick skin and meaty muscle. He howls in pain. My blade glows at the contact with his blood, and power sings through my veins. Maybe I should keep him talking before I kill him. I'm short on infernal knowledge these days. Must have gotten knocked off the damned chain letters. Okay, let's just say you actually succeed and kill me, I say, rocking back on my heels. Who would you take my head to? The one who wants to restore hell to its former glory. Oh, great. That sounds like fun. What's your name? There are so many minor demons hanging around hell, you can't throw a stick without hitting a few of them. Orcus, he hisses. You should remember me, breaker of oaths, betrayer of the throne. I knew you before you fell from the most unholy of graces. Damn. Now I remember this guy. I didn't know Orcus personally, but I'd heard about him. An older demon who'd always wished to be more important than he really was. Feared more than he really deserved. And now he's after me. That probably should worry me a little more, but I'm tired, I'm hungry, and if I don't let Al out soon, He's going to pee on the floor again. No wonder I didn't remember you. I stroke my chin, as if contemplating. You weren't anyone important in hell back when I was there, and it looks like things haven't changed much. Orcus roars and lunges for me, and I whirl, arcing my scythe in the air, leaving a fiery rift into hell in its wake. I'll show you how to respect me, Scythe. Oh yeah? I'm shaking in my boots. I stalk toward the demon and he takes a deep breath, transforming from a rather thuggish-looking 40-something human to his true demonic form. With putrid green scaly skin, he grows easily to twice my size, his head brushing the ceiling and black horns carving deep grooves into the plaster. A long whip-thin black tail snakes out behind him, waving wildly from side to side. Still not impressed, I saw scarier demons in elementary school. Mom would have shit a brick if she'd known Dad had taken me to hell on his weekends, but she didn't really have much control over my supernatural education. Let's just say I never learned to play nice. I slice through the air again with my scythe, opening another rift in my wake. That makes 2, and the power sings in my veins. God, I love this feeling. Orcus backs away, crashing into my table and tipping it over. The top cracks down the center. Son of a bitch, I just replaced that table. Okay, you've had enough fun. You have to end this or he'll destroy the whole store. Behind me, the rifts hum with power. Glowing bright orange slashes now pierce through both sides of the room. The demon's coal-black eyes widen. He must not have known I could create more than one. Guess I'm full of surprises. Orcus bumps into the baby gate, cordoning off the kitchen from the rest of the shop, and knocks it over. Damn it. I had that there for a reason. Al tumbles out of the kitchen and latches onto the demon's ankle, his low puppy growl sounding ridiculous, given the circumstances. The demon howls, hopping on one foot and shaking the puppy off. Interesting. Maybe hellhounds have some sort of demon venom in them. Or maybe this demon just likes cats. I'll have to research that more later. Al drops to the ground with a yelp. Oh, hell no. You did not just hurt my dog. I mutter an incantation under my breath. He stumbles back, but since he's not an annoying-ass small demon, but an annoying-ass big one, he hits the wall, banging his head against the plaster arch between this room and the kitchen, trapping himself. Using my scythe, I slice another portal into hell, the concentration required now beating sweat across my forehead. But rather than walking past it and cornering Orcus further, I pull out the smaller dagger strapped to my waist and carve several sigils on either side of the rift. Darvas, for growth. Einid, for binding. For Tinth, for eternal torment. With each sigil, the rift flashes. First white, then green, and then finally red. My parents taught me well. I could draw these sigils in my sleep. Orcus's mouth forms in a perfect O just as the portal grows, stretching to his size. Bright white electric chains whip out of the portal and wrap around his body, hissing and binding his arms and legs. He rears his head back and roars in rage, shaking the windows and the witchy things on the display shelves. One good kick from my boot, and then, in a flash, he's gone, sucked right into the portal, and the rift closes behind him. From the kitchen, Luke claps, slowly, sardonically. I flash him the middle finger before I crouch next to Al. The puppy scrambles to his feet, only limping slightly on his front paw. Poor little guy. He jumps up on me and covers my face with kisses anyway. Good. He's all right. Are you okay? Luke trails behind me while I start picking up books and antiques, everything that Orcus knocked over. I'm fine. I grab the table and heave it back upright. It's wobbly, but it'll do for now. Stupid demon. Never better. He called you an oath breaker and a betrayer of the throne. What was that all about? I pause, right in the middle of smoothing the tablecloth. I can't tell him. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to get out of this without Luke finding out the truth. That I was an heir to the throne of hell. But I'd rather not face it right now. I have no idea. Maybe he has me confused with someone else. Luke arches one eyebrow. Sure. I wouldn't buy my story either, if I were him. Even if he wasn't an ex-cop, I had a feeling the conspiracy around his recent death would have stirred up some latent skepticism. Frustrated, he disappears, and the room feels empty without him. Al whines at my feet, and I push the anxiety I feel about my ghostly companion away. I have bigger fish to fry than his bruised feelings. I reach down and scoop up the puppy, ruffling the hair behind his ears. It's still hard to believe that in a few short months, he'll be the size of a small horse and fiercely protective, able to transverse easily between this realm and the next. But right now, it doesn't seem possible. After putting back everything Orcus knocked over, as well as scowling at the ruts in my ceiling, I give up and snap a leash on Al's collar. If Luke comes back and needs me, he'll be able to find me. He's got a spectral-like spidey sense. Behind the shop, Al chases a butterfly to the end of his leash before jerking to a stop. He glances over his shoulder at me, offended, until I give him enough lead to bound another few steps. A black pickup truck roars down the street and pulls into my driveway, spitting rocks. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up and my stomach twists. Nervous anticipation runs through me. It's a good thing Luke isn't here to see this. He doesn't know what happened at the bar after Remy's wolves were killed by the zombies, and I feel weird just thinking about telling him. He's got enough on his plate, what with being dead and all. He doesn't need my problems on top of his. The driver's side door swings open and Remy's long jean-clad legs stretch out. He slams the door, his lanky body humming with energy. When he sees Al, however, his eyebrows climb into the messy mop of dark hair curling down to the nape of his neck. He nudges down his sunglasses to get a better look. I didn't know you had a dog, Cher. I seem to remember you favoring wolves. Remy's voice rumbles with humor. I flush, my cheeks burning. Stupid history. He knows me too well. I'm not. I don't. I'm just holding on to him for my dad. If Dad's even still alive, which doesn't look likely. He strides toward me, his steps twice the length of mine. Strong, calloused hands stuffed into his pockets. Remy is everything dark and dangerous and sensual. And I should avoid him at all costs, especially since he thinks we're dating again. That night you spent together didn't exactly help that much, did it? Remy's lips twitch and his eyes darken. My stomach flip-flops. He knows exactly what I'm thinking about. Damn him. I scoop Al up and the puppy growls, every hair on his little back standing at attention. His lips curl back from his pearly white baby teeth, and he struggles to break free of my arms, his claws digging in my side. Calm down, geez. I juggle him so he's secured more tightly against my chest. How've you been? I've tried to call, but you haven't answered. I've been worried about you. Shit. The depth of Remy's emotion, his caring, claws at me, begging me to answer in kind, but I can't. I've never been able to feel enough, not in the way he needs. Werewolves commit on a whole deeper level, and I just can't. I literally suck at relationships. Maybe it's in my DNA. My dad was like that too. Yeah, I'll blame him. Since he apparently sired another child after me and didn't tell anyone. When I find him in hell, living or dead, he'll have a lot to answer for. I'm sorry, I've had a lot of stuff going on. The excuse sounds inadequate, but it's all I have. Remy doesn't know the half of it, but he shouldn't have to shoulder my burdens. He doesn't deserve that. I got 2 of his wolves killed for God's sake. He doesn't need to know about Luke, or the demonic half-brother I just found out about, or anything else for that matter. Remy reaches out, as if to embrace me, but Al's high-pitched puppy snarl makes him back off. If you wanted a canine to sleep next to you at night, mon ami, I happen to know a wolf who would gladly sign up for the job. My cheeks burn even hotter at his words, and the smoldering look in his eyes. I bury my face in Al's fur. Maybe we should talk. God, what do I say to him? Part of me wants nothing more than to fall into his arms and let him make everything okay, so I can forget about the zombies and the psychopath behind them. But the rational part of me knows I can't do that. For one, I'm not that kind of girl. And 2, I need to figure this out on my own, and I don't want anyone else to get hurt. Remy chuckles, humor alight in his eyes. It's fine. Take all the time that you need. Just know that I'm here whenever you need me. Don't disappear on me again. I don't think I could take that again. And call me, please, just so I know you're okay. A little bit of my previous grit returns to my spine. I can take care of myself. He shakes his head, ruefully. I don't doubt that at all, mon ami. Not at all. He leans over a snarling, snapping Al and gives me a quick kiss, his touch sparking electricity between us. And then he's gone, his jaunty stride quickly eating up the distance between us and the truck. With Remy's touch still hot on my lips, Luke reappears, a pissed-off look on his face. What was that all about? He asks, watching Remy's truck roar down the road. I scrub my hand across my face, as if that'll erase the memory of Remy's kiss. He was just checking up on me. No big deal. Uh-huh. Luke regards me oddly. Maybe he senses that something happened between Remy and me. It's not like I have to answer to him, though. Luke and I may be partners of a sort, but that's it. So, where'd you go? Yeah, I have to change the subject. Talking about my screwed-up love life is almost worse than revealing that I'm heir to the throne of hell. Luke waits a few seconds before answering, his gaze shrewd and assessing. I bite my lip, refusing to give in to his sullen look. I have one advantage over Luke, and that's that I'm still alive, and no one else can see him. So if he really pisses me off, I can just ignore him. To the hospital to see Dave. He's getting released tomorrow. You haven't stopped by to see him once. What the hell, Max? He risked his life to save yours. His badge, too. Luke paces angrily before me, his emotions bubbling to the surface. He trusted you when he didn't have any reason to, and you just throw him away like he doesn't matter. I feel myself getting defensive, and I can't seem to rein it in. My fight-or-flight reflex is stuck on fight all the time. Where is this coming from? I didn't throw anyone away. Is this about Remy? Is that why you're so pissed all of a sudden? Oops. So maybe that's just my own inborn guilt coming out right there. Luke stops short. What? No. This is about being a decent human being. I don't care if you're screwing that werewolf or whatever the hell you're doing. I wince at that, but I don't think he notices, because he's so wrapped up in his own rage. Do the right fucking thing this time, Max. Go visit him. Dave's one of the good guys. You know that. He's right, and the rightness of his words bows my shoulders in shame. I have been avoiding Dave ever since the incident at the beach, and it's not just the zombies. It's about Dave getting the closure he deserved and watching the poor man break down in front of me. There's so much that was left unresolved. I don't know where to start. I grab the only excuse I have left. I hate hospitals. Ever since what happened with Angela. I leave the sentence hanging and Luke looks sheepish. I don't know if he's forgotten my trauma in his worry about Dave, or he didn't think I'd still be so affected even years later. I know. I get it. But will you please go visit him for me. Especially if you're still planning on going on this asinine trip to hell. You owe him that much. At least. Damn it. I sigh, the breath leaving my lungs in a weighted whoosh. When? I ask doubtfully. The relief in Luke's eyes is tangible. Now. Chapter 2. I hate hospitals. I guess it kind of goes with the territory, given who I am. But as we stand in front of the imposing 3-story pile of bricks, my stomach churns anyway. I don't want to be here. Yeah, you said that already. Luke stands next to me, staring speculatively at the hospital, hands shoved in the pockets of his jeans. A couple of times. That doesn't make it any less true. And if the idiot SU cop hadn't gotten a stupid infection from the cut on his head, Dave wouldn't be here in the first place. I don't know if the refusal to listen is a man thing or a cop thing. Maybe it's a both thing. At least we don't need to worry about him turning into a zombie, Luke says. That was the big fear, at least, and what got him admitted for an infected head wound. So there is a silver lining after all, Luke says, if you can call it that. He's lucky. Turning into one of those monsters isn't anything I'd wish on my worst enemy. Hey, can you do me a favor? Luke cocks his head to the side, regarding me quizzically, before nodding. Yeah, sure. What is it? I'm not related to Dave, so I doubt they'll give me his room number. Do you mind popping in there and telling me what it is? That way I don't have to bribe the receptionist. I hate asking him for help, but this is the most expedient way for me to find out where Dave is, and then get the hell out of here. Yeah, sure. Just a sec. Luke disappears, and I pull out my phone and stare at it, as if I were texting or surfing the internet, until he flickers back into existence again. Room 212. I think they're using it as overflow. There were a lot of injured people after the zombie attack, so I'm sure they're just putting people wherever they can them. Why do you say that? Something about Luke's voice makes me pause. Because it's the long-term care wing. Most of the other victims from the zombie attack are in intensive care. A trill of worry courses through me. Maybe it's worse than I thought. Maybe it's more than just a scratch. Dave's the kind of character to hide things until he can't anymore. Is he awake? Yeah. Stop stalling. Let's go. I stomp into the hospital, with Luke following at a distance. Does he hate hospitals too? I wonder if they brought his body here after he died, but can't ask. There's too many people around and someone's bound to notice if I'm talking to thin air. Then they'd lock me up and I'd go from visitor to patient. And white padded rooms are not my thing. At the receptionist's desk in the lobby, I pasted a smile on my face. I probably should have gone for the glamour. It would have been a lot easier for me to get past her that way. I shouldn't have been worried, though, because she's so busy texting on her phone that I waltz right by her to the map in the lobby. Room 202, second floor, just like the room where Angela was. Shit. No wonder Luke didn't seem happy about this. Does he think I'll have a panic attack or something? It's possible. I did kind of quit my job reaping souls and move all the way across the country after that incident, so I guess anything is possible. It's not like I've tried to overcome my past, but avoidance has been working so far. I almost tell him that he doesn't have to worry, because there's no way I'm going to make that mistake again. But the receptionist glances over at that second. Can I help you, miss? She asks, pushing her large tortoiseshell glasses higher on her nose. No, I'm good. Just going to see a friend. I back away slowly and hurry down the hallway to the stairwell before she asks any more questions. Smooth. Luke's lips twitch. I scowl. Fine, you talk to the next one. His gaze steals over and I wince. I hadn't even meant that barb to be intentional. Sometimes I just forgot I'm his only link to human affairs. I would if I could. You know that. I'm an ass. I clear my throat. So feel free to, tell me anything you want me to tell Dave. It still feels strange being a pretty much constant intermediary between Luke and his former partner. Yes, I've passed on messages from the deceased to their loved ones and friends before, but I've never done the whole full-time ghost whisperer gig. Primarily because then I'd have to work with others on a much closer level. They usually expect too much or want me to be a team player. Plus, according to my ID, I'm just a low-level witch and part-time psychic. The fewer people that realize I'm more than I seem, the better. It's a secret I've spent years hiding. Luke gives me a curious look as we approach Dave's room. Is everything all right? I try not to glance in the rooms that we pass, but the rhythmic beeping draws my attention. One room holds a young man, probably around my age, with a blinking machine next to his head and an IV feeding into his arm. There are no cards, no flowers, no personalization of any kind. I hurry past the open door and try not to look into the next room where a young girl of maybe 8 or 10 rests on a bed surrounded by flowers and balloons. I don't need to stop more than a breath to see that she's gone, despite the array of well wishes. There's no soul in her body. I gulp. I can do this. I have to. But I almost turn tail and run right then and there. The contrast between the two rooms, the one lonely and forgotten, and the one still filled with love, almost unravels me. Luke warned me about this ward, but I guess a part of me still wasn't expecting to deal with people in comas, people beyond help, people I can't reach. Luke wisely ignores my growing anxiety and stops in front of Dave's room. The door is open, but I knock on the doorframe anyway to announce myself. Hey, are you in here? Okay, so that was pretty lame. I'm not great at small talk anywhere, but apparently hospitals give me the conversation skills of a cactus. Behind me, Luke snickers. Maybe you should let me do the talking for now. Reflexively, I try to elbow him in the side, but he's not corporeal, so it just looks like I have a strange twitch. Max? Dave calls out, his voice rough. Is that you? A sense of relief hits me when I hear his voice, and I hurry into the room, leaving Luke behind me. Yeah, it's me. Dave's room is a double, like a lot of other rooms after the zombie apocalypse. His neighbor is a man laying prone, his face pale and limbs lax on the bed. He's younger than Dave, and maybe even me for that matter. Machines beep next to him, and his chest rises and falls with each breath. There are no cards or flowers. He's got an air that tells me he's been in a coma for a long time and smells like cabbage. Whatever happened to him must have been pretty bad. Poor guy. Luke frowns. Kinda makes me glad my body died with me. At least you'd have a body to return to. Right now you're screwed, I say. Luke lifts up a shoulder and shrugs. Can't do anything about it now. Water under the bridge. Dave's gaze zips from me to the apparently empty spot in the room I'm talking to. Is Luke here? Yeah, he's just making smart aleck comments about your neighbor. That's Matt. I guess he's been here for years, Dave says. Pretty crappy company if you ask me. Good listener, though. The docs say he's never going to wake up, so I'm not sure why they keep him around. The beeping, the heaviness in the air, the loneliness and sterility of the room. It all reminds me of Angela. This was a bad idea. I guess it could be worse. I grab a chair and plop down next to Dave. Luke hovers just over my shoulder. So, how are you feeling? Dave grimaces. I'm ready to get out of here. I can tell you that. I told those doctors I was fine, and that they don't need to keep me here. Even you said that the zombies aren't like the ones in the movies. I'm not going to turn into one of them now, right? He says it confidently, but I can sense the tremor of unease in his voice. No, you're not going to turn into a zombie. The zombies were controlled by magic. Well, of a sort. My brother's abilities, to be precise. Not that I wanted to rehash again. Anyway, not a virus. They weren't contagious. I shake my head quickly to dispel the memories of the screaming, the howling, and the blood. I'm never going to forget what happened, but I can't relive it every day either. I bet they're just trying to make sure you're all right. I think I read somewhere that human mouths are disgusting places full of bacteria and germs. I'm sure zombie ones are even worse. Dave touches his head, where a white bandage covers the injury he received at the beach. Yeah, that's what they said. I still don't know why I can't just get more antibiotics and go home. Because the doctors don't know what the hell really happened. The cops don't either. Because Dave's one of the injured that survived, and no one knows exactly what that means for him. And if he does turn into a zombie, they want him contained. He'd tear into his comatose roomie first. An uncomfortable silence settles between us. It's hard to put words into what we've been through, and so much has happened that we haven't even started to unpack. But I don't know how, or when, or if that'll ever happen. At least nobody but Luke heard that psycho say he was my brother, and it's not like he can tell anyone else. "How have the guys been treating you?" he asks. It takes me a minute to realize who he's talking about. The other cops have been integral in the investigation so far. Sure, they all think I'm guilty as hell, but they haven't arrested me yet. Oh, good, good. Luke barks out a laugh, and I almost elbow him in the gut again before I remember that I can't. There's just so much going on, but we'll figure it out. That's about the best non-answer I can give him. Dave frowns, seeing through my lie. If they're giving you shit, tell me. I'll take care of it. An empty laugh escapes before I can tap it down. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Uh-huh, sure, if you say so. Maybe Dave knows more than he's letting on, or he can read you better than you think. Luke skirts around the side of the bed to stand at its foot. Are you going to tell him you're going back to hell? He asks, crossing his arms over his chest. I ignore him, but I must have flinched or something, because Dave narrows his eyes. Did Luke say something? He asks. I nod, reluctantly. Yeah. I wave in Luke's general direction. He just asked if you wanted to say anything to him. Luke glowers at me. Tell him. He deserves to know you're leaving. Shut up, I snap. Not you, Dave, I amend quickly. Your partner's an asshole who doesn't know when to shut his mouth. Dave chuckles. Don't I know it? What did he say? I blurt out the first thing that comes to my mind. He thinks I should apologize for not visiting you before now. That's not what I said, Luke says. Tell him the truth. Nope, not a chance. There are some things that are too outrageous for normal people to comprehend, and even though Dave spent some time on the supernatural cases unit, he's still relatively new at this. He wouldn't understand me going back to hell, or that I came from there in the first place. I can only imagine the nervous twitch he'd get if he discovered there was, in fact, an eternal afterlife. Dave grimaces. Oh, don't worry about that. I know you've been really busy. Then he pauses and clears his throat. Do you know when Luke's going to, cross over to the other side? Since he hasn't already. There's a hint of uncertainty in his voice. The SCU were mostly a human task force, set up to deal with supernatural threats. They've seen some shit, but they don't know much about how everything actually works. I sigh, feeling my shoulders slump. I don't know. I'm sorry. Most ghosts go pretty quickly, but Luke's stubborn. The ghost in question glares at me. Whatever. You know why I'm still here. I bite back the scathing retort about how I don't need him to hold my hand in hell. I can handle it myself quite well. In fact, I might have to save him if he insists on coming with me. I give Luke a pointed look. We'll discuss this later. He'll go soon enough, though, I'm sure. He knows he can't stay forever. Luke mutters a few choice curse words before disappearing. I wince internally at my brusqueness. I really should try to be a bit nicer sometimes. Compassionate, maybe, even. But this is why I work alone. I'm not a people person. After I leave Dave and his silent roommate, I stride quickly past the rest of the rooms in the hospital wing. I don't want to think about the bodies lying there, most of them empty shells, their souls long since gone. But I know if I dwell on their faces, they'll follow me home. Yeah, that's not a depressing thought. From there, I stop back at the store and pick up Al before heading to Luke's apartment. My day is far from over, and I'm sure there are more people I can still annoy before I abandon all hope and venture into the fire and brimstone. Once I let myself in, I take a moment and whistle at the chaos inside. The Watcher's gear is scattered across the floor and the couch. Various weaponry leans against the walls and next to the window. The trash next to the meager kitchen counter overflows, and someone even built a pyramid of empty beer bottles next to the sink. It's a good thing Luke isn't here. He'd be pissed. Iggy slouches from one of the bedrooms and collapses on a bar stool, scrolling through his phone. Then he jumps, seemingly just realizing he's not alone. Some security system they have. His eyes widen, skating over me before he snorts. "It's just you," he says. "Bass figured you'd show up eventually." "Hello to you, too." I set Al on the floor, and the puppy scampers over to Iggy and jumps up on the boy's legs, yipping. "What do you mean he figured I'd show up eventually?" Al snaps at Iggy's hands playfully, but the teen knowingly pulls his hands out of the puppy's razor-sharp reach. "You are the most annoying puppy ever," he croons. "Good thing you're cute." He's not wrong. Al is pretty damn adorable. And if it weren't for the glowing red eyes, he'd look like a perfectly normal mixed-breed puppy. Like a black lab and a mastiff. At least until he's the size of a small cow. Hopefully, I can return him to my dad before then. If he's still alive. I clear my throat to get the teen's attention back on me. "Is Bass here?" Iggy looks up. I think he's at the police station." "Great," I mutter and pause. But Iggy doesn't say anything else. If I were to guess, the others are probably with him. I wonder what the secret meeting's all about. Luke pops into view by my side. "Son of a bitch," he grumbles, scanning the apartment. "What the hell is going on?" I ignore him. "Do you know when he'll be back?" I ask Iggy. The boy shrugs. "Nope, but I can tell him you stopped by. Or you can, I don't know, call him or something." Call him. That's what normal people do. I dislike talking on the phone on a normal day, and this seemed like one of those conversations that would be better in person. But I didn't have time to sit around and wait. "Yeah, sure." Iggy reaches over to the fridge and grabs a can of soda. Huh. They must have run out of beer. "Will you at least tell the kid to clean up the place?" Luke glares at the teen. I wasn't a clean freak, but I wasn't a slop either. I knew how to put my shit away. This is true. I relay Luke's message, and Iggy turns 6 shades of red. "He's here?" he asks. I nod. "Tell him we've been kinda busy, okay? It's not like he lives here anyway." I wince, and refrain from reminding him that Luke can hear everything he's saying. "Yeah, but show a little respect." "Sure, whatever." Iggy shoves his hands in his pockets, his drink forgotten. "Look, I'm just relaying the message, kid. I don't really care what you do with the place. I'm just telling you, you're pissing off the ghost of the previous owner. That's how shit gets haunted. I'm not the kid's mom. I'm not going to nag at him. Will you tell Bass I stopped by? I need to talk to him." "Yeah, sure." Iggy crosses his arms in front of his chest. I highly doubt Bass will get my message. Disgusted by the pile of dishes in the sink, I scoop up Al and leave Luke's apartment, leaving the ghost behind me. He can stay and grumble to himself about the general state of affairs if he wants, but I have shit to do. In fact, the relative peace and quiet might be nice, for a change. Alas, it doesn't last longer than a few seconds before Luke appears in the passenger seat of my car. A little warning might have been nice, instead of just leaving me there. He sulks, staring out the window. Dude, you can disappear and reappear anywhere you want. I can't get away from you, for God's sake. You still could have said something, he says mulishly. Why? What's the point? This is why I avoid relationships. No goddamn feelings or dramatic bullshit to deal with. You knew who I was when you asked for help, Luke. I can't help the frustration bubbling to the surface. I don't like people, angels, demons, ghosts, or whatever the hell else is out there. I like being alone, telling fortunes for rent money, and avoiding the spotlight. Yet here I am, stuck with a dead cop who refuses to move on, a ragtag group of vigilantes who think they can control me or kill me, and a hellhound puppy I never asked for. So this is a relationship, is it? Luke grins. Bastard. Al whimpers from the back seat, his big eyes meeting mine in the rearview mirror. I reach back and stroke his head. Sorry, bud. I didn't mean that. Idiot. I guess he understands more than I give him credit for. A lot more, if judging by the forlorn expression on his face. If I can't find my dad, I'll have to find a new home for him quick before he gets too attached. Luke throws his hands up in the air. You'll apologize to the dog, but not to me? I lift one shoulder and drop it, focusing on the road and not Luke's annoyed temper tantrum. I like him better, what can I say? The puppy's tail thumps and his tongue lolls out of his mouth. He doesn't talk back. Luke mutters under his breath, but doesn't say a word the rest of the way to my apartment. Once inside, Luke paces from one side of my sparse living room to the other, his movements stiff and his hands jammed in his pockets. I don't know if he's still pissed off at me, or if it's something else. I have too much crap to deal with right now to try and figure it out, so I feed Al and grab a duffel bag so I can start packing. It won't be the most convenient of things to carry, but hopefully I'll come out close enough to the castle that I won't have to walk far. Hell literally sucks for public transportation. Are you really packing to leave right now? Luke snaps when I set the duffel bag on my bed. Yeah. Time is sort of running out, you know. That guy. Your brother. Whatever. I wave away his comment. I don't know who the hell he is, or why he has a beef with me. But he's coming back, I'm sure of that, and I have to do what I can to stop him. Or die trying? He says it so stonily, so deadpan, that I know instantly why he's angry at me. Because I'm going to be in danger, and he can't do anything about it. The thought thaws my hostility toward him, at least a little bit. This isn't a Western movie, I say. Just remember, Luke cautions, this guy had me killed because I was getting too close to finding him. He's not afraid of getting his hands dirty. And that's another thing he'll answer for, on top of why he attacked me and my dad in the first place. I have my own thoughts on that, especially if he wants to take over hell and sees me as an adversary, but I keep those to myself. No use stepping on a hornet's nest. Luke sighs and sits on the bed next to me. Look, I don't see any other choice here. I have to find out what happened to my dad and why this guy would target him. Hell is the only place Dad would go without leaving me some sort of note, a sign, something. My mind flashes back to the little black book I'd pulled from his safe, the one he told me to look for in case anything ever happened to him, the one he'd never leave behind. It was kind of our secret code. If the book's missing, he's all right, but if it's not... I shut down the thought. I'm not going to think about that. Not right now. That guy... your brother. I grimace. Shut up, okay? We don't know anything for sure. And I'm not about to go on Maury and have a DNA test done either. Aside from claiming to be my brother, he said something about saying hello to our dad in hell, so maybe he's still alive. I don't know if you've noticed, but dead doesn't always mean dead in my line of work. Sometimes things come back. It's not much, but it's the only hope I have to go on right now. You're grasping at straws, Luke says, but I sense a hint of compassion in his eyes. For all of our bickering, Luke's known loss too. He's felt the raw anguish of not knowing what's happened to someone he loves. I can feel it. Maybe he'll tell me his story one day. Maybe not. Sometimes it's better not to know. It's not just about my dad, you know. It's about the guy who started all this. You saw what happened, didn't you? He fucking opened a rift to hell right in the middle of all the zombies. That means he's powerful. A scythe, like you? I don't know, but demons need to be summoned. They can't create their own portals. But what if he's there too and he tries to kill you again? Then I'll fight back, again. I'm stronger in hell. I give him a saucy wink. If you think I kick ass here, wait till you see what I can do down there. It's pretty awesome. He considers that for a few seconds. Why didn't you stay? If hell's anything like what I've grown up reading about, it's not a pleasant place. But if your dad's there, and you're stronger, more powerful, then why would you ever leave? Because it's a torture fest, Luke. And not just for the condemned souls. There are demons there, monsters, things that make even the king of hell plug in a nightlight. Let's just say it's not leading my list of exotic locales for a destination wedding. It's not even in the top 1,000. It was so much more than that, though. A dark part of me craved the violence, the thrill of wielding absolute power. I didn't want to think about what I'd become if I outstayed my welcome. But I'd do what I had to survive. I just damn sure hoped I wouldn't enjoy it. Chapter 3. The charcoal-eyed little girl stares hungrily at me from the other side of my door. I'd opened it, intending to take Al out for a potty break, only to nearly jump out of my skin at the waif waiting for me. "Move it, demon," I say, shouldering past her. I slam the door shut before she can sneak inside my apartment. That's all I need, an unwanted demon infestation. They're worse than cockroaches. Luke appears in the hallway next to me. His eyes widen when he notices the creature. "What's that?" he asks, leaning in closer for a better look once he realizes the demon can't see him. "Didn't you do your SCU homework? She's a black-eyed kid, minor demon. Good at possessing people, causing hallucinations, unexplained deaths, that sort of thing, but not much else." The demon ignores my one-sided description. Coming from hell, she has to be used to crazy, deranged people. "I've been waiting for you, Max," she hisses, baring her small, pointy teeth in a feral smile. She's creepy, I'll give her that. But it's nothing I haven't seen before. Yeah, get in line." Al wiggles and growls in my arms, trying to get to the demon. "Leave me alone, okay? You're making my puppy nervous, and if he pees on me, I'll toss you deep into the wastelands of hell." I can't really be bothered to do that, but damn it, I don't have time to run another load of laundry tonight. The black-eyed kid hisses at me and follows us outside. Jesus Christ. If the neighbors see this, they're going to call Child Protective Services or try to talk to the kid, and then they'll invite her in and get themselves possessed, and if I don't have time for laundry, I definitely don't have time to exorcise a demon out of someone's living room. In the parking lot, I set Al down. The puppy leaps at the demon, but he's still so small I can easily tug him over to some bushes behind a couple of parked cars. I won't be able to do that for much longer. A full-sized hellhound isn't anywhere near as easy to control as a puppy. "Will you just leave already?" I growl at the demon. My free hand twitches at my side, as if reaching for my scythe, but I'd left it in my living room. For some reason, I didn't think I would need it, I need to start being more careful. He circles the demon. Why can't she see me? She just can't. I shrugged. In hell, the demons can see lost souls, because the dead get a physical form. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a way to torture them for all of eternity. But here on Earth, only mediums and unlucky SOBs like me get to see you. Wonderful. He gives the demon a wider berth as a familiar black SUV roars into the parking lot, skidding to a stop next to us. Sasha gets out of the driver's side, a smirk twisting her dark complexion. She saunters toward us without waiting for her companions. I hate it when you drive. Her twin bass mutters loud enough for us to hear as he joins her from the other side of the truck. You have got to be the worst driver I've ever met. She tosses her long, braided black and copper hair over her shoulder. Have you driven with Dom? He's way worse than me. Besides, you said you wanted to get here quick, so here we are. She gestures at the empty parking lot, shimmering with broken glass, like it's some grand destination. Dom follows the two half-angels. The others must have stayed back at Luke's apartment. Once they round the side of the cars blocking us from them, they freeze, squinting at the black-eyed demon. Hey, Max. Sasha draws out, her hand going reflexively to the long blade sheathed at her side. The creature hisses, her mouth opening into an ungodly shriek that feels like it's about to burst my eardrums. The watchers draw their weapons and point them at the young demon. The black-eyed girl backs up, holding her hands out in front of her, as if to protect herself. Her slim fingers shimmer and stretch, elongating into razor-tipped claws, her only real defense. I scoop up Al so I can get us both out of the way before Bass and Sasha start shooting. That's a demon, Dom states. Tell me something I don't know. Yeah, a black-eyed kid, to be more specific. My gaze shifts from Bass to Sasha as they advance on the young demon from either side. The creature backs away another step toward the sparse tree line just past the parking lot, a whimper emanating from her throat. Help me, she says, her eyes darting from me to the half-angels. Not going to happen, I say, shaking my head. Just go back to hell. They won't follow you there. I will, but not specifically for her. I don't waste my time with little demons like this. I can't, she whines. Not until I give you a message. Her clawed hands shake, and she bites her bottom lip. A message? That doesn't sound ominous or anything. It also doesn't make any sense. If someone from hell wanted to send me a message, there are easier ways to do it. Scrying mirrors, for example, or portents, harbingers even, but not demons. This isn't adding up. Sending a demon like a singing telegram, it requires someone on this side opening a portal for them. Unless she's been loose for a while. Don't do it, Max, Luke says, hovering at my side. Whatever you're thinking, don't do it. She's a demon. Kill her. Bass's sword shimmers in his hand, and the black-eyed kid shrinks even smaller in fear. I find myself instinctively turning to protect her. I have to figure out what she's here for before someone lops her head off. Stay back, I tell Bass and the others. I've got this. I've handled demons far stronger. Not a chance. Bass's voice is dry. Now move out of the way. Sasha slides around the other side, her blade held loosely in front of her. It's a demon, not a stray cat. I'm not an idiot, Sasha. I know what a fucking black-eyed kid is. These cosplay morons, dressed in leather with antique swords, always go around killing shit without considering the bigger picture, out of a misguided sense of righteous justice. The world is a lot more complex than that. The little demon whimpers again. Damn it. If she runs, I'll have to chase her down or summon her again to figure out what's going on. Just back off for a second, until I find out what she wants. Is that why you're protecting it? She asks. Her question gives me pause, so I glance over my shoulder, just in time to see Dom slide behind her. enchanted gun pointed straight at the young demon's head. Stop! I hold out my hand, and power rushes through me, rippling through the air like sound waves, freezing everyone in the immediate vicinity. Well, everyone except me and Al, who squirms in my arms until I let him down, giving him enough lead to twist himself around my legs, but not reach the black-eyed kid. Luke shimmers before blinking out of sight. Interesting. He's not supposed to be able to move either. I make a mental note to try again later. His abilities aren't supposed to be strong enough to challenge mine. If they're getting there, then there might be more powers at play that I'll need to deal with eventually. Dom's eyes dart from side to side, as do Bass's and Sasha's, but other than that, they can't move. Silence descends in the parking lot, broken only by the click of Al's toenails on the pavement and my own nervous, panting breaths. Stop and listen before you shoot, for once. This is a black-eyed kid, not the king of hell. Small potatoes. She said she has a message, and I want to hear it before you all commence with trying to kill her. Okay. You've got this, Max. I crouch down in front of the young demon. What did you need to tell me? Her liquid black eyes beseech mine. You need to come home. Now. Hell needs you. You're the only one who can save it. She says it earnestly, but I can't help the laugh that bubbles from my lips. That's it? That's the message that you came all this way to tell me? No, thank you. Tell the king thanks, but no thanks. The little demon grimaces. She said you might say that. She? I rack my brain, but I can't think of any female demons or creatures in hell that might have a vested interest, good or bad, in my return. Only asshole males. Hell seems to attract that kind of energy. Maybe that's why I don't want to go back, because I feel too comfortable there. I am kind of an asshole too, most of the time. Sure, there is the occasional female demon, but none of them give a rat's ass about me, and I kind of like it that way. The female gender of the demonic persuasion is a hell of a lot more terrifying than her male counterpart, but much less interested in political power. I hazard a glance over my shoulder at Boss. I can feel his energy straining against the magical constraints I'm using to keep him in place. His rage and frustration emanate from him, like a living thing. Too bad. He'll just have to deal. If this little demon was trying to hurt me, she'd have done it already. Who sent you? I ask the black-eyed kid. She shakes her head, her long, scraggly black hair swaying on either side of her face. I can't say. All I can tell you is that you have to come back. Hell needs you. Should I tell her that has been my plan ever since the asshole who raised the zombies exiled himself back to hell? No. I should keep that one under my vest, so to speak, at least for the time being. No way, I hiss, quiet enough that I hope no one else hears me. I'm not going back for the king. He knows I don't want anything to do with hell anymore. There's no place for me down there, and I'm not taking the throne. The black-eyed kid grimaces. She said you might say that too. I can see something swimming in the depths of her eyes that looks an awful lot like pain and regret, but I can't quite place it before the kid whips out a glowing red blade and presses the tip against her stomach, burning through the dirty gray cotton of her dress with a wisp of smoke. Bass and Sasha's energy surges against mine, and I falter, dropping the shield and rocking back on my heels. Al jumps toward the kid, but I hold up my hand to stop him. You have to help us, she whispers. Eternal death is preferable to what's coming. Then she drives the blade through the thin fabric and deep into her stomach. Thick, gooey demon's blood soaks the front of her dress. As the light in her eyes fades, a bright burst of red-hot flames engulf the slight demon, boiling the remains until she's nothing but a bloody stain and scraps of charred cloth. It smells so foul I stumble backward, dragging my errant hellhound puppy with me, nearly puking into the bushes. Freed from my powers, Bass stomps around me to point at the pile of smoldering remains. What in the hell was that? She killed herself, I gasp, as if it wasn't obvious. Sasha kneels on the ground and pokes at the pile. It curdles, then turns to ash. A gust of wind blows through the parking lot, picking up the top layer of ash and scattering it. Why'd you freeze us? We were trying to help, Sasha says. I watch Dom circle the edge of the parking lot, looking for more threats. I had it under control. That demon wasn't going to hurt me. So you say, Bass continues. But you can never trust a demon. They'll turn on you in an instant. She could have used that knife on you. Yet there you were, chatting with it like you were old friends. That doesn't sound like control to me. Fuck you, I snap. Sasha glares at her brother. You're not helping things. Bass scowls and stomps off to join Dom. Just then, Luke pops back into existence. He shimmers a bit, as if trying to hold his form. Al cocks his head, almost looking curious. What was the black-eyed kid talking about? Sasha asks, oblivious to Luke. I don't know. Well, for the most part, I don't know who would want me to come back to hell. If it was my uncle, Barty is more his style. He likes henchmen with a splashy impact. Sasha's eyes search mine. But you know something. I can see it in your eyes. She wanted you to go back to hell. To save it. Is there something that you forgot to tell us? Shit. She shouldn't be able to hear that, or to tell when I was lying. Must be her stupid half-angel blood. But at least she's trying to give me the benefit of the doubt. Whereas her brother would just shoot first and ask questions later, and I appreciate that. Not that I'm aware of. Sasha regards me sternly. We both know I'm lying, but I'm still not willing to give up all of my secrets. A girl's gotta hold some of her cards back. She never knows when she's going to need them. I have to give her something, though, or Bass will notice, and he won't be so polite about it. I spent some time there when I was training as a Scythe. And that whole being groomed to rule over hell thing. Scything had been my idea, actually. I said I needed more real-world experience before assuming more responsibility. I crouch down next to Sasha, and Al jumps on my lap, planting his dirty puppy paws on my shoulders and covering me in sticky puppy kisses. Thanks, buddy. I gently set him aside and stand up. So, call the demon back then, Sasha says. Just cut through all of the bullshit and ask her. We can get her to talk as long as you don't freeze us again. Yeah, I knew their methods, and they didn't exactly inspire trust. Watchers didn't just do their jobs, they enjoyed it. In their own way, they were the same as the worst masochists in hell. I can't. I gesture at the pile of ash. She used a cursed blade. She's gone. For real. That worries me, and I'm more shaken than I care to admit. Young demons allowed to frolic on Earth and possess people shouldn't want to kill themselves. They already had a pretty sweet gig. And the look in her eyes, the desperation, that was unusual too. Things must be pretty bad for her to do what she did. All the more reason I need to get my ass in gear and figure out what's going on as soon as possible. If even the demons hate hell, things must be getting really bad. Bass and Sasha bicker for a few minutes a few feet away, gesturing towards the pile of demon sludge, probably deciding whether or not they need to take some sort of action. I hear my name thrown around a few times, so I wonder if they're back to wanting me dead. I'd rather not be forced to kill them. But worse things have happened. I stare at the remains of the demon, now no more than a small, sticky mark on the pavement. Luke joins me, following my gaze with his own. What happened to you back there? I murmur, quiet enough that I hope the others don't hear me. I don't know, he says. It's like I felt this pull, like something was trying to get a hold of me, so I zoned out for a second. He runs his hand through his short hair. I've never felt that way before. It freaked me out. I mull over his words. Why had my powers affected him like that? I've frozen him before, and frozen the space around him, and nothing weird ever happened. Did it feel like someone or something was trying to make you go somewhere? That's the only thing I can think of. Heaven and hell, the world in chaos. Maybe there's someone else trying to reset the balance. A third player. That's a frightening thought. But before he can answer, Dom finishes scouting the parking lot and joins us. Al jumps toward him and Dom reaches down, scratching the puppy behind his ears. Bass stalks over to us, leaving Sasha trailing in his wake. What's really going on? I think you've got something stupid planned, but Sasha thinks you're all noble and shit. For a witch, anyway. Yeah, that's not a loaded question or anything. Tell them, Luke says. I take a deep breath. Luke's right. I need to tell them where I'm going, and part of me is exhausted from trying to keep it a secret. I'm about to embark on this horribly dangerous journey, and no one knows about it but me. Well, me and a ghost, but Luke will have his own problems if something happens to me in hell. Nobody will miss me if I die, and it's not like I'm expecting a parade or flowers at my funeral. But I don't have the energy to stay silent, or the time. Maybe I'll listen to Luke for once. I'm going to hell, I said, standing to face them. Silence, then an explosion of voices. No, you're absolutely not, Sasha says. Are you out of your fucking mind? Bass asks. It's too dangerous, Sasha says. You'll get yourself killed. You're not going. Bass tightens his fists, a fierce expression on his face. I turn to Dom, the only one who hasn't reacted. Did you decide this before or after that thing whispered sweet nothings into your ear? Dom jerks his head toward the pile of ash. Before. I blink away, a sudden burning in my eyes. Seriously, Max, this isn't the time to get emotional. I don't get to feel emotions. I have to fight, to kill, to do something. I can't just sit about and cry. In fact, maybe they'll be better off after I'm gone. Perhaps they'll be able to find some peace that way. There are things I need to do, things I have to figure out. I can't do that here. Like what? Bass growls. Like who that guy was who brought the zombies and how to stop him. Because he's not dead. Dom's voice is flat. He knows what I'm not saying. Nope. But it's hell, Sasha says, as if that's reason enough not to go. She's right, and that fact alone should stop me in my tracks. I know better than her what's down there. She only has the myths and folklore. I've endured it. I've been there before. I'll be fine. The false bravado in my voice doesn't reassure them. Al whines at my feet and I scoop him up, cuddling the puppy to my chest. No, Bass says. It's too risky. We can prepare for him here in case he comes back. It would be easier to fight him, in fact, with all of us here. We could defeat him. Together. He clenches his fists, his hands crackling with angelic power. Behind him, the shadows of his wings unfurl in the sun, as if ready to take flight. I scoff at his parlor trick. Maybe he's right, Luke says, watching Bass. He seems impressed by the display. Not you too, I say. Luke's here, I add at their confused expressions. They know he's here, as a concept, but actually interacting with him still catches them off guard. I can't wait. I mean, yeah, I'd love the help, but by then he might come back with an army big enough to take over the whole planet. A hollow laugh escapes before I can stop it. He might even be planning on unleashing Armageddon for all I know. It wouldn't be the first time hell got a little too big for its britches. I have to try and catch him off guard. It might be our only chance. That's the stupidest idea I've ever heard, Bass says. Luke chuckles. He just hasn't been around you long enough. Shut up, I snap at the ghost, my cheeks reddening. I don't come up with stupid ideas all the time. I don't really come up with ideas at all. I just react to the next string of unfortunate circumstances. Besides, I got rid of the guy when he attacked the beach, didn't I? Collecting a sock drawer full of miscellaneous souls had probably been pretty stupid, but at least they'd served a purpose. Bass glances from me to the blank space to my right. What's Luke say about this? Tell him. Luke crosses his arms over his chest and smirks. Tell him exactly what I just said. He agrees with me, I said. Jesus Christ, Luke snorts. You're unbelievable. Uh-huh, Bass says. Well, you're still not going. He squares his shoulders. We'll come up with another plan, a safer one. Hell, this guy might not even come back. You never know. He might be too scared. He'll be back. I plant my hands on my hips. But you don't get to tell me what to do. No one does. Not anymore. He opens his mouth, probably to say something stupid, and Sasha gives him a warning glare. He takes a deep breath and lets it out. Okay, fine, he says. So you're just going to gallivant off to hell and leave us to deal with this mess? What mess? I throw my hands up into the air. The zombies are dead. The guy who created them is gone. It's over. There's no real reason for you to even stay here. Thinking about the zombies reminds me of the souls I sent on to heaven with them. I hope they're all right. I'm not exactly supposed to do that. My job as a Scythe is to create a portal and let the soul go where it's destined. I'm not supposed to choose. No one is. It's just the natural way of things. Like the Egyptians say, it's as simple as weighing their thoughts and deads, like the deli section of a supermarket. I'd put my thumb on the scale. Yeah, they deserved a shot at happiness after helping me. But the angels might see things differently. I was half expecting a herald of wings and trumpets to come down and chastise me. It wasn't the first time I'd tread in their domain. The first, and until recently, the only time I interfered was to get Angela. And after that fiasco, I knew they wouldn't exactly welcome me with open arms. The silence was unnerving, actually. As if nobody was keeping tabs. As if nothing mattered. But maybe it was a 3 strikes kind of system. We're not leaving until this is over, Dom says, joining Bass. None of us are. Great. Welcome to Lost Lake, home of the sandy, non-zombie-filled beaches and a ragtag group of misfits who think they can save the world. Wonderful. To think I'd picked this sleepy little town to get away from dramatic, supernatural conflicts. Then you'll just have to help Dave while I'm gone. I'm sure he'll find something useful for you to do. I hear there's some litter on the side of the highway. Maybe you'll get lucky and find a kitten stuck in a tree. Bass snorts. We're not babysitting your cop friend. Well, I'm going, and you're not coming with me. I'll survive hell, but you wouldn't. Some demons snort angel blood like cocaine. The thought strikes me that a bunch of bored watchers might spell trouble for Remy's pack in my absence. Lovely. Another thing to worry about. Make sure you play nice with the wolves, too. I don't want any bloodshed while I'm gone. I make no promises, Bass says, glowering at me. Luke chuckles. I knew I liked this guy. Now, if only he'd clean my damn apartment, he'd be perfect. Let me rephrase that, I said coldly. If you touch a single wolf, I'll disembowel you slowly and sell you in pieces to the highest bidder. Oh, and Luke says to clean up your shit. Chapter 4. After I get rid of the watchers, my phone rings. That whole conversation went shit-faced so quickly, I'm not sure if I want to deal with any more surprises. I stare at the screen for a few seconds. Who is it? Luke asks, cocking his head to the side. Dave. We just talked to him. I wonder what he's calling for. There better not be something wrong. He looked well enough when we were visiting. I almost don't answer the phone, though, because then the other shoe will drop. It always does. Answer it, Luke says, his patience wearing thin. Fine. I tap answer. Hey, what's up? Same shit, different day, Dave says. But that's not why I called. My boss stopped by and wanted to talk about you. Shit. What did I do now? Luke cups his hand around his ear, so I click the speakerphone icon so he can listen in. Nothing, he says with a chuckle. They want to thank you for your help and present you with a Medal of Honor. Dave's words are hesitant, as if he's nervous about how I'm going to react. I stare at the screen for a few seconds until it sinks in. Wait, did I just hear you right? They must be high or something. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Give it to somebody who actually did something. Something other than get a lot of people killed and allow the bad guy to escape. Find some other schmuck to pin a medal on. I'm no hero. To my left, Luke doubles over in not-so-silent laughter. Dave sighs. I told him you'd say something like that. Think about it, though. This is kind of a big deal. They've never given this award out to a supernatural before. So what? They want to parade me out on a stage so everyone can take pictures of us shaking hands and put a ribbon around my neck? Are they going to give me the keys to the city, too? Maybe I should just cut a ribbon in front of City Hall while I'm at it. I start pacing the apartment. At my feel, Al whines, picking up on my agitation. This is ridiculous. I can't believe you're even asking me to do this. Just hear me out, Dave says. You saved the city from the zombie apocalypse. We'd all be dead if it wasn't for you. None of this would have happened if it hadn't been for me, either. Still no. I stare across the living room where Luke plops down on my couch. On the floor, Al tugs on the shoelace of my sneaker and starts gnawing on it. I don't have the energy to tell him to stop. Did you draw the short straw? Is that why you're the one telling me about this? I volunteered, he says flatly. After everything that I saw, everything that happened, I don't think this is the worst idea in the world. Kind of a thank you for helping us get rid of the zombies. And, saving my life. Oh. Yep, now I feel like an idiot. I still can't accept it, though. A lot of people died, and some of those were my fault. At least that last bit sounds less bitchy. Al cocks his head, as if calling me a liar, and then resumes chewing on my shoelace. Dave grunts. Well, the award ceremony is tomorrow. The mayor wanted to do it while the memory of the zombie attack was still fresh in people's minds. Before people start trying to put this all behind them. So they'll remember I'm the freak who apparently can control the zombies with my mind, and then held them all captive while your men took them out. Yeah, I bet they'll welcome me with open arms. Probably great for business. Would it kill you to do a little bit of positive PR for the city, to let people say thank you for saving their asses? He asks, his voice gruff. He's irritated at me. I don't blame him. I probably would be in his shoes, but right now, I'd rather waltz up to my half-brother and give him a hug than stand up there and force a smile on my face while they string a medal around my neck. Might as well be a noose. Say that to their widows, their kids. Did I tell you I went to some guy's graveside funeral the other day? Luke wanted me to go. I shudder at the memory. It's not pleasant. The sun is bright and cheerful over the small cemetery. A cluster of people surround an open grave, their heads bowed in mourning. The casket, a rich cherry wood, is suspended above the ground, draped in an American flag. Did you know him? Yeah, Luke says, his arms folded across his chest. We went to the SCU Academy together. I jerk my head toward the blonde woman and the 2 teen boys standing at her side. Is that his family? He nods, his lips pressed in a grim line. At that moment, one of the young men sees me and storms away from his mom and brother. How dare you come here, he snaps. Fury alights in his red-rimmed eyes, masking the grief that was there only a few seconds before. He vibrates with anger, and I let it wash over me, so forceful it even drowns out the siren's call of the dead. I wait as the other mourners watch the boy's outburst. I deserve every ounce of his hatred. I didn't know his father, but Luke did, and apparently the guy was a cop. That's good enough for me. The boy's mother trails after him, wringing her hands and calling out his name, while his younger brother sobs in the arms of another cop. "You killed him!" the boy cries, only a few feet away now. The tidal wave of the boy's emotions rush over me, consuming me, overwhelming me. I am numb, but he's not. "You murderer!" he cries, and his fist connects with my cheek, rocking my head back under his strength. Most 14-year-olds don't pack that much of a punch, but his pain added some extra oomph to his swing. I'm going to feel it in the morning. He pummels my arms, my chest, my stomach, but still I don't fight back. I don't move, except for when his blows rock my body. I should be doubled over, curling around the pain, but I can't. I am stone. I am a pillar, not of strength, but of pain. I deserve all of this. The boy's blows weaken just as his mother reaches us and pulls him back. He collapses on the ground, clutching his arms to his chest, sobbing. "I'm so sorry," she cries, bending over her child, but her eyes are on me, pleading for me to understand, to forgive, but condemning me all the same. She wishes she was the one to hit me, and if she did, damn it, I'd let her. I feel a trail of warmth run down my face, and I reach up and touch it, my fingertips coming away red. "I think we should go," Luke says, his voice somber. He watches the boy and his mother and the rest of the mourners as they approach. I nod and turn stiffly, walking back to my car. I still can't feel anything, and I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Luke clears his throat, and I'm back in the present. "Max, are you there?" Dave asks. "What time?" I ask Dave, my voice gruff. It's the only thing I can think of to say. He pauses. Dave probably wasn't expecting me to give in this easily. 10 o'clock, right in front of City Hall. You'll come? I close my eyes and see the anguish in the boy's eyes, and his mother's barely concealed hatred. This is a terrible idea. So that's a yes? Dave doesn't bother hiding the relief in his voice. I snort. Yeah, I'll be there. So much for leaving for hell tonight. Oh well, it's just one more day. Thanks, Max. I really appreciate it. Yeah. I let out a hollow chuckle. Just don't forget the keys to the city and the big-ass scissors to cut the ribbon. And coffee. Lots of coffee. Dave laughs. I won't. He hangs up without saying goodbye, probably to avoid me changing my mind. Al whines at the door, so I grab his leash. He hates it, but I refuse to put up a lost pet sign for a little black puppy with red eyes who has a penchant for finding portals to hell. Ooh, Max. Luke peeks around the curtain. You might not want to go out there. Dude, I'm not going to let the dog pee in my house again. He has a bladder the size of a peanut. I storm over to the window and wrench the curtain aside. An unmarked burgundy sedan is parked across from my apartment. Normally, I wouldn't bat an eye, but there's somebody in the driver's seat. And that somebody has a pair of binoculars trained on my window. Damn it. I am so not in the mood to be ogled by some low-life private investigator or paparazzi wannabe. Muttering a litany of swear words, I grab my scythe in case my visitor ends up not being human and stomp out the door. Al darts out after me. The car starts as I approach, so I fling out my hand and freeze time to stop it. The power flows easily from my hand and washes over the car. I'm sick of all these people harassing me, asking questions and taking pictures like I'm a fucking freak show. I want my quiet, cozy life back, but that's not likely to happen. So maybe I need to remind people that they should be terrified of me. Yeah, giving me a medal is a great idea. I'm a regular superhero. The man I see through the window in the car is somewhere on the tail end of his 30s, with greasy blonde hair a little too long but slicked back as if that's all on purpose. He's wearing a wrinkled Hawaiian print shirt and khaki pants. His hands are frozen to the steering wheel, and I note idly he's not wearing a ring. Not surprising. Within seconds of wrenching the door open, I peg him for a private investigator, mainly because of the smell and the ick factor. Fast food wrappers and empty bottles fill the floor of the passenger side seat all the way up to the seat itself and spill over into the back seat. The car looks like the ball pit of an amusement park for the middle-aged and desperate. The acrid scent of urine permeates the air. I think I made the guy pee his pants. Lovely. Hopefully, whoever hired him didn't pay a ton. He definitely doesn't look like a professional. Who are you and what are you doing outside my apartment? The guy blinks and I realize that he's still frozen. I release him enough to speak. I don't know what you're talking about. He thinks he's so smart, as if I'm actually going to just say, "Okay, have a nice day. Don't let the door hit you on your way out. I haven't had a nice day since, well, it's been a while." Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know if you've heard about me or seen what I can do, but you don't want to mess with me. I'm not in the mood for this shit. I lean into the open door and press the curved end of the scythe against the man's upper thigh. Luckily, he's wearing jeans, but I'm sure he can feel the sharp point through the fabric. A couple more inches, and I could really ruin his day. Please let me go. I'm not doing anything wrong, I swear. Even his reedy, whiny voice annoys me. Sorry, bucko. Not gonna happen. You're not going anywhere until you tell me what you're doing here. I mean, I get the whole private investigator crap, which you suck at, because seriously, I'm not supposed to know you're here. You're lucky I don't go online and leave a bad review. I should 1-star your ass. That'll teach you to sit outside somebody's apartment with a pair of binoculars. I press the blade a little deeper into his thigh. The man gulps. My name is Brock Angeles. My client hired me to watch you, that's all. Watch me for what? I haven't done a damn thing wrong. There's a lot I haven't done right either, but I'm not going to dwell on that right now. Another car passes us, and I angle slightly so they can't see my weapon. Hopefully they think we're just a couple of people having a chat in the parking lot of one of the decrepit apartment complexes in the city. Al chases a butterfly over to the grass, distracted. He must not think this guy is a threat, or he'd go all hellhound puppy Cujo and try to attack the guy. It's kind of cute. Who hired you? I growl, leaning forward. The man gulps. A bead of sweat forms on his brow and trails down the side of his face. The scent of fear grows stronger. Or maybe that's just the urine. I do hope he gets his car cleaned out before he takes some lucky girl on a date. I don't know. I was just supposed to wait by your apartment and follow you and take some pictures. That's all. I arch an eyebrow. I find that hard to believe. Another bead of sweat tracks down the man's brow. It's true. It's true. I swear on my mother's grave. I glare at the man. That's not very nice. What would your mother think? I can ask her, you know. He gulps, and his breath starts coming in short, panicked gasps. If I'm not careful, the guy's going to keel over. Okay, Mr. Angeles, today's your lucky day. I'm going to let you go. This time. Don't let me catch you again. I doubt you'll be happy with the outcome. With that, I push away from the car and slam the door, stalking back toward the apartment. About halfway there, I pause and whistle for Al, who bounds toward me, half of a dandelion dangling from his mouth. He drops it at my feet, tail wagging, and I ruffle the hair behind his ears. "Good job, buddy," I say, and pick up his gift. "Thank you." He gives me his best puppy yap and follows me back into the apartment. I've still got a lot to do before I can leave for hell, not to mention that stupid award ceremony Dave conned me into attending. But right now, I'm exhausted. I stretch out on the couch, pulling a knitted blanket over me, with my blade under a throw pillow. The next morning dawns just as bright and cheery as the last. Fluffy clouds float lazily across a baby blue sky, and birds sing in the trees. I sit stiffly in the front row of folding chairs, facing a makeshift stage on the lawn in front of City Hall. A couple dozen people sit in the seats behind or next to me, and the mayor talks to the chief of police about 10 feet away. Along the sidewalk, about 30 people hold protest signs, all marked with gems such as "Kill the Monsters" or "Supernaturals Must Die." Most of them also wear blue and white Humans First shirts. I know they're just scared, but the conspiracy theories are insane, like claiming the government is using universal health care to create new soups somehow. The audience is half empty, maybe more. Seems the idea to reward my heroism isn't exactly popular with the public. Dave probably thinks it'll cut down on anti-supernatural violence somehow. Several more police officers stand guard around the small ceremony, scanning the crowd. A news van parked at the edge of the parking lot deposits a perky blonde reporter and a cameraman. Pretty typical. And I hate every fucking second of it. "Lighten up," Luke says. "You look like you're headed to a funeral, your own funeral." I stare down at my hands clasped tightly in my lap. I am wearing black, from my long-sleeve dress, which is about as close to dressy as I get, to my knee-high black leather boots. Yeah, I guess I do kind of fit the part. Actually, I'd probably enjoy being at a funeral more than this little shindig. Though you don't have to worry about standing at my graveside. They'll probably burn my corpse and spread my ashes to kingdom come, just to make sure I'm really dead. I mutter low enough so that the people sprinkled throughout the sparse crowd can't hear me. He scowls at me. "Thanks. I'll remember that the next time we're both standing at yours. Should be any day now with what you're planning." Not that again. Seriously. Going to hell is about the only thing I can do to stop this guy. You have to see that. Best defense is a good offense. Luke must not have an answer to that because he keeps quiet. Maybe I should use this tactic again in the future. I have a feeling I'm going to need him to shut up on a regular basis once we get down to hell, if he's really serious about coming with me. The mayor and the chief of police finish their conversation, and the mayor joins us on the stage. He glances nervously at the protesters, and then takes his place at the podium in the center. "I just want to thank you all for coming today, to honor one of our citizens, a woman who almost single-handedly saved us from the zombie invasion." He continues talking about my dubious virtues, and obviously tries to paint me as a hero. He's laying it on a little thick, don't you think? I glance around at the other guests, and then at Luke. "Where's Dave? I thought he was going to be here for this." "Let me check." Luke disappears. A second later, he appears again, but this time he has a panic look on his face. "He's here, but—" A roar shatters the tense atmosphere of the award ceremony. The smattering of people seated in the folding chairs spring to their feet just as I do. But it's too late. Chapter 5. The screaming surrounds me, following me off stage, past the toppled chairs, the people falling all over each other, the protesters' signs lying forgotten on the ground, toward the police grappling with their weapons, for the guns that won't do a damn thing to stop the monster rising up above the crowd. A dark purple-skinned demon fully emerges from a narrow slit of a portal behind it. Its arms and legs are thick and corded with muscle, and a pair of ridged horns curls from his temples. He throws his head back and roars, a deep guttural sound that chills me to my bones. I knew this was going to be a bad idea. The demon kicks aside one of the metal folding chairs, and grabs a fallen protester by the back of his human's first shirt, Godzilla style, and climbs to the top of the news van. I can't see the reporter, but her camera guy pokes his head from around the corner of the stage, filming everything. Oh yeah, this is going to be great for PR. The demon's glowing red eyes scan the empty lawn until they light upon me, the only person who didn't run away. And then he grins, hooks one long, curved black nail around the protester's throat, and slices it cleanly across, blood spraying from the wound, across the top of the news van, and barks a laugh that shatters glass. Of all the days to leave my Scythe at home. I can't believe I got dressed up for this. What are you doing? Luke tries to grab my arm as I step toward the creature, but his hand passes right through me. I don't know. I figured I was going to say hi. I keep my voice flippant as my mind frantically tries to figure out what the hell to do. I hurry past him. Maybe I can distract the demon enough so that he doesn't kill anyone else. Except you. Semantics. You're insane, Luke mutters after he catches up with me. Yeah, well, I've been called worse. Go see if anyone else is trying to do something about this guy. You know, like the SCU. I don't have my Scythe, so I hope they have a backup plan. Luke swears under his breath and disappears. This whole thing stinks of a setup. The mayor, the SCU, they couldn't have opened the portal, but that doesn't mean they aren't in bed with someone desperate enough to pull a stunt like this. The demon watches me approach with something that looks a lot like glee in his eyes. Out here in the open, there's nothing to constrain him, so he easily stretches 10 to 12 feet tall. His natural face is brutish, pug-nosed, with gnarly teeth sticking out at odd angles. He flicks out a long, fork-tipped tongue and laps at the blood coating his victim's body. Gross. With a sneer, the demon flings the body at me. It misses, but only by a couple feet. I refuse to flinch. To flinch would be to show weakness, and that's a quick and easy way to get yourself killed. I stop about 10 feet away from the demon. It's not enough space to give me much of a head start, but at least I'm not looking up at him. Who the hell are you? The demon licks his lips, his eyes glowing with hunger. My fingers twitch. If I were in hell, I could manifest my weapon, but here, I'm pretty much helpless, and an idiot. My dad would never let me live this down. All I have is my ability to stop time, but that idiot camera guy will get it on film, and I don't want that. That would lead to a lot of questions, and probably an investigation. There has to be another way. I'm a Granius, a Cambion. He pauses after that, as if I'm supposed to be impressed or instantly recognize his name. Nope. I have no idea who this guy is, but I do recognize the infernal title. Cambion. I shade my eyes against the sun and stare up at the demon. Well, half-demon. He's got to be lying to me. That's impossible. I've met lots of Cambions before, and they're way more attractive than you. Like, ridiculously so. You must take after your father's side of the family. That, of course, being the demonic side, because I've never met a female demon who prefers humans as mates. That's not to say it's impossible, but they generally have much better taste. Eyes flashing, the demon roars and leaps from the top of the news van, shaking the ground when he lands. My stomach quivers, and every nerve inside me screams to run, but I don't move a muscle. I have to trust that the SCU is coming, or that Luke will pop back in with some grand promise of aid, or, well, I'm dead. I resort to cocky sarcasm, my natural defense. So, Granny, I hope you don't mind if I call you that. He does, by the way his nostrils flare, and I can see his little pea brain trying to figure me out. I've got to keep stalling until help arrives. If it arrives. To what do I owe the pleasure? I mean, yeah, I was getting bored sitting around waiting for the keys to the city, but it can't be a coincidence that you're here right now. They better give me a damn key if I survive this. I'm here for you, pathetic Scythe. He rears back one meaty leg and kicks the van, sending it rocking and screaming. Shit, the reporter is probably still hiding in the van. Bad idea, lady. Granny's eyes light up at the flash of worry that I'm sure crosses my face. He kicks the van again, this time leaving a huge dent in the side. Something's not adding up. He's not coming after me. Okay, Granny, I get it. You're some big, tough, strong half-demon someone hired to attack me today. He wrenches the mirrors off of the van and impales them through the sides. But not to kill me. Why? I don't need to tell you anything. He reaches through the broken windshield and pulls out a screaming, sobbing reporter. Awesome. Luke appears next to me. Dave's coming on your 6. I've got to do something. I didn't want to use my other power in front of the cameras, but I don't have a choice. The demon sniffs the woman's hair and she claws at him. Don't even think about it. I growl, throwing out my hand. He freezes, and it's a second of blessed relief before the son of a bitch laughs. I pour more power into it, sweat beading off of my forehead, and he laughs even harder. This isn't working. Why isn't this working? It always works. What's going on? Luke shouts, his voice a tinny echo behind the rushing of power in my ears. I don't know. I'm giving it everything I've got. I pull from the deepest resources of my being, wells that stretch me and should probably kill me. My nose is bleeding before Dave finally shows up. I know you don't have your scythe, but can you use this? Dave waves a pocket knife in front of me. Damn, he's such a Boy Scout. But he's not wrong. I mean, it's not great, but it could do the trick. But it's got to be consecrated with blood first. My words come out in semi-grunts as my power struggles against whoever's controlling the demon. He tosses me the knife. With an eye and all of my energy still focusing on the demon, I draw the blade down my other arm until the sting and a quick red line tell me I've hit a vein. Dave lets out a quick huff. Thank God. I thought you were going to ask to use my blood for a second there. I slant him a quick glance. I should probably tell him it doesn't work like that. Would you have offered? He grimaces. Yeah, but next time bring the damn scythe. You're the one who told me to look presentable. I grit my teeth as a flood of energy comes from somewhere outside of my line of sight, adding fuel to the demon's fight. It pulls at my reserves. Shit. Whoever's powering this thing is strong. I don't know how much longer I have left to hold him. The demon towering before us lifts his arm, thrusting the reporter higher into the air. At first, I think he's going to throw her across the parking lot. That's the kind of grand gesture I would expect from a souped-up half-demon. But that's not what he does. No. He starts squeezing her, his hands tightening around her chest. Her screaming becomes more frenzied, more panicked. I swear I can hear it when the first of her ribs breaks. Chanting quickly in Latin, I hold the blade before me. There isn't any time for the rest of the preparations I would normally do with a new blade. Time to wing it. I drop my powers and the demon stumbles back a step, nearly falling off the back of the truck. He does, however, drop the reporter, and she scrambles to her feet before staggering away to hide behind a nearby car. Using Latin I've long since memorized, I cast a circle around us, sealing us in from the outside world. Not only does it protect any idiot stupid enough to still be here, but it also affords a bit of magical privacy. I'm going to need that to figure out what he's doing here and who sent him. The demon jumps from the van and tries to back away before zapping himself on the perimeter of the circle. He backpedals, and an expression that looks an awful lot like fear crosses his eyes. Good. Fear I can work with. The cockiness was fine too, albeit annoying, but fear is better. Lips curling back from my teeth in a feral grin, I use my borrowed blade to slide a rift from this world into hell. Ready to go home? I'm sure they'll welcome you back with open arms, empty-handed. Don't, please don't, he pleads. Interesting. The dude's terrified. That must mean whatever his mission was, he hasn't completed it yet. I stalk toward him, and he backs away as far as he can from both me and the portal. Who sent you? That's the key here. The key to his attack, the key to his fear, and the key to my survival. Especially if they end up sending more demons after me. I need to know what I'm up against. No, I'll tell you anything but that. I can't. He'll kill me if I do. Lovely. I have a pretty good idea who the demon is so afraid of. Is it Peter? I keep my voice hushed, even though the circle protects us from most outside ears. I sidestep the portal I made and stand between it and the demon. I want him to focus on me, not his fate if he gets sent back. The demon drops to his knees, which brings us nearly at eye level. I'll tell you anything you want to know except for that. A bright burst of light flashes behind me, and I spin around, the desperate demon forgotten in the face of a new threat. But the flash of light isn't for me. No. The lightning strike of light that erupts from the portal pinpoints the cowering Cambion. He screams, arching his back and throwing his head toward the heavens. I barely have time to duck and cover my head before he explodes, bursts and bits of demon raining from the sky. But the containment field that I so hastily erected does its job too well, trapping all of the brain and blood and guts, so that no matter where I turn, I'm showered with gore. Disgusting. As abruptly as it came, the light disappears and the portal snaps shut, as if someone else created it and not me. I blink. All around me, in a perfect circle, is blood and bits of demon matter, neatly contained in my magical perimeter. What the hell just happened? I drop the circle, flicking my hands at the ground to get some of the grossness off me. It doesn't help. From the other side of the circle, Dave stares at me, slack-jawed, and Luke barely conceals his smirk. You missed a spot, he says, gesturing at my whole body. I offer him my middle finger. Asshole. I stomp up to Dave and hold the bloody knife out, handle first. I told you this was a bad idea. The SCU cop shakes his head and backs away a step, as if I were contagious. I try to wipe the blade on my clothes, but it comes back even more dirty. No, you can keep it. I keep longer knives than this in my glove compartment, I sneer. I grab his hand and slap the wet blade in his. Then I turn and stomp toward my car, Luke trailing in my wake. You know they're probably getting all this on film, right? Luke gestures vaguely in the direction the camera guy was in. I flash him a glare. Do I look like I care? Once I get to my car, I open the door and then glance down. The demon's blood is sticky now, drying out, but it's still a mess. A mess that will be a beast to get out of my car if I sit inside, and I don't have time to pay a professional cleaning service right now. You know, it's a beautiful day for a walk. I slam the door. I am not going to gross up my car, especially right before I leave for hell. I'll never be able to get the stink out. Max? Luke says. You can't go walking down the middle of town covered in blood. I plant my hands on my hips. Why? Is it bad for PR? I'm only half joking. He grimaces. More like scarring the town's children for years to come. I glance down at my blood and gore-soaked clothes. Fuck. He's got a point, though. I don't give a rat's ass about PR, but kids have enough stacked up against them nowadays. I'd really be an asshole if I added to that. Fine. Rummaging around in my glove box produces a handful of napkins. It's not much, but it'll have to do. You know, if you were corporeal and all, I'd totally have you drive to my apartment and get me a change of clothes. It's the least you could do since it was your partner's idea that I even show up to this stupid ceremony. He rolls his eyes. And if I was corporeal and all, I'd do it. Now get in. That reporter wasn't apparently hurt that bad. Look behind you. I glance over my shoulder. Damn it. He's right. The wounded reporter leans against a car, the cameraman beside her. Shit. I better get out of here before my demon blood-splattered ass is all over the 6 o'clock news. Luke pops into the passenger seat and wrinkles his nose as I climb in. You are going to take a shower as soon as you get home, right? Shut up. Don't blame me for this shitfest. How was I supposed to know a demon would show up, destroy some shit, and then get blown up? What the hell was that anyway? I shrug. I have no idea. I've sent hundreds of demons back to hell before, and I've never had that happen. Usually you just open up a hole and boot their asses through. Easy peasy. But this guy, he was something else. I don't tell Luke how much this concerns me, but I think he can tell because there's a furrow in his brows that wasn't there a moment before. Who is strong enough to do something like that? He asks. I'm pretty sure I know, but I don't answer him. I can't. Just the thought of my brother being that powerful scares the crap out of me. Chapter 6. The black and white SCU squad car waiting for me outside my apartment provides almost a blessed respite from my worries, even if that respite comes in the form of a pain in the ass. I don't recognize the guy's profile, so it's not Dave. Damn it, I grumble as I pull into the spot right next to it. Is it too late to turn around? Luke chuckles. Yeah, especially since he's staring right at you. Well, tell him to join the club. Apparently that's the thing to do nowadays. I get out of the car and lean against the door and wait for the SCU agent to join me. I might joke about leaving, but I know that there's no use. Who is this guy? I mutter, casting a sideways glance at Luke. My reluctant partner shrugs. I have no idea. I've never seen him before. This can't be good. And by the way, the detective tilts down his aviator glasses. He knows who I am. Might as well skip the pleasantries. To what do I owe the dubious pleasure, detective? I affix my voice with the appropriate levels of disdain and annoyance. Harding, he says. We need to talk. All my prior experience has taught me that when a lone law enforcement officer comes to your house and says we need to talk, you need to be on your guard. And don't go anywhere with him alone. I don't move, except to cross my arms over my chest. Where are you from, Detective Harding? Saying his name helps me commit it to memory, but Al somehow hears me too, and his shrill puppy bark echoes from my apartment. Great. The detective grimaces. Is there somewhere a little more private we can go? He glances around the parking lot and at the street beyond, as if to emphasize his point. There isn't a lot of traffic over here, but there's enough that an SCU detective and, well, me would get noticed quickly. And while that might suck for him if he wants to keep our meeting secret, it might just keep me alive. Nope. I think right here works just fine. Atta girl, Luke says. Did he seriously just say that? I make a mental note to shove his comment up his ass when we get to hell, and he actually has a butt I can do that to. Detective Harding's eyes narrow, almost disappearing into the folds of his flesh. What we need to discuss is of the utmost importance and should be kept secret at all costs. Privacy is necessary, I'm afraid. I lift one shoulder and drop it, feeling more confident in my decision not to meet with the guy. Then I guess you'll have to find another witch. I hear the registry at the precinct is pretty accurate for the most part. I'm sure you can find someone else to harass. My words may be flippant, but my tone is not. He knows I'm serious, and if he's done any research, then he probably also knows it's not a good idea to piss me off. But you're not just a witch, are you, Max? He sneers. Damn it. Harding is one of those. one who thinks he can use me for my abilities, blackmail me, even. Too bad it won't work. I've got nothing to protect, no reputation to speak of, and my only family, if my dad's even still alive, is currently MIA. Well, unless you count my half-brother who may or may not be responsible for trying to take over the world. I narrow my eyes watching this guy. There's something about him, other than his personality, that catches my attention. Something about the way he's watching me, focusing on me. Something inhuman. And you're not just a cop, are you, Harding? The SCU detective's nostrils flare, a sure sign of agitation. Luke whistles and then strolls up to the detective, walking around him and checking him out, as if there'll be some identifying mark that he's a supernatural. Of course, there isn't one. We don't wear name tags that say, "Hi, my name is Max. I'm the heir to hell." But Harding's tells are there just the same. I thought so, I say. So forgive me, please, if I'm not eager for a clandestine rendezvous, so you can try to kill me. Because I guarantee you that I would win, and then I'd have an awful lot of blood to clean up. As you can see, I gesture down at the drying mess on my clothes. I've had a rough day, and I really don't feel like dealing with any more crap right now. You can't scare me away that easily, he says, in true Hollywood villain fashion. I can't help it. I roll my eyes. Look, I don't really care what you're scared of. I just want you to leave me alone. So, what's it going to take? A hex or a curse? Yeah, I can throw one of those together on a whim, or I could just open a gateway to hell and boot your ass through. I'm not picky. Except I'd need a blade, and I gave Dave's back to him. Hindsight is 20/20. And on second thought, I'm pretty sure the latter option will be the easiest. You wouldn't dare. My hands curl into fists at my sides, and I swear the very air electrifies with my annoyance. Try me. He doesn't know I can't open a rift without a blade, but that's a bit of information I'll keep under my belt. Thank you very much. Max? Luke glances from me to Harding. I have no idea what kind of supernatural this guy is, but I gather he's used to getting his way, and totally pissed that I'm not giving in. I ignore Luke, though. If Harding doesn't know or remember that I can talk to ghosts, then I'm not going to tell him. Power crackles at my fingertips. I'm tempted to use it, to freeze him, but I don't. Freezing an SCU cop just because he pissed me off would be a step too far, even for me. Just scram, all right? I need a shower. But I have questions you need to answer. He follows me to my door. I unlock the door and wrench it open. Take a number. I slam the door shut in his face and sink down against the wall, my pent-up energy and stress flooding out of me. Al bounds up to me and leaps into my lap, his little puppy pink tongue lapping against my cheeks and chin. Blah, I swipe at my mouth with the back of my hand. That's gross, dog. Don't lick me in the mouth, especially when I'm covered in demon guts. Al settles back on his haunches. I can see the love and adoration in his eyes, and I look away. My life has no room in it for a dog. As soon as I find my dad, he'll be gone. Dad will probably be ecstatic that I managed to rescue him, since he lost his other hellhounds when whatever it was attacked his compound. Luke pops into view, hands shoved into his pockets, a concerned look on his face. I wonder what that was all about. I give up fending off the puppy and let my head fall back, eyes closed. I have no idea. Hell, with my luck, he was just another goon sent to kill me. Luke jerks his head up in surprise. An SCU agent. He wouldn't dare. Just because he's SCU doesn't mean he isn't dirty. Then again, I think pretty much everyone's out to kill me. Kind of a lifestyle trait. He chuckles. Yeah, I've noticed a trend. I give it a few minutes to make sure Detective Harding is gone before standing up and depositing Al on the floor. The puppy whines and plants his paws on my legs, begging to be picked up. No can do, puppo, I say, ruffling the hair behind his ears. Mama's got work to do, and you're getting to be too big. It's true, on both accounts. Al seems to eat his weight in kibble, raw meat, and pretty much anything else he can get his pearly white puppy teeth on, and he's growing like a weed. Soon I'll barely be able to snap a leash on his collar and walk him down the street. He'll be walking me. Dad would have had him trained by now. It's a hobby of his. But hey, not my dog, technically, so not my problem. For now, I'll just enjoy the non-judgmental companionship he offers. It's almost worth the pee and poop on the carpeting. Once I'm assured that Harding really left and isn't trying to break in using whatever skills his flavor of supernatural has to offer, I stride into my bedroom and pull out a duffel bag. In it, I throw in some clothes, because hell is bad enough without having to wear dirty and blood-encrusted clothes. Also, some tools and a myriad of knives, my small scythe, an old revolver with 3 charmed bullets, and a pair of iron handcuffs inscribed with sigils and runes. It's not enough, though. It never is. A lump in the pit of my stomach grows at the thought of going back there. One can never be too careful in hell. I glance at Luke. What size are you? The man's going to need clothes too, in hell. Damn, he can carry his own bag. I grab a backpack from the closet. You're going to need some clothes. Why? I pause and plant my hands on my hips. Weren't you paying attention? You're going to need them once we're in hell. The way his eyes pin mine to the spot makes me shift uneasily. You're serious? I snort. If you insist on going with me, there are risks involved. In hell, your risk plunks you down ass first into a body. I put my hand up to stop him from arguing. How else would they be able to torture souls? Bodies make it easier for them. You can also die a true death. A real death. One you can't come back from. I pause. Are you sure you want to go? Luke doesn't even hesitate. I'm going. Damn it. But as much as I worry about the guy, the thought of not having to face whatever's going on in hell alone is a relief. Sometimes it's hard being alone so much. Okay then, what's your size? I don't want to wander around with someone disgusting for weeks. You're gonna reek. He shakes his head. Only you would think to bring deodorant to hell. And puppy food, I say, not missing a beat. Lots of puppy food. Al's a growing boy. And then, after we pack, I'll have one more stop to make. Luke grimaces. You're going to see the wolf, aren't you? I glance away, but not before my cheeks start burning. He probably saw that. Yeah, so what? Remy's a friend. Uh-huh, Luke says. It's pretty obvious he doesn't believe me. He wouldn't be wrong either. Chapter 7. Can't you just leave a note? Is it really necessary to stop there first? Luke crosses his arms over his chest, like a petulant child in the passenger seat. Yes, it's necessary. I grit my teeth. I've showered and changed into more appropriate attire, lightweight black pants and a top I can move in, as well as some discreet leather straps for gear and weapons. I don't know if Luke's just anxious to get going, or if there's some sort of macho jealousy thing going on, but I don't have time for this shit. I'm leaving Remy and the other wolves to traipse off to hell, but just in case my asshole of a brother shows up while I'm gone, I need to give him something. What could be that important? A promise ring? He sneers. Asshole. No, not a promise ring. Remy's a friend, a good friend, and I won't leave him unprepared. More than a friend, but it feels weird saying that around Luke. What about Dave? Doesn't he deserve some protection? Dave will be fine. I doubt my brother even knows he exists. Remy, on the other hand, could be in grave danger. The zombie stronghold was in his territory after all, and I'm sure Peter saw me with him. It's too risky to leave him unprotected. I pull into the bar and park in the closest available spot. I check my makeup in the rearview mirror. It's not much, just a dash of lipstick and dark eyeshadow. Behind the bar, Tiny waves at me, and then jerks his head toward the office in the back. Yeah, Remy's almost always in his office. At least he's easy enough to find. Ignoring the pointed looks of the wolves around me, I knock quietly on the door. "Come in, Cher," he calls out, his voice a warm bourbon running through my veins. Of course he knows it's me. I probably have some distinct smell that he could recognize from a mile away. Okay, probably not that far, but far enough for him to know it's me through a closed door inside a room full of wolves. Remy glances up from his desk when I open the door, an easy grin on his face. To what do I owe the pleasure? Suddenly I can't tell him I'm leaving. It's too much. Remy's the only safe place I have when the world goes to crap, and even if I bug out for a while, he's always there, waiting. I don't deserve him, that's for sure. As if sensing my unease, Remy strides quickly around the desk and pulls me into his arms. He buries his face into my hair and draws in a deep breath. "I've missed you." I wiggle in his arms, but he doesn't let me go. The truth is, I'm not sure I want him to. It would delay the disappointment I'm about to see in his eyes, the fear, the worry, the knowledge that he might not be waiting when I come back, and it really, truly will have been goodbye. "I'm leaving tonight. I'm sorry." My voice is muffled against the hard planes of his chest. I inhale the musky, woodsy, wolfy scent that is uniquely Remy. "I know," he says, pulling me tighter to him. "I figured something like this was going to happen. I wish you'd let me help." "I can't." I bite my lip. God, how I wish he could come as well, but it's too dangerous. "It's hell. You can't go down there. No one can." No one except for me. Oh, and the demons. Don't forget the ghosts, too. If you think about it, hell can be pretty crowded at times. "Will you have the dead cop with you?" he asks. I search his gaze for any trace of bitterness or jealousy, but there is none. Just worry. Fear. He's not alone with those emotions. "Yeah, Luke will be with me. Since he's already dead, he can make the journey." Remy nods. "I'm glad you won't be alone." He rubs my arms. "Promise me that you'll come back, mon ami. I don't care when or what you have to do while you're down there. I just want you to come back to me." "I will." I carefully shrug out of his grasp before the lie fully leaves my lips. This trip isn't a two-way street. I don't want to talk about a future I doubt will actually happen. There's too much at stake that's far above what some measly little human wants. Though neither of us is entirely human. I reach behind my neck and unclasp the pendant my grandma gave me. "Here, I want you to have this. It will help protect you in case..." "Just in case, eh?" He takes the pendant carefully and traces the stones with his fingers. "It shouldn't surprise me that you are the knight heading off into battle, and I am the princess you are leaving behind, holding on to your favor until you return. Are you my Lady Guinevere?" I press my hands to his chest. He chuckles, the rumbling in his chest soothing me. "And you're my Lancelot." Then he gets a troubled look on his face and tries to press the pendant back into my hand. "Maybe you should keep this. It might help you more where you're going than it would help me. I can take care of myself." I shake my head. "I know you can. But trust me, I won't need this in hell. In fact," I flash him a smile, "the demons are the ones who might need a little luck." Remy throws his head back and laughs, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. I swallow the lump in my throat. Following on the heels of my dad's attack and disappearance, I don't want to lose anyone else. I can't. It's bad enough that Luke is coming with me. I couldn't bear to lose Remy as well. In that case, I'll keep it safe until you return. Remy's thick fingers are nimble as he fastens the clasp at the back of his neck and tucks the pendant inside his shirt, right up against his heart. The opal flashes a warm red before going dark again. It's not much, but it helps me feel better. Luke waits outside, leaning against the side of my car, his arms crossed over his chest. I ignore him, except to sidestep around him because walking through a ghost still kind of creeps me out, and get in the driver's seat. "It took you long enough," he says after he pops into existence in the seat next to me. "I thought you said you were just stopping by." I flash him a glare. "Dude, chill out. What's your problem?" "Nothing." He clenches his teeth so hard a muscle jumps in his jaw. "Can we just go? I want to get this over with." "Fine, let's go running headfirst into hell. I mean, it's no more dangerous than a trip to Walmart." Irritation runs rampant through my veins as I stomp on the gas and back the car out of the parking lot. Is he angry because I'm taking so long, or because I stopped to see Remy? If it's the latter, he can shove it. The dead don't get to have a say in the lives of the living, or at least not in my life. Luke is quiet the whole way back to my apartment until we pull into the spot across from my back door. "Do Bass or Dave know you're leaving tonight?" I bark out a laugh. "You would know if I'd told them. You're with me 24 hours a day, just about. But to answer your question, no. No one knows I'm leaving tonight except for you and Remy. It's better that way. If I told Bass, he'd do some stupid angel shit and try to come along. Dave, I don't know what he'd do. Probably try to stop me if he even really understood what we were planning on doing. To normal people, hell is such an abstract concept. They can't grasp the reality that it exists, that it's a place people who do bad things or make deals with demons go after they die. So nobody will know that you're gone. Yeah, that's the plan. What if you don't come back? His voice is quiet, and I wonder if he's thinking about his funeral, the mourners who stood around his casket weeping. If I were to die, I wouldn't have a funeral. There'd be no body to bury, and no people to mourn my passing. And even if I did, the people standing around my grave would probably be there just to make sure that I was actually dead and not coming back. Not that I blame them. I'm pretty tough to kill. Then I don't. And I guess, when you narrow it down, the only person who'd actually miss me would be Remy. My dad's gone, or in hell, and there really isn't anyone else. As long as I don't have any other hidden half-siblings running around, I'm all there is. Maybe Dave would come to my funeral, and Bass, but he would likely be one of those who came to make sure that I'm staying in the ground. Probably with a wooden stake through the heart. Such is my life. As if sensing my presence, Al starts howling from inside the apartment, his unearthly call raising the hair on the back of my neck. "Jesus Christ, dog! I'm coming, I'm coming!" Leaving Luke in the car, I hurry to the apartment to release the beast before he bursts somebody's eardrums. For a little black puppy, his howl sure does pack a punch. As soon as I open the door, Al leaps at my feet, tongue lolling out the side of his mouth. I crouch down and clip his leash to his collar. Yeah, I know. Let's get you outside." The puppy drags me to the grass on the other side of the parking lot, and I try not to notice that Luke has disappeared, and I'm alone. I try not to let it bother me either. After I take care of Al, I finish packing, my nerves setting in. I haven't been to hell in years, not since I renounced the throne and told my uncle to shove it. I doubt that'll get me much of a warm welcome. At 1:45, I check my weapons and slip on my leather jacket, the one with the pockets on the inside full of various weapons and poisons. Then I grab my long-handled scythe and some candles, some salt, and a couple of crystals to amplify my abilities. Being part witch comes in handy. Luke appears in the kitchen and I scowl at him. "Where have you been?" He lifts one shoulder and drops it. Out. Are you going to slice a hole into hell like you do when you shove demons through? He leans against the cheap linoleum countertop. His eyes are dark, brooding, and I don't know if he's still upset about me going to see Remy, or if there's something else that's bugging him. Then again, this could just be his personality. Sort of. Slicing a hole into hell has a ripple effect. It's kind of like plunking a rock in a lake. It telegraphs our arrival to any demons in the area. I'm going to aim for the outskirts of hell, and we'll steal a car or walk if we have to, and get as close to the castle as we can before someone notices us. The longer I can go without using my powers down there, the better. He grimaces. Sounds like a great plan. I plant my hands on my hips. You have something better? When he doesn't respond, I decide to cast a quick protection spell on Al and me. After a few muttered incantations, the magic settles over me like a cloak. Without thinking, I reach for my amulet, but the spot on my chest where it normally rests is empty. Oh yeah. Al whines by my feet, so I scoop him up. He'll be drawn to the rift I create anyway, being a hellhound, but I'd feel better if I carried him through. Luke, he's on his own. I turn to the former detective. Conscience dictates that I give him one last chance to back out. Honestly, he'd be better off if he did. I mean, he's already dead. But there are worse things than death, and many of those things happen to be in hell. Are you sure you want to come? Luke pushes himself away from the wall and quickly crosses the floor to join me. Yeah, I'm coming. I told you already. Are you really sure, though? It won't be a walk in the park. I've been there. I know what to expect. You don't. Luke arches an eyebrow. I think I've seen worse as a cop. Somehow I doubt that, I say, completely deadpan. But you're a big boy, so if you want to tag along, it's fine. I nod at the 2 bags by the door. The big one is yours as soon as we get through. Luke's fingers flex, as if eager to pick up the heavy bag. Maybe he is, since he hasn't been able to feel anything for so long. I wonder if he'll get tired of sensory experience as soon as the first demon tries to burn his ass. I can't wait, he says, his voice grim. I take a deep breath and grab my scythe. Here goes nothing. Chanting the words I know by heart, I slice diagonally in the air before me. The air crackles and flashes with light as the rift appears before me. Stretching nearly 7 feet tall, it pulses with energy. Al whines in my arms and wiggles to break free, but I hold him tight. I don't know what's on the other side, so it's safer for me to hold him until we get through. I set my scythe against the wall long enough to toss the 2 bags through the portal, and then grab it again. Ready? I glance at Luke. Hold on to your butts, Luke says with a snort. What? Maybe he's losing it. That would explain why so determined to join me. He gives me an incredulous look. It's from the Jurassic Park. You've seen Jurassic Park, right? I roll my eyes. I kind of had an unconventional childhood, remember? Are you kidding? As soon as we get back, you have to sit down and watch it. Deal. If we make it back. Without waiting for another word, I step through the portal, feeling the cold rush of magic as it passes over my skin. Chapter 8. It's kind of like the first day of the year that you go outside and there's been frost. The cold shocks you at first, but it also invigorates you. The difference reminds you that you're still alive. I don't know if it feels that way to other people. Probably not. But for me, returning to hell feels nostalgic. There's a rushing sensation, and when I open my eyes again, we're surrounded by a barren expanse of rocks and ruins. Crap. Where are we? Luke asks. I open my mouth to respond, but I can't speak. I'm so used to Ghost Luke, It's a shock to have a real man standing before me. The mostly alive version of Luke is about 6 inches taller than me. He's got unruly black hair that curls around his ears and dimples. Damn. It goes without saying that I'm a sucker for dimples. Put dimples on a guy who's obviously bad news and will probably get me killed, and I'm a goner. He doesn't seem to notice my appreciative stare, though, thank God, and brushes off his dusty jeans and leather jacket. Al bounds around his feet, obviously not as taken by the handsome, not-so-dead cop. I need to take a page from the puppy's book. I gulp. We're in the wasteland. It's basically all of hell that isn't one of the major metropolises. I was hoping to land us a little closer to the palace, though. Stupid Scythe doesn't come with a GPS system. With a scowl, I scan the empty skyline, the ground filled with dusty, hard-packed red dirt, the tumbleweeds, gnarled dead trees, and the shells of old houses and towns sprinkled in the distance. It's funny how much of hell mirrors what we see on Earth, but it reminds me a lot of that lonely stretch of highway in parts of Texas and Oklahoma, where there's nothing for miles and no one to hear you scream. Toss in a few demons and it's hell on earth. Pun intended. A cracked, sun-bleached highway stretches from one side of the horizon to the other. A literal highway to hell. We'll probably have to steal a car, I say, kicking a clod of dirt with the toe of my boot. You mean they have cars here? Luke asks, sardonically. He holds his hands in front of his face, as if seeing them in the actual flesh is brand new to him. Maybe it is kind of new to him, since he's been dead for so long. Smartass. If it weren't so far away, I'd make us walk. Al whines, and I unsnap the leash from his collar. As much as I'd like to keep the hellhound puppy safely attached to me, this is his element. He's probably safer here than anywhere else, oddly enough. Luke frowns. Can't you just, I don't know, open up another rift closer to the palace? I shrug. I could, but every time I do that, a demon could sense it and come to investigate. Not a lot of reapers left around here, and even fewer of them want to go to hell. It's a surefire way to paint a target on my back. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I just thought hell would be a bit more hell-ish, if that makes sense. Just you wait, I chuckle. You haven't seen anything yet. Behind me, I hear the roar of an engine approaching. Thanks, Luke. You jinxed us. At least with there being no trees, we didn't have to worry about being ambushed. The gleaming black motorcycle roars closer. Its rider is wearing a black helmet that matches the bike, a black leather jacket, and black jeans. He slows down when he reaches us and flicks up the visor barely enough for his eyes, glowing red to meet mine. Then he guns the engine and roars past us without saying a word. Damn, I bet he recognized me. This is going to be great. So much for us having some leeway between getting here and getting caught. No such luck. I should have just taken us to the damn castle, but the truth is, my navigation skills are rusty, and the hellscape spins out of sync with Earth, so it's like trying to land on a spinning record. So demons drive Harleys? Luke asks, watching the bike roar out of sight. Only the good ones, or should I say, the really bad ones. So where's yours? He casts me a curious look. It's so unnerving seeing him as a living, well, relatively speaking, breathing person. Crashed it years ago. On my way out of hell, to be exact. It wasn't one of my finer moments. He barks out a laugh. Really? I nod. How am I not surprised? I twirl my scythe and casually give him the middle finger. Whatever. It was a long time ago. Do you know how to use anything other than a gun? Luke straightens his shoulders, suddenly alert. What do you have? I grab the duffel bag and rummage around until I find both a short sword and a dagger. How about these? I hand him the blades. He turns them over in his hands and whistles, These will definitely do. He casts a speculative glance at the bag. What else do you have in there? I zip up the bag and sling it over my shoulder, grunting under its weight. Dog food. A few assorted weapons and charms. Lady stuff. That sort of thing. Uh-huh, sure. Luke grabs the bag from me. Let me carry it. Remember, I am your beast of burden. Isn't that why you brought me? He saunters down the road, and I can't help but notice a few other appealing attributes my sort of partner has. In the flesh, Luke must have worked out. A lot. And he definitely didn't skip out on glutes day. Al and I follow a few steps behind, while I keep my eyes and ears on the horizon. We don't get more than a quarter mile before my phone rings. I stare at the familiar 66 number. Shit. It sure didn't take them long to find out I was here. Luke stops dead in his tracks and stares at my phone. You have got to be kidding me. There's phone reception in hell? I roll my eyes and stuff the phone back in my pocket without answering it. It's not like we have Verizon. It's more magic-based. Everything is here. With magic, you can beg, borrow, and steal your way into anything you want, even immortality. He cocks his head to the side. Are you immortal? Hell no. I wouldn't want that kind of burden. I've seen enough of my loved ones die. I don't want to live that over and over again for all of eternity. So, about the cell phone. Who just tried to call you? I debate for a second on what to tell him. Have you ever heard the term frenemies? I know it's outdated, but it's the only thing I can think of to describe someone who both might save my life and then kill me in the next breath. Luke whistles under his breath. With friends like that, no wonder you don't trust anyone. I shift from side to side, uneasy under his gaze. Yeah, well, in my world, trusting too many people will get you killed. Though to be fair, not trusting them is equally as fatal. Al whines and plants his paws on my knee. I reach down and scoop him up. He still fits in my arms, but he's getting heavier. How much longer do you think we have before biker guy comes back? Luke shades his eyes to stare out over the horizon. Behind me, I hear the din of several engines approaching at high speed. I spin around. Dust plumbs up behind the vehicles. Crap. Not just a motorcycle gang, then. I'd say about 5 minutes. Al growls, the scruff on the back of his neck raising into a thin line. It's okay, boy. I scratch the hair behind his ears absent-mindedly. It's not okay. Duffel bag front pocket. There's a gun you can use. Luke whips the duffel bag around on his shoulder and digs in the front pocket until he pulls out the old gunmetal gray revolver. There are only 3 bullets, so use them wisely, I say. The gun is spelled to always have 3 bullets for me before pausing and recharging, but I don't know if the magic will work for him, so it's better to be safe than sorry. Luke nods curtly and checks the chamber as the first of 2 battle-worn Hummers roars to a stop before us. A gun mounted to the passenger side of the car swivels toward me. Mirror reflective, probably bulletproof glass, hides whoever's inside. I glance at Luke. It's not just my blood that could be spilled today. Fuck. What's the plan? Luke murmurs. You've got a scythe and a puppy, and I've got a gun with 3 bullets. He follows my lead by keeping his hands down and weapons ready. Hell isn't the kind of place you stick your hands in the air and beg someone not to shoot you, because that's pretty much an open invitation. We wait. We won't have to wait long, though. Demons aren't known for their patience. Al whines to get down, and against my better judgment, because I need to have both hands ready to fight, I put the puppy on the ground. Stay close, I murmur, and I swear Al sits back on his haunches and nods, as if he understands, as if he freaking understands. That would be bad. I don't have time to dwell on whether or not my dad's hellhound puppy is bonding too much with me, because the passenger side door opens and 3 demons spill out onto the road. Another 4 from the second rover follow suit, giving us 7 demons, all armed to the teeth, standing before us with murder in their eyes. All wearing the same 3-pronged silver trident patch on their jackets. A patch I recognize instantly. I guess being raised in hell has its advantages. "Holy shit," Luke says. I grunt in response, holding my scythe loosely in one hand, my eyes glued to the driver's side door of the first Hummer. Someone's missing. Someone who wouldn't let his goons have all the fun without him. The door clicks open, and one long black leather boot-clad leg stretches out, followed by the other. A billowing black leather trench coat follows suit, topped by a black boiler hat. Black leathery wings rustle behind him, stretching out to either side, as if he's about to take flight. I know this son of a bitch, and he's just showing off. Abadin raises his coal-black eyes to mine and grins, his thin lips stretching over wickedly pointed teeth. "Max," he purrs, his voice velvety soft and full of malice. "It's been a long time. When I'd heard you returned, I had to see it for myself." "We literally just got here. I guess you still have your finger on hell's pulse," I say, disdain dripping from my voice. "If there even is a pulse. I've heard some things." He inclines his head. "And they're probably true." He crooks one finger toward his goons, and they rush forward to stand next to him. "Who's your pet? Had I known you were bringing something for show and tell, I would have come better prepared." "Nobody you need to worry about." Luke casts me a questioning glance, but I ignore him. He doesn't know the intricacies of hell like I do. Names are power. If they know his, they can invoke him once we leave, especially since he's already dead. Easy peasy. "Lovers, then." Abadin regards me shrewdly. "How very interesting. Now, dear Max, let's see if living on the surface has made you forget your training." With the casual flick of his finger, Abadin sends all 7 demons thundering toward us. I jump forward, brandishing my long scythe in one hand and a curved dagger in the other. From the corner of my eye, I see Luke is similarly armed. Good. This isn't a fight to underestimate. The first 4 demons are easy to dispatch. Lumbering, steroid-filled oafs, they practically impale themselves on my scythe. Then Luke shoots another right between the eyes, and he falls backward, with a glowing red hole in his skull, before bursting into a cloud of fiery ash. Luke whistles. That killed him. Yep. I guess I forgot to mention all the details of infernal combat. 4 down, 3, not including Abadin, to go. The one that comes after the next is not as tall as the others, but what he lacks in brute force, he makes up with in shrewd intelligence. Apparently, the other 2 demons seem moot as the bigger threat, because they both team up on Luke. Idiots. Demons never play fair, though for some reason I always expect them to, so I don't see Abadin until it's too late. With a flick of his wrist, the major demon flicks my scythe away and snaps my demon killing blade in 2. His minion strikes, the short blade concealed in his hand, leaving a streak of fire in its wake as it tears through my abdomen. The demon shouts triumphantly, and a little black blur flies past my feet, attaching himself to the demon's ankle with razor-sharp pointed teeth. Luke falters, and one of the 2 demons attacking him raises its weapon in a killing blow. "No!" I shout, raising my hand. Time freezes, but not because of my abilities. They don't work like that in hell. My eyes flash red as my uncle's once did, and I can feel fire smoldering at my fingertips. My long-handled scythe, the one I received when I first became a reaper, materializes in my hand. In a downward arc, I slice off the demon's head who cut me and then dispatch the 2 attacking Luke in a single, fluid movement. They vanish in puffs of smoke and bright sparks that are swept away by the wind. The remaining demon, Abadin, returns to the Hummer with a smirk. I didn't know you still had it in you, he says, tipping his hat. Yeah, well, some things never change, I say. He gives me a quick bow and then disappears, leaving me with a dead cop, a puppy, and several bodies strewn across the ground. Or at least body parts and some charred clothing. I rummage around in the dead demon's pockets until I find the keys to the second Hummer. Got 'em, I crow, smiling widely. There's a rush of adrenaline and excitement in my blood. Al feels it, and the hellhound puppy jumps at my feet. Luke regards me strangely. That thing you did, with the scythe, isn't that the same thing the demons do in our world? Inwardly, I cringe. Something like that. It's a good thing he didn't see my eyes glowing red. I'm not ready to have that particular conversation with him yet. I jangle the keys in front of him. Are you ready? Or would you rather walk? Without another word, he gets into the passenger seat of the remaining Hummer. Is that all you're going to tell me? He asks. I knew the silence was too good to last. There's nothing to tell. Oh, there is, but not right here. Not now. Al jumps in the back, and I slide into the driver's seat. I am, after all, the only one of us who knows where we're going. We still have miles to go before we reach the palace. I crank the radio of the Hummer until Bruce Springsteen blares tinnily over the speakers. The boss is in hell? I smirk. His music is. What can I say? Demons have their faults, but some of them do have good taste. Luke chuckles and shakes his head. He endures my secrecy, for now. It won't last forever. I crank up the music and roll down the window, resting my arm on the sill. It's warm, despite the rolling, dark clouds. But the movement of the vehicle generates a supply of fresh air that feels good against my bare skin as we race towards the jagged black peaks on the fiery horizon. I mean, there are worse ways to spend a Monday. Chapter 9. The first city we reach was a former outpost. Abandoned a long time ago, Dis used to house some of the lesser shades and their toys, mainly people who made hateful pacts or minor curses, but whose souls weren't worth enough for the higher demons to trade or steal. This place just keeps getting better and better, Luke says, surveying the jagged shells of old buildings and rutted roads. An abandoned bar, aptly named Joe's, sits on the border, its sign hanging by a chain, swinging in a harsh, hot breeze. Why does this look so much like Earth? Hell is a realm, just like Earth is a realm. Down here, the demons have to compete with each other for position. There's nothing else to do. On Earth, however, even the little ones are feared and respected as supernatural entities capable of minor magic. Demons raise their rank and power by corrupting souls. They all want to live in Hell's main kingdom, but not all of them can afford it. So they live here, and make Hell look as much like Earth as they can, to relive that taste, that feeling of power. Some buy, sell, or trade human souls as playthings and servants. Others whore themselves out for the chance to go back to Earth, even for brief stints. You'll see. Dis is on the outer edges for a reason. I tap on the steering wheel, trying to remember the history. I think it was just too far away from the castle to maintain itself. Like Vegas, if it never caught on and was reclaimed by the desert. I pull the Hummer into Joe's bar, parking parallel to the street in case we need to make a quick getaway. Do you want to stay and watch the Hummer? This is not a good place to lose our ride. I don't think there's anyone here, he says. Besides, is this really the time and place to stop for a drink? I roll my eyes. I'm not stopping here to get drunk. Jesus. Come on, just keep an eye on the damn Hummer. I hop out of the SUV, Al on my heels. He sniffs the dry earth, his tail straight up in the air, but his hackles down. Good. If there was danger here, he would let me know. The saloon-style wooden doors creak when I push through them, my scythe in one hand and a dagger in the other. Luke has the enchanted revolver in his hand, and he watches my back. For a brief second, I flirt with the notion that we would make a good team. If he were alive, that is. Knock it off, Max. You can't get attached to Luke. You know this can't last. And that's my fatal flaw. Maybe it's because Mom and I moved around a lot when I was a kid, but then when I met my dad, I learned quickly that he always had an agenda. When I find a genuinely good person, and they're few and far between, I tend to latch onto them. Luke is no exception. I'll have to watch that. I brush the thought aside and tell myself that I need to focus on the bar, so I don't walk into a trap. The inside of Joe's bar is as run down and decrepit as one would expect for a town formerly inhabited by demons. Heavy wooden tables are split down the center or knocked over, their chairs broken and legs askew. A thick coat of dust covers the ground, the tables, and every inch of surface but I can see. Dust motes swirl in the dim light, and I'm half tempted to grab the flashlight from the bag. But then I'd have to put down one of my weapons, and I'm still not feeling safe enough for that. By the looks of things, no one has been here in a long time. Luke covers his mouth, coughing from the dust. Why are we here again? I stride behind the bar and reach into the bottom shelf for a dusty iron cauldron. Remember how I told you that magic is currency? This is what I'm talking about. With my sleeve, I swipe the thick dust away to leave a gleaming mahogany surface. I set the cauldron on the bar and mutter a quick incantation. Suddenly, all of the dust, all of the refuse, and the broken furnishings disappear, replaced by gleaming tables, perfectly functional chairs, and a fully stocked and operational bar. It's still empty, of course, but it's here. What in the hell? Luke turns around slowly, eyes bugging out at the dramatic shift. This is crazy. No, I say, humor in my voice. This is hell. There's a glamour over this bar, just like there is over all of the abandoned ones, protecting it from looters and thieves. Unless you know what you're looking for, the abandoned bar is all you get. How did you know this was here? He's not just talking about the bar, although I think that's most of it. He's also talking about the cauldron and the incantation, and probably everything else I'm going to do down here. I may have been here before. There's a Joe's bar in every town. You just have to know where to look. Luke lifts one eyebrow. Duly noted. Now why are we here? I rummage around in the duffel bag and pull out a handful of salt packets. Everything is magic, including communication. I should still have some allies here, so now's a good time to see if I can find them. Bass would understand if he were here. He hasn't been to hell as far as I know, but he does know a lot about checks and balances and agreements and treaties. It's my dad's world, and my uncle's, and I guess mine. Luke watches me use the salt to consecrate the glossy bar and the cauldron, and then create a salt ring around my workspace. I don't need crystals or herbs or any of that other witchy crap that some rely on so heavily. Maybe none of it's even necessary once a witch reaches a certain level. Or maybe it's just me. That wouldn't be surprising. I turn to the tap and pour water into the cauldron. Then I mutter an incantation below my breath so that Luke doesn't hear me. He's not a witch, so he shouldn't be able to do anything even if he repeated the incantation word for word. But stranger things have happened. I can't afford to take any chances. After finishing the incantation, I draw my dagger down my bicep, leaving a thin line of blood. Rule number 1 of using your own blood for spell work. Don't slice into the palm of your hand. That son of a bitch will hurt for weeks, can get infected at the drop of a hat, and takes forever to heal. Cut yourself somewhere that you can forget about after the spell is finished. When the blood mixes with water, there's a flourish of smoke, and the liquid in the cauldron turns a deep, inky black. Metallic blues and purples swirl inside, forming faces and shadows that I can't make out, like shapes in a thick fog. I need to send a message to Array. Max is back. The liquid bubbles up again to the surface, but it doesn't quite spill over. Tell him to find me. Then I sprinkle salt in the cauldron, ending the call, so to speak, and break down the circle. I dump the remnants of the incantation in the red dirt outside the bar, and it hisses as it hits the ground, melting a lopsided hole into the earth. Who's Array? Luke tries out the unfamiliar Greek name. An old friend. At least he was. Times have changed, but hopefully he hasn't. I should probably also tell him Array is a demon whose specialty is curses, but it's probably best if I keep that to myself, for now. Humph. Luke doesn't look convinced, and he's even less so when we leave Joe's bar and roar out of town, leaving the abandoned city of Dis in our dust. About half an hour in, Luke glances at the gas gauge. It's on empty, like it has been since we got in the SUV. Are you going to tell me this is magic too? I glance at the gauge. Yup, magic. Luke swears under his breath. But you can't just magic us to the castle? I flash him a saucy smile. Where's the fun in that? As the fiery sun lowers toward the horizon, we approach Styx. Loud music blares from a bar on the corner, enough to rumble the windows. Named after the river Styx that winds through town, Styx embodies the lawless Wild West of hell. Demons wander drunkenly down the street, some towing their human slaves by chains or leashes, others leaning on each other. We idle slowly down the street, trying not to draw attention to ourselves. We're going to have to ditch our ride soon, I say. On the seat behind me, Al whines, as if sensing my unease. Someone will be looking for this one soon enough. We park at an abandoned nightclub next to an alley. Half of the windows are broken or boarded up. We slip in through a back door, under a board nailed crosswise across the opening. The inside is musty and stale, like it's been coated in sweat and left to evaporate, leaving the remnants of debauchery, like a stale cologne. After taking note of our surroundings, we camp out in a back office next to the exit that I could kick open in a pinch. Ari finds us a quarter after midnight. There's no knock on the door. He just strides in like he owns the place, grimaces at the greasy dust coating every surface, and brushes off a chair against the wall before sitting on it. At just over 6 feet tall, Arai is taller than Luke, has rich dark skin, and eyes that flash with fire when he's pissed. That's not necessarily his own trait. However, every demon does that. What Arai has that most don't is near impeccable control over his emotions and a little black binder that lists every curse by every major or minor player who inflicted it and the intended victim. If the curse has been dispelled or runs its course, he lists the date and time and how it was completed. As one can imagine, it's a big book, but as luck and magic would have it, it never runs out of pages. I should know. He's got a whole section devoted to me. You are a devil to get a hold of, Max, he says, flicking his wrist. A tumbler with 4 fingers of rich amber liquid appears. Unlike a lot of demons, Arai has been around for a long time, long enough to have a few tricks up his sleeve as well. What's so important to bring you back to hell and running pell-mell toward the castle? Surely there are better ways to get yourself killed. I chuckle and pull up a stool opposite him. He hands me his drink and snaps his fingers for another as Al sniffs his leg. And you have a pet. Then he eyes up Luke. 2 pets. I didn't know you were into that sort of thing. The implication surrounding his pointed comment makes my cheeks burn. I'm not. This is Luke. He's a former SCU detective and a contract killed by Barty. The hellhound belongs to my dad, who I'm looking for, and it appears I have a brother. One of Aray's coal-black eyebrows inches up on his forehead. So it seems. He takes a long, careful sip of his brandy, and I do the same. The alcohol burns down my throat, leaving a warmth I strangely need, even though I'm in the depths of hell. And you're looking to reunite with this long-lost brother? I didn't know you were the family type. I seem to recall you were always butting heads with my dad. I know. I rush to interrupt him before he says my uncle, as I'm sure that's where Arai is going. He notices the change and exceeds, nodding his head a fraction of an inch. Are you all really going to just sit around and drink? Luke asks, irritated. That's not going to help you find your father, or the guy who put me in the ground. The man speaks, Ere remarks. He waves his hand at a chair, and it slides over to us. Sit, we have much to talk about. Luke glowers at Arai and me in turn. Talk is cheap. Let's just go get the bastards. A wide grin breaks across Aray's face. I do like this one, Max. Try not to get him killed down here. I snort. I'll do my best. Luke uneasily takes the seat Ari pulled out for him. Your brother, if you care to call him that, is Peter Franks. Young, but terribly lacking in finesse and conduct. He cares nothing for the decorum of hell or the intricacies of court, as they are. With brute force, he shoved his way into the castle and assumed the title of heir apparent, even without the necessary training or connections. He's determined and violent, and most of us are falling all over ourselves to gain his favor, as we see him as the future king. And the current king allows that? Arai regards me with a pointed look that tells me he wants details, later if he's going to keep up with the charade. Yes. I believe the king is in awe of Peter's power and aggression, as it's been many years since he's felt the same fire in his loins, so to speak. I can't help but wrinkle my nose. Fire and loins and my uncle are not things I'd like to put together in the same thought ever again. Do you know what his master plan is, this Peter? It's woefully common, I'm afraid. As far as anyone can guess, he's a take over hell and then take over earth kind of guy. And he's promised any demon who stands with him a seat at the table, so to speak, which he should never do, given the proclivities of some of the lesser devils. It's abominable. But a despot will do what a despot will do, I'm afraid. Where's my dad? If anyone knows, it'll be Arai. Dad's got a bigger section in the demon's book than I do. My former friend doesn't disappoint. In the castle, though the reasoning behind that is murky. Some say he's imprisoned, some say he's a guest, although around here there's really a fine line separating the two. It's mostly just semantics. He's not the only one. The king is keeping interesting company these days. I let out a deep breath I didn't realize I was holding. Much of the stress, pain, and worry weighing down my shoulders lifts away. Thank God. A rueful chuckle escapes Arai's lips before he finishes draining his glass. I hardly think God has anything to do with anything anymore, especially down here. Arai snaps his glass away and leans forward. So are you here on some mad quest to save your dad and overthrow the usurper? His eyes light up. He's excited about this. I shift from side to side, uneasy that he's guessed the plan so quickly. I must be pretty transparent. Something like that. Arai claps his hands. Wonderful. I was so hoping for something dramatic, and not, to join forces with the intruder. Never. He raised a fucking zombie army back on Earth to try and scare me off. He killed a lot of people. Arai shrugs, looking wholly unconcerned with my half-brother's purported crimes. People die. He shrugs coldly. Then he leans forward in his chair. I should probably tell you I'm not the only one looking for you. In fact, his voice lowers to a whisper. Your dear friend Pythias is on his way right this minute. Luke and I jump to our feet. Where is he? Arai stands up and brushes himself off. Outside, actually. There's a loud banging on the door in front of the nightclub, It was good seeing you again, Max. He tips his imaginary hat to Luke. Good luck, new friend. I'm afraid you'll need it. A crashing, splintering sound echoes from the front of the building. Chapter 10. Ray snaps his fingers and pops out of sight, much in the same way Luke used to, as a ghost. That's new. He couldn't do that before. It must be from a favor he called in, or a curse he lifted. The thump, thump, thump of heavy demon boots rocks the nightclub, sending dust motes flying through the air, clogging our lungs. We dive behind a desk. There's no time to try and run. If Pythius is at the door, there's no doubt he's got someone watching the back too. My uncle's advisor is thorough, if nothing else. Luke wheezes, holding the gun steady, aimed at the door. He must be allergic to the dust or something. Huh. Who would have thought? You know, you wouldn't have this problem if you were dead, I say with a smirk. He gives me a death glare. Don't you think we have bigger issues right now? I roll my eyes just before a demon bursts through the door. 2 burly demon guards leap in first, weapons drawn, and Pythy saunters in after them, leisurely, as if he were on a welcome stroll. Come out, Max, he says, with a sing-song voice. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead. Remember, you're on my turf now. Damn it. He's right. I stand up slowly and brush myself off as if irritated more than nervous. Al scrambles to get out of my arms, growling at the demon, but I hold him secure. That doesn't mean I couldn't kick your ass if I wanted to. He chuckles. Tell the dead cop to come on out too. I'm surprised you brought your pets with you, he says. And I see you've brought yours, I snap. My puppy smells better than your henchman. Cuter too. From the corner of my eye, I see Luke come out of hiding. He holds his empty hands up, and I wonder where he stashed the gun. He's smart, though, so I'm sure he's got it hidden somewhere within easy reach. You wouldn't kill me, Pythius says, especially since we are on the same side. Wait. What? That's not right. Pythy's on my uncle's side, or my brother's, which means he's definitely not on mine. Yeah, right. I don't believe that for a second. Pythius steps further into the room and sets his gun on the desk. He then opens his jacket to show me that he doesn't have any stashed weapons in convenient side pockets. Interesting. I don't believe he is unarmed for a heartbeat. By this is odd, even for him. I set Al on the ground and give the puppy a stern look not to attack Pythius or the rest of the demons. The little black hellhound grumbles in his throat at the injustice. Okay, I'm listening. Not that I have any choice. Now start talking. There's not much to say. The king has been living as time goes by, growing more unpredictable. When Peter came along, we thought he would be a breath of fresh air. Hell has been without a solid leader for far too long. So what's changed? I ask. Luke watches our conversation with rapt attention, but I ignore him. This part doesn't really concern him that much. Unfortunately, it does concern me. If my uncle has gone crazy, I need to know about it. Peter is, for lack of a better word, a bloodthirsty despot. Not only is he violent, but he's also vengeful. He's taking over hell by any means necessary, and he doesn't care who he destroys in the process. My lips twitch in a smile. I don't know what your problem is. He sounds like the perfect leader of hell to me. Pythius's nostrils flare. I'm all for a little wanton depravity myself, Max, as you know. But this is too much. Hell has rules. Politics, if you will. And if you break those rules, there must be consequences. And he's not playing by the rules? I'm starting to see what the problem is. No. In fact, he's destroying anyone who dares stand against him. But more than that, His allegiances are fickle. I'm starting to think he won't keep his promises. And therein lies the problem. Pithy's a sucker for rules. They bring him joy like nothing else. If my brother is breaking Hell's internal code of ethics, then it's no wonder he's getting nervous. After all, if he's kicked out of the inner circle, he'd have to scrap and fight it out with the rabble hordes, instead of being a comfy advisor. So you switched sides, just like that? Pithy nods. It's never quite that simple, but let's just say I'm taking other meetings, including this one. What do you need from me exactly? I want to help you defeat your uncle and kill Peter, before it's too late not just for Hell, but for Earth as well. Hang on. What do you mean, too late for Earth? Something about the way he said that strikes a bit of fear into my veins. Pythias grimaces. I'm afraid Peter is just getting started. Do you remember the monster from the deepest pits of hell that he unleashed on your father's estate? Damn. That was Peter? That makes sense, I guess, in a sick, twisted way. Who else could have done what he did? But creating a portal that large and pushing it past my father's security measures, it couldn't have been easy. Yeah, whatever happened to it? Your brother somehow got it back to Hell. Well, shit, we're doomed. Anyone who can control the biggest baddies like that isn't someone I can hope to tangle with and still live to tell about it. Where is my brother now? The castle, of course. He's getting ready, preparing for only God knows what. Pithy shakes his head. And you have no idea what he's doing there? I find this hard to believe. Pythias usually has his clawed finger on the pulse of what's happening in Hell. At least the most important things. But this is unusual, even for him. No, I'm, how do you say it, persona non grata at the moment. But if I had to hazard a guess, I would say that he's going to do something big. Something bigger than just unleashing a few demons. My mind stops whirling long enough to see the worried expression flash across the demon's face. Uh-oh. This is really bad if Pythias is worried. Well, shit. I can't let that happen. And he doesn't know I'm here yet? Pithy shakes his head. Array and I have been waiting. Others too. We've called in some favors to cloak your signature. He doesn't know you're here, but it won't take him long to find out. Damn it. I tap the handle of my scythe on the ground. This doesn't make sense. None of it does. How did you know I was here then if my presence was cloaked? Hell, Arai didn't even know I was here until I sent out the proverbial bat signal. Unless... Damn it. Arai told you, didn't he? Pythias lifts one shoulder and drops it nonchalantly. He owed me a favor. Does it matter? He knew I wouldn't hurt you, so he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Speaking of killing, I'm going to kill Arai. He could have at least warned me, told me he was working other angles. Not that I'm surprised. Demons are a very enterprising bunch, to say the least. So, what do you say, Max? Pythias asks, an eager glint in his eyes as he awaits my response. I don't know. I've known you for a long time, Pithy, and I find it hard to believe you've changed sides this easily. But we need to deal with whatever's going on at the castle, and we'll talk when I get back, okay? Pythias's lips set into a firm line. He wasn't expecting that response. I wonder if he was expecting me to fawn all over him. Yeah, not likely. He should know me better than that. Then you'd better hurry, the demon says. Because if your brother finishes doing whatever he's doing and goes back to Earth, you might not have much of a home to go back to. At my feet, Al whines. I reach down and scoop him up. The puppy nuzzles his head under my neck and gives Pithy the stink eye. Thanks for the intel, Pithy. We'll be in touch. The demon's lips thin, but he nods. He has to know I'm not going to just trust him this easily. He's been on the other side too long for that. It'll take some effort on his part, aside from not killing me when he had the chance, to get me to work with him. I brush past the demons and his goons, with Luke hot on my heels. My partner doesn't say anything, in fact, until we're outside by the big SUV. The SUV I still have to replace. Damn it. Stealing a car from a demon is a lot harder than stealing it from a human. Not that I'd know or anything. "So what?" Luke says, sliding into the passenger seat. He still has the gun in his hand, and he taps it on his leg, nervously. "We're not really just going to knock on the door to the castle and ask the king to kick out your brother so you can execute him, are we?" When he puts it like that, it sounds stupid. I mean, kind of? I don't know. But we have to do something. I guess I'll just wing it. That was our plan, wasn't it? This just puts our asses in gear a little faster. Less reconnaissance. Yeah, what could go wrong? Luke snorts. Sounds like a great idea to me. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? A lot, actually, but based on the look in his eyes, I don't need to tell him that. Chapter 11. I decide to stick with the SUV until we reach the next city, Hyeras. Why not get a new car now? Luke asks. It's too risky. I don't trust Pius, which means we should bank on Peter knowing we're here. But as they say, the devil you know is better than the one you don't. Haha, you're too funny, he says. That, and it may take whoever sent those demons after us a little longer to figure out where we're headed, since we didn't leave any witnesses. Which is a good way to say that if we kill everyone here, we'd leave a trail of bodies in my wake. I've avoided that for the past 3 years, and I don't intend to start now. He nods. And if you steal a new car now, you'll have 2 groups of vengeful demons after us. Those odds suck. That they do. Luke taps the bottom of his gun on his thigh again, which reminds me of something. Let me see that for a second. Luke hesitates, and I don't blame him for being unwilling to give up the weapon, given the circumstances. Just for a second, and I'll give it back. I just need to reload it. Luke gives me a curious look, and then hands the gun over. I pull over to the side of the road and connect to the spell I inscribed on the gun, feeling my power wash over the weapon. 1, 2, 3. I check the chamber. 3 bullets. Perfect. I pass it back to him and he opens the chamber and inspects the rounds. Is this magic too? He asks incredulously. I nod. One of my first spells with my dad, actually. It's lasted fairly well over the years, with a bit of recharging now and then. So wait. You're telling me you can create bullets out of thin air and reload the gun without touching them? When you say it that way, the corners of my lips twitch. See the sigils carved into the gun? Luke turns it over and traces the thin lines. What I've done is set up a restore spell. When I initially created the spell and carved it into the gun, there were 3 rounds. Now, every time I touch the gun and connect to the magic, I restore the original state, rounds and all. It's like wiping a floppy disk. Luke inspects the gun with renewed interest. This is way above level C witchcraft. I've never seen anything like it. I shift uneasily in my seat, and you probably never will. What did your father think? I chuckle, hearing his voice clearly in my head. That I was the dumbest witch ever. I should have at least made sure the gun was fully loaded before casting the spell. It's been so many years that the sting of disapproval doesn't hurt as badly as it once did. But teenage me was miserable for weeks. And only you can refill it? I nod. Yeah, I think I might side with your dad on that one. I was 15, okay? Cut me some slack. Wow. And I thought witches got better with age. Couldn't you have charmed a grenade launcher or something? I give him a cross look. I could just stab you right now. He chortles. You wouldn't dare. If you did, you wouldn't have anyone to watch your back. He settles back comfortably in the seat and promptly closes his eyes. Now that he has a body, he needs to sleep. Exhaustion is actually a common torture device demons use down here. If you deprive someone of sleep long enough, they'll do anything for a bit of shut-eye. Or they go crazy, or they die. But the dead are a dime a dozen down here, and if the demon accidentally or intentionally kills their charge, there are plenty more where they came from. Luke's eyes snap open, as if he's reading my thoughts. Hey, can you be reborn from hell? I know you mentioned that as a heaven thing, so I was just wondering. I hesitate, unsure just how much to tell him. Technically, no. Once you're in hell, you're here to stay. There are no do-overs, generally speaking. Of course, there are some who get around it, usually those with unique skills who make deals with demons for another chance up top. Demons aren't the patient type, if you haven't noticed, so those are usually walk-ins. That seems to get Luke's attention. What's a walk-in? It's when a soul takes over another's body, after the host has been in a traumatic accident or tried to kill themselves. If the body is still alive, then the walk-in just walks right in, I guess, and takes over. Kinda like you did with Angela. My fingers tighten around the steering wheel, and I pull back onto the road. Something like that. But these souls, they're evil, right? I mean, they were in hell. Why is he so stuck on this? Yeah, they're evil. So after they do whatever they came here for, if they die, they'll end up back in hell, right? That depends on the terms of their deal. Sometimes, yes. But that often doesn't make a person too eager to get the job done if they know they're going straight back to hell afterward. Usually the deal stipulates that the demon will allow the body a full and natural life, for however long that might be. A line between Luke's eyebrows appears, making him look intense. But they're the bad guys. Don't the angels or anyone else have anything to say about that? No, not really. That's always bothered me a bit, too. Not that I can do anything about it. Angels don't get involved in earth or hell that much. Usually only to dabble, or if they're bored, or fall in love. Then the offspring, half-angels like Bass and Sasha, are stuck on earth, usually bitter, though some take the vigilante route in a futile pursuit of purpose. And God? What about him? I take a deep breath. Okay, so we're gonna do this now. Damn, where are the demons when I need them? God's MIA, has been for longer than anyone can remember. If it's his or her help you're after, then don't get your hopes up. I doubt there's any help coming from those quarters. Well, shit. Luke grimaces and stares out the window. So we're really on our own, aren't we? I chuckle. I told you, it wasn't going to be a walk in the park. Unfortunately, there aren't a lot of demons we can trust. Actually, I take that back, I say, remembering Array's willingness to sell us out to Pithy. There aren't any demons we can trust. The classic definition of being on your own. I lift one shoulder and drop it. It won't be the first time. The next town looms across the horizon. Twinkling lights illuminate the reddish-black night. We should get to Harris in the next hour or so. Why don't you try and get some rest before we get there? Harris is a lot more wild than Styx, but it should be easier for us to steal a car. Aren't you afraid that someone will notice you? I flash Luke a half-smile. By the time we get there, every demon from here to the castle will know we've arrived. We're just trying to get a jump on it. And let me guess, Luke says, your reputation precedes you? The grin I give him is not quite human. Exactly. We never make it to Harris. Right outside the city, a big steel tank, an older model probably from the Cold War, judging by the faded flag emblazoned on the side, blocks the road. It lowers its huge gun at the SUV as we approach. What the hell? I swear and slow down the car, pulling over on the side of the road. In the rearview mirror, I see Al stretch and yawn, his eyes still half shut from sleep. "Don't worry," I say. "It's only the welcoming committee, though I am kinda flattered they thought they'd need a tank to stop me." "I didn't know hell had tanks," Luke says, his voice dry. Neither did I. I force my fingers to unclench from the steering wheel and pop the door open. "Wait," he says. "Isn't this the part where you're supposed to tell me everything is going to be okay, and to just follow your lead?" I reach into the back seat and scoop up Al. "Nope, we're probably all going to die. Sorry about that." "You're a horrible motivational speaker, you know that?" "Duly noted. I'll cross that skill off of my resume." I hop out of the SUV, hands loose at my sides. The gun drops to aim at me, with a loud clicking sound. Al glues himself to my side, hackles raised, sensing this new threat. A craft circles overhead, with searchlights and rotating blades, before landing on the dusty plains near the tank. "What the hell is that?" Luke asks, shading his eyes against the dust particles flying through the air. I think it's a helicopter." Al whines at my feet, and I scoop him up. He buries his head in my hair. Some fierce guard dog he's turning out to be. I rub his back reassuringly. Leave it to me to end up with probably the only scaredy cat hellhound there ever was. "Smartass," Luke mutters, casting me an exasperated look. I shrug a shoulder. He asked for it. Two demons climb out of the tank and level their guns at us. They don't approach, but they don't open fire either, so I count it as a win-win. After the rotors on the helicopter stop moving, a man in a suit gets out. Scratch that, a demon in a suit. He brushes off his coat and straightens the thin red tie around his neck. "Do you know him?" I shake my head as the demon approaches. If it weren't for the ruddy red complexion and the horns, he could almost pass for human. Luke brandishes his gun. "Do you want me to shoot him?" I glare at him incredulously. What is it with guys always wanting to shoot things? Seriously, there are other, less messy ways to stop a conflict. This guy might not even be trying to kill us. "We're in hell," Luke says, his voice deadpan. "Everyone's trying to kill you." Jesus. I plant my hands on my hips and wait. I'm not meeting this demon halfway, nor am I willing to blow his brains out from where we stand. Whoever sent him has money and power. It's harder than shit to get a helicopter into hell. Not that I'd know because I've never done it, but it's not like you can just drop a portal on the thing. You'd have to not only create a big enough portal, but also have to have an adept enough pilot to fly it through. The red demon clears his throat. This close, it's apparent that he's just as slight as I am, though. More like a demon accountant than a monster. Or maybe down here, I'm the monster. "Are you Max Fallon?" I bristle at his use of my full name. Names have power, especially down here, and it's disconcerting that mine flows so easily off of his lips. "Yeah, who are you?" He straightens his shoulders. "Archibald Hinks, loyal servant to the king." Of course he is. At least he's one of my uncle's goons, and not one of the ones sent to kill me. Unless my uncle sent those too. That would suck. Great. So, what are you doing here? We were on our way to the castle, actually. Please don't call the king my uncle. Splendid, the demon says, clapping his hands in front of him. Because I'm here to offer my services to accompany you to your destination. I shake my head. Sorry, pal, but the truck's full. There's no way I'm lugging this guy all the way to the castle with us. I'm afraid you misunderstand me, he says. We'll be taking my transportation, not yours. He gestures behind him at the helicopter. Luke whistles. You must really be tough shit down here to get an escort like that. I scowl at him. Shut up. What do you say, Ms. Fallon? the demon says, stretching his lips to reveal sharp, pointed teeth. Do you accept the king's hospitality? His question is cloaked in a threat, but I ignore it. It's not really a question anyway, and I can't really say no without a tank and half a dozen lowlifes opening fire. Sure, I say, waving my free arm in the air. Why the hell not? Chapter 12. The helicopter makes a short trip to the castle, flying over burning cities and pockets of barren wasteland. Time is, of course, relative here, but it seems like before I know it, we're touching down outside the imposing iron gates of the place I know all too well. So, this is it, huh? I shade my eyes against the sun beating down on us overhead. This is it. The iron wall surrounding the castle rises high overhead, with jagged spikes jutting out of the top at impossible angles. A foul essence, which I'm sure my uncle has cultivated over the years, permeates the air. As soon as the rotors stop moving, we spill out onto the barren, rocky ground. Al whines to get down, so I set him down gently. He cocks his little head at the black gates, and then promptly squats to pee on something. Good dog. I feel the same way. Why'd we land out here? Luke asks, after grabbing our bags from the helicopter. Our mysterious guide, Archibald Hinks, gives a delicate sniff before addressing Luke. The king takes all of his threats seriously and wants to make sure Ms. Fallon isn't one before allowing you entrance. You'll need to leave your weapons here. I roll my eyes, like I need a weapon. But, dutifully, I hold my arms out and allow one of Hinks's goons to check me for hidden dangers. They allow me to keep my scythe, probably out of respect for my position, but pocket the various knives and other weapons on my persona. Look, if I wanted to kill the king, wouldn't I have just headed straight there myself? I huff as they stretch their arms toward the bag in the back seat. Taking my personal weapons is one thing, but taking all of our weapons is something else entirely. I suppose, Hinks says, and jerks his head, telling his goons to lay off the search. Which is good, because that gun Luke has can kill demons. Not that the ex-cop realizes its significance. Just bringing it into the castle could be seen as an act of treason, getting me and my partner in some serious trouble. Before we allow you entrance, Mr. Hinks says, there are some, how do you say it, ground rules. The king is entertaining some rather influential guests, and you are neither to disturb or harass them at any time. Is that understood? Is one of those my brother? Hinks doesn't answer, so I take that as an affirmative. I fold my arms across my chest. Fine. But both you and the king have to know that if he tries to kill me, I'm going to take him out. Hell, I'm going to take him out anyway the first chance I get. But I doubt Hinks here will let me through the castle gates if I tell him that. Hinks presses his thin lips together, making them disappear entirely. It's unnerving. Exigent circumstances are bound to happen, but you're not to start any trouble. Is that understood? I roll my eyes at his treatment. Yeah, whatever. Can we just get this over with? Hinks hesitates, as if already regretting his decision, before giving the command to open the gates. I stand back and watch Luke as demons on either side of the gate work the heavy levels that roll the chains and slide the gates open. His eyes widen as he takes in the black stone castle within. Holy shit. Damn shit. More like, I say. But he's right. The gleaming black walls and turrets and spires rise above us, reaching toward the red, angry sky. Smoke drifts lazily from several chimneys and gargoyles grace nearly every nook and cranny, watching us through narrow eyes. One about 20 feet over our head flicks out its forked tongue, scenting the air. Follow me, please. Hinks strides past us and through the castle grounds. I whistle Al to my side, and the puppy bounds over to me. Are you sure this is a good idea? Luke asks, staring at the castle. I cock an eyebrow at him. We're in hell. None of this is a good idea. He barks out a laugh as we follow Hinks into the belly of the beast. I try to figure out just how I'm going to get out of this without Luke finding out my uncle is the king, but it's probably too late for that. It feels like a conversation we should have had much earlier. I thought we'd have more time during our road trip, but here we are. Hinks leads us down several pathways, past human and demon servants alike. A couple of them recognize me, but none of them are stupid enough to say anything. I'm the disgraced princess, not the returning hero. There will be no welcome home parties for me. I'm actually pretty lucky they didn't kill me on the spot, if you call that luck. Then again, I'd just end up back in hell, so maybe they're looking out for themselves by keeping me alive. That way, I'm not stuck down here tormenting them. Hinks stops at a burnished metal door, fiercely medieval and made of iron. We're in an imposing hall filled with weapons and armory, and long hanging red banners. Do you require separate accommodations? Hinks sniffs, his nose in the air. My face burns at the implication. No, we will stay together. Luke looks at me questioningly, but he doesn't argue. He must sense I have a good reason for wanting to keep an eye on him, especially given our circumstances. Hinks opens the door, and I hurry through, Al tumbling after me. The puppy races off, nose to the ground, sniffing every nook and cranny he can. The suite is expansive, and the door opens into a living room area, complete with red velvet couches, thick imperial rugs, and a fireplace. Off to one side is a bedroom, and through the doorway I can see a massive 4-poster canopy bed, draped in black satin. I ignore that room. It's too soon, especially after Hinks's insinuating comment about whether or not we need 2 suites. Luke touches my arm before I can get any further into the room. I jump, surprised by his touch. I realize I've never felt him before. Not like that. Are you okay? He asks. I stare at his hand for a second. Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry. Look, he says, nailing the problem on the head. If it's what Hinks said, don't worry about it. I can stay somewhere else or sleep on the couch. It's fine. No, it's just a good idea for us to stay together. It's too dangerous to be apart. He nods. Yeah, that's what I thought. Awkward silence follows, and then a light feminine voice clears her throat behind us. I whirl around, scythe drawn. Damn it, I should have checked the bathroom. You always check the bathroom. It's a rule. Bad guys love to hide there, second only to creepy basements and closets. A young woman stands strangely silhouetted against the darkness. Pale, nearly translucent skin surrounded by a halo of long, dark hair. Her eyes pierce me to the spot, not as deep as the darkness behind her, yet somehow more meaningful, hiding a hidden strength. A wispy ivory and pink dress caresses her skin, hanging off of her thin frame in soft, wavy folds. She glides toward us. You must be Max, she says, her voice musical, so lilting that I strain to hear it. I am. I don't elaborate any more on my identity. She's probably heard enough, whoever she is, to fill her mind with all sorts of things. Some of them might even be true. Who are you, and what are you doing in our bathroom? She giggles, her hand flying up to her mouth. She must have found my comment amusing. Oh, goodness. I didn't think of that. What would the king think if he knew I was skulking around in our guests' bathrooms? Her pale cheeks flush. He'd be appalled. I rather like the idea. I cock my head at the girl. Something about her seems strangely familiar, but I swear I've never seen her before. What did you say your name was again? I didn't, she says, but you may call me Liar. I let her name roll off of my tongue. Like the instrument? Hopefully she's not named after someone who is deceitful. That'd be my luck. Precisely. She beams at me before turning to Luke. And you must be Luke. She holds out one delicate hand in order for him to shake it. He does, squeezing gently, his gaze transfixed. What is she? We hadn't told anyone Luke's name yet, as far as I'm aware. Oh, except Arai. But that was a private conversation, and there's no way he'd have been admitted to the castle before us. I run through the possible scenarios in my head. She's not a demon, this much I know, nor is she a Scythe. I'd have been able to sense it. An angel? Not likely. Most of those assholes are so uppity they wouldn't deign to speak to those of us in hell. Not all who lurk in hell are monstrous. Many damned souls are attractive, and some beasts even evolve to display tempting bait to attract food. The mirage of a beautiful woman stemming from their tongues or tails to lure unsuspecting prey. It makes many of hell's inhabitants rightly skeptical of the fairer sex, something I've turned to my advantage time and again. But she's something else entirely. Her laughter sounds like church bells, oddly mesmerizing. It's a laugh of pure joy, not the more common bark of cruelty. It's a pleasure to meet you, liar, Luke says. I tamp down the flash of irritation I feel until he drops her hand. There's something off about this girl, but I don't think Luke sees it. I've seen a lot of strange shit down here. Demons, curses, even the odd witch or possession, but liar is different. And down here, different is dangerous. There's a knock on the door. When I open it, a pair of demons wait behind Hinks. I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot of him while we're here. Hopefully, we won't stay long. The king will see you now, the demon says. The hired help glares at me. The one on the left even cracks his knuckles, as if expecting a fight. Oh, I'm scared. Sure thing. I stand up and whistle Al to my side. That was fast, Luke says. I'm surprised this king guy doesn't keep us waiting. He seems like the kind of guy who does that. He glances between me and the guards. Oh, the king is very eager to speak to Max, Hinks says. Make no doubt about that. He was positively ecstatic when he found out she was here. Huh, Luke says. I shift from side to side. Can we just get this over with? I'd rather have a tete-a-tete with my brother than skirt this close to Luke asking why the king is so interested in me. Of course, Hinks says. Leave the dog. The goon on the right snaps. And the dead guy. Luke stiffens, but I put a hand on his arm to stop him from doing something stupid. That's not going to happen, Luke says. Where she goes, I go. Aw, that's kinda sweet. I can take care of myself, I say. Luke's eyes flash. I'm not letting you go with these guys without me. The goon's nostrils flare. I feel his power shimmering just below the surface, begging to be released, itching for a confrontation. No doubt he's heard the rumors and wants a chance to prove himself. There will be no need for that, Hinks says dismissively. Fine, bring who you want. I don't really care. Good, Luke says. Seriously. I brush past the goons, Al and Luke by my side. Just past the doorway, I pause. Liar. I'd forgotten about her after the demons showed up. I turn around, about to ask her if she wants to come, but the room is empty. Where'd she go? I ask Luke. Luke frowns. I don't know. I didn't see her leave. Did you see her, Hinks? The girl we were talking to? I didn't see her go past you. The demon lets out a frustrated breath. There's no one in this room besides you and the dead cop, he says. I had my men personally check the suite to make sure it was secure. And by that, he also means that there wasn't either A, any way we could smuggle in weapons, and B, there wasn't an assassin in there waiting to kill us. If anyone's going to kill us, it'll be the king. I shrug. Okay, let's figure it out later. I reach up jauntily and pretend to straighten his invisible tie. Right now, we have an audience with the King of Hell." "Oh boy, what fun," Luke mumbles. I snort. "You have no idea." The throne room was constructed to both terrify and awe its guests. Lining both sides are antique torture devices, many of which still see use from time to time, depending on how bored my uncle is or who he wants to impress. A long red velvet rug stretches from the 2 iron double doors at the end to the actual throne, which rests on a small dais. The throne itself is black, wrought iron, stylized with spikes and skulls. Elongated bones from an ancient creature form the arms and legs, and a skull formed out of carved teeth makes a dramatic background. A soft red velvet cushion pads what would be a terrifyingly uncomfortable chair. And it's on that seat that my uncle, the ruler of the damned, languishes. He looks more haggard than I remember, his hair gray and a cheap can of beer in one hand. Looking far older than his years, he's still dressed in an impeccably pressed gray pinstripe suit with a blood-red tie. It looks like went out of style in the 80s. "My dearest Max," he says, struggling to his feet. He coughs, but it's a painful, racking sound that shakes his shoulders and bows his back around himself, as if to protect his lungs. This isn't good. I've never seen my uncle like this. Not ever. He's never been sickly, which is why he's been the king for so long. No one has been able to overthrow him, even though he isn't a demon. Hell has rules, and keeping both demons and angels off of the throne is one of them. Both groups too ambitious, and they lack the ability to lead. If the demons took over, the angels would come down and smite everyone in sight, which would kind of put a damper on things. I guess there was sort of treaty or something, but it happened long before my time. Something about Satan, the original ruler, was a fallen angel. But eventually, the supernatural blood ran dry, the angels receded from active service, and hell was turned over to human rule. I never was one to pay much attention during school, either on Earth or in the training I received down here. If it didn't help me do my job as a Scythe or kill something scary, then I didn't care. Maybe I should have studied more. I'm so glad that you could join us. He struggles to his feet and stretches his arms out toward me, as if he expects me to fall right into them. Yeah, no thank you. "Hello, Your Majesty." I use his title pointedly, and he grins. I'm not usually so formal. Actually, the last time I was here, I'm pretty sure I almost burned the place to the ground, hence why there isn't any wood except for the doors. I'm not saying that was completely my fault, but my uncle didn't order the change until I left either. "Where's Peter?" Might as well cut to the chase. He knows why I'm here, and it isn't for some family reunion. "Oh, he's around. He was actually quite eager to meet you, believe it or not, despite all of the horrible things that happened on Earth. I convinced him to wait things out for tonight, get the lay of the land, so to speak, before introducing himself formally." "You mean you wanted to see if I intend to kill him?" I say, my voice deadpan. My uncle inclines his head at my words. "When you put it that way, yes, one can never be too careful." Al growls, his little eyes flashing red as he stares at one of the guards. My uncle glances down at Al. "I didn't know you had a puppy. One of your father's?" Quit changing the subject. I'm bordering on woeful insubordination here, and by the tightening of the skin on either side of the king's lips, he notices it too. "I have a few bones to pick with my brother, if that's really what he is, after all." "Oh, you're not sure?" A malicious light enters my uncle's eyes. "Then I suggest you ask your father. He'll be able to clear up any issues about Peter's paternity, if you will." He tilts his head to the side. "Though looking at you, it's easy to see the resemblance. It's been too long, my dear, much too long. But no matter the circumstances, I'm glad you're here." "What's he talking about?" Luke asks. Nothing. I'll explain later. If we have a later. I take a step toward the king. The guards on either side snap to attention, rattling their armor. They'll be quick to put a sword through me if they even think I'm going to make a move toward my uncle. This isn't a social call, I snap, feeling more and more frustrated now that I'm faced with the fact that my pansy ass of a brother didn't even have the guts to show up. But fine, I won't lie to you. I'm here to kill Peter, and I will. The first chance I get. Way to throw all of your cards on the table, Luke mutters behind me. Do you have a plan B by any chance? For when he decides he wants us dead? I flash him a quick look. I live for plan Bs. Okay, so I don't have a plan B. I probably should have thought of that beforehand. Oh, Max, the king says, his lips turning down in a frown. That's so disappointing. I was hoping you'd come to reconsider my offer. Unease prickles at the base of my spine. He sounds defeated, almost resigned. That's not a good sign. What are you talking about? I didn't hear of any offer, but even if I had, then I'd know better than to accept one from him. My uncle might appear old and frail now, but he commands one of the biggest evil bastions for power in any of the worlds I've seen. He's a force to be reckoned with, through and through. The offer you turned down when you had your little temper tantrum, he scoffs. Oh, that offer. That was years ago. I thought maybe you'd forgotten. My hands clench into fists, anger coursing through my veins. That wasn't a temper tantrum. That was me saying no to a destiny I didn't want. One I didn't choose. Well, I believe I made myself perfectly clear. The king sighs dramatically and snaps his fingers. Indeed, you did, which is why, unfortunately, I've had to make other arrangements. Out of nowhere, a pair of demon goons appears on either side of me, close enough for me to see my reflection in their gleaming swords. Like a phantom, an eerily average-looking brown-haired man glides out from behind the curtain behind the throne. He smiles, the same terrifying howdy-do neighbor grin he gave me when he started the zombie apocalypse and almost killed everyone I care about. Not that that's a long list. I slip beneath the guard to my right, twisting his wrist until he drops his sword. I catch it neatly with my other hand. I hold the pointy end out towards my target, but half a dozen more demons move to stand between us. Now, Max, my uncle says. Is that any way to treat your sibling? He's no family of mine, I say, gritting my teeth. The king gestures at Peter. How can you deny it? You share the same nose, the same laugh, and the same power. Though I have to admit, Peter has chosen a rather interesting avenue in which to show me what he's capable of. His innuendo has an immediate effect, and I materialize my scythe into my hand and launch myself at the man. I raze through the barrier of demonic guards, swiping through 3 of them in one blow. They scream as the flames devour them, leaving a pile of goo and armor. But I'm not fast enough. Peter throws his head back and laughs as more guards grab my arms and force them behind me. Luke swears, and I imagine the demons are doing the same thing to him. I wrench my arms against their grasp, but their arms are like steel bands. Without calling upon my powers, there's not a lot I can do. And although I'm prepared to cut through hundreds of guards, I know Luke won't make it that long. I need to wait for a better opportunity. Are you finished yet? The king asks. You're embarrassing yourself. You know I'm not going to let you hurt him. After all, hell must have a ruler. Not a chance. I wrench against them again and sparks fly from my fingertips. That's interesting. I've never had that happen before. Then again, I've never wanted to kill someone so badly I can taste it either. I suggest you return to your room and consider the ramifications of your decision, my uncle says, an unholy glint of rage in his eyes. You know the rules, Max, just like everyone else. and my fondness for you and your antics won't save you this time." With that, he snaps his fingers and his goons drag us back to our suite. I call out for Al to follow, and he growls at Peter before scampering after us. The big doors to the throne room slam shut, and I try to shake off my guards. "Let go of me, you idiots, or I'll smite you where I stand." I let the power crackle in my fingers and along the staff of my scythe, even though with my arms bound, I can't reach them. They let go reluctantly. "I'm not going to kill him right now," I mutter. But even though they release me, they still crowd a bit too close as they herd us to our room. Luke doesn't say a word, but that's okay, because I have enough murderous thoughts in my head for the both of us. Chapter 13. The heavy wood and iron doors clank behind us after the demons unceremoniously deposit us into our room. What the hell was that? Luke slams his fist into the wall and then grimaces at the pain. Not the brightest idea, Einstein. That was the king. I plop onto the couch and Al jumps up beside me and covers my face in puppy kisses before I bat him away. "Dude, dog, your breath stinks." "That's your answer?" he snaps. I fall back and Al jumps on me again. "What else do you want me to say? The king is a master manipulator, a real bastard. Not to mention my uncle. Having Peter come out like that doesn't surprise me one bit. Any other surprises I should know about?" I drag my attention from the puppy to the irritated ex-cop. "Oh yeah, tons of surprises, hundreds of them." I keep my tone light, even though I know I'm skirting perilously close to the truth. Luke chews on that for a minute, his gaze thoughtful. "How do you know the king? It's not just normal disciple shit, is it? This is personal." I hesitate. I so do not want to have this conversation right now. Okay, I don't want to have it ever, but I doubt I'll be that lucky. It is, but I don't want to talk about it. We have bigger crap to deal with. I've got to distract him somehow. Luke opens his mouth as if to argue, so I stand up and stride over to the bookshelves. My uncle aside, there's another mystery I want to solve. That girl, Liar, got in here somehow. I want to find out how she did it. You never know when a secret passageway will come in handy. "What are you doing?" Luke asks, crossing his arms over his chest. Good. He's distracted. "Looking for a back door," I say. It's not like we were hallucinating earlier, right? And Liar couldn't have just disappeared into thin air. Unless she's a ghost. I give him a pointed look. "You're a ghost? Can you walk through walls here in hell?" He frowns. "Good point." I crouch down and start grabbing the books on the bottom shelf. Nothing. Damn it. I stand up and bump into the iron candlestick mounted about shoulder height on the wall. With a click, the bookcase swings around, revealing a narrow passageway, complete with steep, dusty stairs descending into darkness and unlit torches lining the walls. Lukey peers around my shoulder and whistles. "Would you look at that?" "What, you didn't believe me?" I dust off my hands. Luke doesn't respond. Like I said, Liar needed an exit, and it looks like we found it. And this is a spooky old castle, so I figured there must be secret passageways. He cocks his head to the side. "And you never thought of checking before? I thought you spent a lot of time here." "I did." I bristle at his tone. But I didn't exactly need to look for secret passageways back then. Back then, I was treated like royalty. I was practically a princess. I didn't need a fucking secret passageway. Demons moved out of my way, trembling before me. I didn't have to evade them, not like I do now. "So what do you want to do?" Luke asks, breaking me out of my reverie. I say we go exploring. Al jumps at my feet and yips. I can only perceive that as agreeing with my statement. "Do you think we can get to Peter's room from here?" I shake my head. Probably not. The king knows I'm not going to play happy family with Peter, so he'll have him under lock and key. I grab my phone and flick on the flashlight button. I might not get reception, but at least I can still use it for something. We descend the narrow tunnel for about 20 feet until it levels out. The tunnel branches out into several rooms, but none of them contain my dad, or Peter for that matter. I wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. If I found him just sitting around, reading the How to Coop a Kingdom handbook, sure, I'd put a scythe in his back, but I'm not that lucky. We follow the tunnel farther and farther, sneaking past locked doors that, if my memory is correct, should lead to places like the kitchen and the wine cellar, the king's quarters, which I note to Luke, and keep going. Al quickly takes the lead, his nose to the ground, and since he doesn't stop at any of those places, neither do we. Eventually, though, the damp smell of the tunnel and the iron-like scent of the rocks tell me we must be getting close to the end. It's the same place all dark, creepy tunnels lead. The dungeon. Al darts around a corner and barks, the sound echoing through the tunnel. I trace my fingers along the damp wall until we round the corner. There. A heavy wooden door with iron braces looms before us. Al sits patiently in front of it, glancing over his shoulder at us as if to say, "What took you so long?" "So much for that," Luke says. "Do you know where it leads?" Al whines, dancing from side to side. It's pretty obvious he wants to go through the door, even though I'm not sure I do. "I have a pretty good guess," I say. "The dungeon and probably a portal. Hellhounds are pretty good at sussing those out, though the iron might mess with Al's inner GPS. "The dungeon, huh?" Luke steps back and studies the door more cautiously. "Yeah. It seems like something the king would do. That and Al's digging at it, see?" I point at the puppy. Luke frowns. "What's that got to do with it?" "Oh yeah. I forgot he wasn't well versed in hellhound behavior. Hellhounds have been bred for centuries to collect wayward souls and humans who owe debts to demons and bring them to the underworld. Obviously, they can't make their own portal, like I can, but they have this sixth sense, this homing instinct, that pulls them to a portal. Al's just a puppy. But the instinct is still there, and my dad used the best of the best for his breeding stock, so the instinct is strong. Owning a hellhound in our world is a status symbol, just as much as it's a form of protection. Maybe even more so. It didn't seem to help your dad. I wince. Thanks for the reminder. Luke swears under his breath. Sorry. Don't worry about it. Let's just try and figure out what's behind door number 1. I grab the cold metal doorknob and twist it. Locked. Okay, I could have called that one. If it were unlocked, it'd probably be a trap. Hell, it's probably still a trap, even though the door's locked. Who knows? My uncle and Peter and about 100 monsters could be waiting on the other side, and then we'd really be screwed. I press my ear against the crack in the door, as if that'll help me hear what's happening on the other side. But the doors are too thick, and I can't hear anything. Behind me, Luke clears his throat. Door isn't talking to you, eh? Smartass. Al chuffs in agreement. Luke nudges aside. Mind if I try? He pulls a slim piece of metal out of his pocket. I rock back on my heels. You have a lockpick in your pocket? He shrugs, but it seems self-conscious, like he's almost embarrassed. I always carried one when I was alive, so I guess these things transfer over when you die. How convenient. Is it? I don't know if my uncle can manifest objects in people's pockets, but I bet he knows someone who can. Still, it could be some completely mundane, as normal as it gets here in hell reason. Are the clothes you're wearing the same ones you died in? He glances down at himself. Yeah, I think so. I guess I wasn't really paying attention at the time. He selects a couple of thin metal tools from his lockpick set. I think I can get it open. Just give me a minute. By all means. I back away and Al follows, giving him room to work. But in the end, it doesn't matter. He can't get the lock open. What does work is using the butt end of a piece of wood I chipped from one of the supports, which was probably not one of my best ideas, to wedge the pins out of the hinges. It's not very stealthy, something that Luke reminds me of when he says I'd make a terrible spy. I plant my hands on my hips. I think I'd be a great spy. I can totally MacGyver my way out of just about anything. He smirks. If that's your definition of being a spy, then maybe you're right. I bat my eyes at him after I pop the last pin out of the hinge. The door sags inward, and Luke pushes his shoulder against it so it doesn't fall in. That'd be a great way to announce our arrival to whoever's on the other side. Oh, darling, I say. I'd be the best spy there ever was. Just get through the damn door before it falls and kills me, he grunts. I duck under his outstretched arm. Wouldn't that be ironic? Come back to life in hell only to die when a door falls on you. I chuckle, even though the reality isn't very funny at all. Luke really could die here, and then I wouldn't even have his ghost to harass me when we get back home. I pass him quickly into the dark room beyond, both to relieve his arms and to escape the morbid thought plaguing me. It's not just death. I've seen lots of people die. Some I've even caused. It's Luke. Luke's death would bother me. Damn it. I care about the guy. That never ends well. I scan the room with my flashlight, studying everything I can as the beam slices through the darkness. I was wrong. We're not in the dungeon after all. The room we're in is about 8 by 10, and empty except for a few crates stacked along the wall. I don't see a portal either. So much for any of my theories. Are you coming? I ask, a little more brusquely than I intend. Luke grunts before carefully leaning the door against the wall. He's good. He didn't even make a sound. I thought you said this was the dungeon, he says. Whatever. It's been a while since I've been here, okay? Luke pries one drawer open to reveal rows of guns. Another is full of ammunition. Sweet. He helps himself to a gun, loads it, and fills his pockets with more rounds. Do you want one? He pulls out a weapon for me. No thanks. I lift up my scythe. That's the only weapon I need. Suit yourself. He shoves the second weapon into the waistband of his jeans. On the other side of the door leading out of the ammunition room, we find what I thought we would. Medieval cells line each side of the corridor, their thick iron bars impossible to break out of. In silence, we creep by the first of the cells. In each, a stone cot and a bucket rest near the back wall. There's the shadow of what was probably a demon in the one on the left, but it doesn't acknowledge our passing. The hairs on the back of my neck stand at attention. This is not a good place to get caught in. Be careful. Up ahead, the dungeon ends in another door, this one bearing the demonic crest. The throne room. I'd forgotten my uncle likes to keep his enemies close. For those just-in-case times one needs to drag out a hapless victim to torture in front of company. Oh, great. Another door, Luke says. We don't want to try and lockpick that one, I say, and tell him where it leads. Good point, he says, but it could come in handy later. Hopefully, that day would never come. Something moves in the last cell on the left. Or rather, someone. A thin, pale hand reaches through the bars toward us. Max, a voice rasps, an all-too-familiar voice. Dad? I fly to the cell door with Al nipping at my heels. Grabbing my dad's hand, I pull him as far as I can before I remember, oh yeah, there's an iron cell door between us. Oh my God, you're alive! Max. Dad squeezes my hands. What are you doing here? I hug him as best as I can through the bars. He feels thinner, more frail. though I bet my uncle doesn't have 4-star service delivered to his prisoners. I could ask you the same thing. My dad laughs, but it's a raspy, wheezing sound that makes me cringe. He's sick, and judging by the bruises on his face and neck that are evident even in the dim light, he's not on my uncle's good side. Did the king do that? I ask. Dad stalls for a split second, recognition flashing in his eyes. The king, not my uncle. Good. At least he's still quick on his feet. Yes. Dad nods. Things got a little, shall we say, dicey after he unleashed the Leviathan. The corners of his lips twitch. I shudder internally, remembering the carnage we'd witnessed. You can say that again. We got there after it happened and it was awful. I thought you were dead. Dad nods. You found the book, eh? He knows that would be the first place I looked. It was always our code. If the book was still there, then the other one wasn't coming back. That's just the way things are in our world. Yeah, I've got it. It's safe. My dad's shoulders sag in relief. Thank God. I doubt God has anything to do with any of this anymore. And even if he did, his minions are doing a piss-poor job of exerting his will. This is all very touching, Luke says. But we might want to move the reunion somewhere else. Dad jumps back. Who's that? I glance over my shoulder at Luke. His gaze flashes to mine before flickering away to the door leading to my uncle's throne room. Dad, this is Luke. He was a SCU cop that Barty killed. He's been helping me work the case. You're working with an outsider? Dad doesn't even try to keep the derision from his voice. A human? My shoulders stiffen. Luke was working this case before he died. He saved my life. Dad grunts in response. An awkward tension thickens the air, and for a second I feel like a teenager bringing her date home for prom. Not that I would know what that's like, though. I never went to a school dance. Luke grabs the heavy iron door and rattles it. How are we going to get through this? I don't think my lockpick will work. I heft the scythe at my side. Yeah, you're probably right. Good thing I've got a better idea. I wave both him and my dad away from the door and, after muttering a few words and a prayer that I don't screw this up in front of an audience, I slide my blade into the air. And, just as I'd hoped, as the jagged rift appears in front of me, an identical one appears in the back of my dad's cell. Luke whistles. Shit, Max. If I'd known you could do that, our trip could have been a whole lot shorter. I flash him a saucy smile as my dad appears on our side of the door. Like I said, things work a bit differently down here. Besides, everyone knows I'm a Scythe, so it's not like I'm hiding anything. Very true, he says. But now that we got your dad out of here, I think we should leave too, before someone decides to come and check on him. Chapter 14. On our way out, we put the door on its hinges and creep back to my room. The lack of any guards or security makes me nervous. There should be better security than this. More people watching us. More... anything. I rack my brain about the last time I was here. There were more guards back then, strolling the halls, monitoring the dungeon, and just watching things. We shouldn't have been able to sneak out of my room via a super-secret tunnel, unhinge a freaking dungeon door, free a prisoner, and then escape with said prisoner. Even if we didn't have the hellhound puppy with us, we shouldn't be this good at sneaking around. Bull in a china shop comes to mind. I think we should confront the king, I say, after we're safely back in my room and the secret passage is sealed up. Get it over with. Something isn't right, and I hate waiting for the other shoe to drop. Luke folds his arms across his chest and eyes me skeptically. Are you sure that's a good idea? Dad glances between us. I can almost hear the questions rolling around in his head. He's got to be wondering who Luke really is, what I'm doing with a dead guy in hell, and why I haven't told him the king is my uncle. I know my dad, though. he's too circumspect to ask in front of Luke. I don't know. I think we should stick around and try to figure out what his motives are, Luke says. If that's your plan, you probably should have mentioned it before we broke my dad out of prison. Dad chuckles. I think you might want to listen to the boy, he says. At least for now. And how do you think that's possible? As soon as they realize that we've freed you? I mean, it's not like we can hide it. I am going to get out of here and lay low for a while. Get out of the limelight, if you will. I eye my father suspiciously. You mean that you want to get away from your son, right? Dad flushes. Yes, and that. Look, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I'll give you the full account later, I promise. Just not right here, right now. Will you? And what story will that be? The one where you had another kid and then abandoned him? Or the one where he turns out to be a psychopath and tries to kill, I don't know, the entire world? Luke stifles a chuckle. Peter wouldn't do that. He's just confused. Dad looks at Luke for a second, as if for support, which ignites my anger even more. And by confused, you mean raising a zombie army to attack and kill me and my friends before coming down here to try and take over hell? Dad looks away. At least he has the sense to look embarrassed. Luke coughs. We should probably go. I fold my arms across my chest. All of the pent-up rage I've felt since I found out about Peter bubbles to the surface. In a second, Luke. So tell me, Dad, how you can justify what he's done. I can't miss the triumphant glint in Luke's eyes, and I try not to dwell on the warm fuzzies that makes me feel. I don't do warm fuzzies. I met Peter's mother after your mom and I split up. Sheila was a one-night stand. Nothing serious. She didn't even tell me about Peter, someone else did. I didn't believe it until I met the boy. Dad shakes his head, and I catch the regret in his eyes. Then I knew. Okay. So he regrets his decision. We've all done things we wish we hadn't. I'm not letting him off the hook that easily. That's bullshit. You pulled the same crap on another kid that you did to me. Hell, you always wanted a son. That's why you made my mom call me Max. Are you trying to tell me that you wouldn't jump on the fact that another woman had a boy for you? A male heir to the throne, so to speak? An heir in more ways than one. A muscle ticks on Dad's jaw. A sign that I know all too well, since usually I'm the reason it's there. Believe what you want. I knew about the boy, yes, but I thought he'd be safe since he didn't show nearly one iota of the power you did. Oh no. So what you're really saying is that you ignored my brother because he wasn't strong enough for you? I thought that's why you ignored me for most of my life, until you know that whole demon thing. I'm so pissed off that even the memory of summoning a demon at my 16th birthday party doesn't make me embarrassed. That's not what I'm saying. Just like your mother, Sheila didn't want Peter brought into this life if at all possible. She wanted to shield him from the unpleasantness of what we do and who we're involved with. He lifts his shoulder and then drops it. I respected that. Yeah, until your spawn started showing a little too much power to ignore. Then you actually did have to do something about it. Dad closes his eyes and rubs the back of his neck with one hand. In a rush, I can see how exhausted he is, and some of the pain that he's feeling from his imprisonment. I feel guilty for all these questions. But I'm not done yet. There are still things I need to know before he leaves. Did the king put you in that cell, or was it my brother? Dad lets out a hollow laugh. I'm afraid they are one and the same, he says. I cock my head to the side, processing his words. I don't like what I'm hearing, so I keep trying to find a loophole so that things really aren't as bad as they seem. I can't find one. What are you talking about? Luke asks. Dad studies him for a second before sighing. The king. Again, he emphasizes the title, is not himself. He's not sick per se, but there's something going on that is causing his decisions to be flawed and his behavior erratic. I don't know how to explain it better than that. I've even heard rumblings of dissent coming from hell and the rumor that there are others trying to change things up a bit. I'm guessing that the dissent is probably coming from my brother. But that doesn't make any sense, I say, thinking out loud. The king wouldn't allow anyone close that wanted to overthrow him. Dad shrugs. Your guess is as good as mine. I came down here after your brother attacked my compound, hoping to find somewhere to hide out for a while. Things didn't go quite as I planned. He grimaces, scratching at a scab on his arm. Where are you going to go now? A big part of me objects enormously at the thought of my dad leaving again. I just got him back after all, but it makes sense. If my uncle threw him in jail, then it's not safe for him here now that he's out. I'm not sure it's safe for him anywhere, but if it's me thereafter, then the farther away he is, the better. It's probably better if you don't know. Ah, yes. That way, if I get tortured, I can't give away his location. It's great to be reminded of how highly he thinks of me. Yeah, he loves me in his own way, but he loves himself more. Dad kneels down. I can't believe you rescued my pup. I'd have figured he'd be long gone. He snaps his fingers at Al, who's watching him curiously from my side. Come here, boy. Al tilts his head but doesn't move. Come here, Dad commands. Al lifts his lip just the tiniest bit to show a glint of white teeth. I don't think that's your dog anymore, Luke says, his voice dry. Dad chuckles. It appears not. He stands up and brushes himself off. I guess that means I'm traveling solo. I'm sure he'll come around, I say. He's just used to me, that's all. I swear both Dad and the puppy roll their eyes at me. Back in my room, we clear the living area and Dad asks me for a blade. He doesn't have a lot of power, otherwise he'd be the one with the target on his back. But he is a half-demon. And any demon with any amount of blood knows at least some basic spell work. Dad is no exception to that rule. I hand him the palm-sized blade from my pocket, and he makes a small cut on his arm. After muttering a few things in some long-forgotten language, he dips his finger in the blood, welling to the surface, and then draws several symbols encased in a circle on the floor. He says the last word of the spell triumphantly, and then, in a puff of smoke, a figure appears. Instantly, my scythe is in my hand, and Luke trains his gun on the shape. I should have seen this coming. I knew what spell Dad was using. It's about the 5th one in his repertoire, but it still catches me by surprise to see the figure standing there. A human-shaped figure, to boot. At least it's no demon. As the smoke clears and Lyre smooths her hands on her skirt, I lower my weapon. Lyre may be a threat, and she probably has some sort of kick-ass hidden fighting skills that we haven't seen. But she hasn't tried to kill us yet, so she's firmly in the lesser of two evils camp. She nods quickly at Luke and myself, and then turns to my dad. Are you ready to go? Yes. Thank you for coming so quickly. He turns to me. I'll tell you everything soon, I promise. What the hell does that mean? But before I can ask, Dad offers her his arm, and Lyre slips hers through his. Then, in another puff of cloudy fog, they're gone. Great. Leaving more questions now than there were before. Typical. Before I can even clean up the bloody sigil Dad left on the floor, there's a knock on the door. I share a look with Luke, and we both pull out our weapons before I approach the door. I like how he immediately defers to me here, as if I might know a bit more than him. He's right. I do. Not that my knowledge will necessarily help us get out of this alive, so to speak, but I'd like to think we have a better shot. Our friendly neighborhood demon version of Jeeves stands on the other side of the door. He's wearing this annoyed look on his face that's only slightly more severe than his normal look. The king requests your presence in his royal chambers immediately. I arch an eyebrow, unable to contain my sarcastic nature. I can't help it. It's a self-defense mechanism. What a coincidence. We were just thinking about heading down there. Luke visibly relaxes at my comment. I wonder if he thought I was about to spill the beans about my dad. Fat chance of that. Sure, they'll figure it out eventually, but I won't add any fuel to the fire in case my uncle's already pissed at me. He hasn't killed me yet, so I'm not really inclined to give him a reason. Lead the way, Jeeves, I say, sweeping my arm out in a grand gesture. Luke snorts. Are you sure this is a good idea? He whispers into my ear after we leave the room. Nope, I say, and whistle Al to my side. But I don't think we have any choice either. The puppy yaps as if in agreement. Great. If the puppy thinks we're screwed, then this is definitely a bad idea. Too bad I'm all out of good ones. Chapter 15. My uncle's private quarters are situated on the floor above the throne room. A lavish spread, complete with ornate iron doors and intricately carved furniture, it reeks of decadence. That is, until you realize all of the figures carved into the wood are screaming souls. I shiver and give an armchair a wide berth. It's details like this that take away from the ambiance. My uncle stands with his back to us on a balcony overlooking a courtyard I never knew was there. Not that I ever went into my uncle's private quarters when I was here last, but it serves as a reminder that there's so much to hell that I don't know about. A human servant announces our presence, but my uncle ignores him. He ignores us too, actually, until I clear my throat. Your Majesty, I say, and give him a short bow. My scythe twitches in my hand, and all of a sudden I imagine myself using it as a weapon and cleaving my uncle's head clean off of his body. No, I'm not that kind of person. At least, not yet. The king is still my uncle, and that has to count for something, I think. Actually, when I think about how far family has actually gotten me, it's probably time to start making better choices. Max? Just the single word from his lips sends shivers down my spine. It reminds me of the last time I was here. The disappointment and the rage, and even the untapped fury in his eyes when I told him that I was not going to ascend the throne. I can't. I square my shoulders and lift my chin to meet my uncle's stormy gaze. I won't. I refuse. You'll have to find somebody else. My uncle's fingers tighten around the armrest of the throne until his knuckles turn white. There is no one else. You have to do it. It is your destiny. Then I choose a new destiny. The memory of Angela's mom wailing over her daughter after she killed her abuser is still vivid in my head. And it should be. It was my fault. If I hadn't played God, then Angela would have been allowed to rest, and none of this would have happened. A low, rumbling laugh echoes from my uncle's throat. It doesn't work like that. You can't just one day decide that you don't want to be queen. It's not that simple. My hands flex into fists. This is not a split-second decision. I'm just not the right person for the job. You've told me all along that if I didn't think I could handle it, you would find somebody else. Well, I'm telling you, I am not the right person. I don't want it, and you can't make me do it. I am done. We shall see about that, but for now, get out. Have your little juvenile tiff or whatever it is, then come back when you're ready to grow up and accept your role in this world. Then I guess I'll never see you again. I ignore the sting in my heart as I spin on my heels and stride out of the throne room. It takes everything in me not to turn around and tell him it was a mistake, and I don't know what I was thinking, but I do know. I know that I will never regret it, even if it costs me the only family I have left. Why are you here? The king turns slowly, clasping his hands behind his back. The black suit he's wearing makes his skin look pale and almost translucent. The gold and obsidian crown on his head does little to soften his appearance. In fact, it makes him look even more sallow. His dark eyes are bloodshot around the iris, and they narrow as he looks at me, completely ignoring Luke. I guess he doesn't think the dead cop is any sort of a threat. And to him, Luke might not be. "Are you going to kill me?" I ask, blurting out the first thing that comes to my mind. My uncle throws his head back and laughs. "My dear girl, after all these years and you still think that this is about you? How delusional. There's so much more at stake. This is about the future of hell and heaven and earth." "What are you talking about? They aren't in any danger that I know of." My uncle scratches his cheek lightly. "You've been out of the game for a long time. Things have changed." His words remind me of what Pythius said after he tried to attack me in my tarot and tea shop. What did he say? There's a new game in town, or new players, or something like that. Either way, it resonates. Maybe this is what Pythius was talking about. "You didn't answer the question." My voice becomes deadly quiet, but I know he hears me. My uncle meets my gaze, and it takes everything in me to resist the urge to wilt and turn away. There's something wrong in his eyes, something that wasn't there years ago when I was in hell. A sickness. Dad was right. "If I wanted you dead, Max, you wouldn't be here." He cocks his head a bit to the side, regarding me thoughtfully. "I've always had a soft spot for you, but maybe that was my mistake. Maybe I should have taken you out when you refused to follow my orders. That whole incident with the girl, that was a test. A test you failed, miserably. I should have let that be a sign then. But no, I let you trot off to your human world, and your human job, and your human lovers, and thought that you would come back one day after you came to your senses. But you never did." "What does that have to do with anything?" From the corner of my eye, I can see Luke glance from me to my uncle, uncertainly. Crap. Now is not the time, nor the place for him to find out who I am and what exactly I was avoiding when I ran away from hell all those years ago. Everything. When I let you go, I was the laughingstock of hell. Demons the world over lost respect for their king because I let a mere Scythe deny me and do as she wished. And now you come into my home as a guest and release one of my most dangerous prisoners? It's inexcusable. My mind whirls with the excuses. He knows about my dad. There's no use denying it. He knows. Where's Peter hiding? Behind the curtains this time? Ah, yes. Your half-brother. Here's the thing, Max. He's powerful, yes. In your absence, I took him under my wing. I thought maybe I'd use him to make you jealous, so that you'd see how much hell needs you, how much worse it could be. I never planned to actually let him rule, but it seems my ruse has spun out of my control. I thought, perhaps together, we could stop him. Before it's too late. I glance at Luke, but he's distracted by something out the window. He turns suddenly, a look of panic on his face. My uncle opens his mouth to say something else, but before he can, there's a flash of light, and something bursts through the open balcony window and embeds itself into his back. A spear, about 6 feet long and glistening. Demon-made, magic-born. A rare weapon of power, probably from my uncle's private collection. My uncle's mouth opens and then closes a couple of times, more like a gaping fish than anything, before a trickle of blood escapes the corner and he falls to his knees. A rattly gasp leaves his mouth, and then he falls face down on the ground. I don't need to check for a pulse. No one can get a spear embedded in their spine like that and still survive. Not even the king of hell. Well, fuck. That didn't go exactly as planned. Luke and I race to the window before flattening ourselves against the stone wall and peeking around the side. In the middle of the empty courtyard stands a man. He doesn't try to hide himself, and he's not wearing a cloak or a hood to obscure his face. Peter doesn't care if we see him or recognize him. My half-brother stares up at the window and lifts up a hand and waves slowly. Message received, dear brother. Message received. Chapter 16. There's a flash of light and something hurtles toward me. The ceiling is falling, and the wall has a gaping hole in it. Strange, melodic music fills my head and I can't move. I know the tune from somewhere, but I can't place it. Luke yells my name, but it's almost as if he's underwater or really far away. He dives toward me, and the music rushes through my head, consuming me, filling my pores, just as another spear enters the room and arcs toward me. Luke pushes me to the ground. As soon as my head makes contact with the cold marble floor, I swear I hear an angel sing. But that's not possible. There aren't any angels in hell. Sometimes being unconscious is a blessing, and it's even better when someone thinks you're unconscious and you're not. It gives you time to plan, to take inventory of your injuries, and figure out how to get the hell out of whatever mess you're in. I've seen enough messes in my day to recognize the signs, and this one is seriously at the top of the list. I don't hear any sounds around me, so that tells me I'm probably indoors somewhere. Neither good nor bad, but it's knowledge just the same. Knowledge that I might be able to use to my advantage. The throbbing in my head drags me from the inky darkness. I breathe shallowly in case someone is watching me. I don't want them to know I'm awake. I flex my muscles systematically. Toes first, then ankles, legs, and thighs. Then I start on my hands, tightening my fingers just enough to make sure they're not broken or cut off or something. Then I go with the hands, the arms, and finally, my neck and back. Everything is accounted for except for the throbbing in my skull. I'm alive, for better or for worse. The brush of a touch on my hand makes my eyes fly open. For some reason, I wasn't expecting that. I'm not alone. Oh, thank God, Luke says. He presses a couple of fingers to the vein in my neck, as if to check my pulse. I swat his hand away. I'm alive, you idiot. A wounded look crosses his face. I was just making sure that you're not a zombie. Jesus. Oh, and you're welcome for saving your ass. I groan, memories from the throne room rushing back to me. Luke helps me sit up, and as my eyes adjust to the dim light, I realize we're in a cave of some sort. The warmth of his hand burns through the back of my shirt, chasing away the chill consuming me. It is cold here. Freezing, really. Al leaps on my lap. He yips, delighted little puppy sounds, and laps at my face with his tongue. Dude, dog, give me a second. I feebly try to push him away, but I'm too weak from whatever knocked me out. Al's tail beats a frantic staccato against my side. I give up and try another tactic. Where are we? A cave. Somewhere outside of the castle. I'm not sure where exactly. He glances around, as if looking for someone. After the demons showed up, Liar came and, well, all hell broke loose. I groan and massage the back of my neck, as if that will ease the throbbing in my skull. That sucks. Luke barks out a laugh, surprising even Al, who stops licking my face. That's an understatement. There were demons everywhere. It was insane. He shakes his head. I have no idea how we would have gotten out if it weren't for Liar. I tilt my aching head to the side. What did she do? God, I can't believe I was unconscious for this. I'm sorry about the whole getting knocked out cold thing. Luke tilts my chin up so he can look into my eyes. I bet he's checking to see if my eyes are dilated on account of the whole concussion thing. Don't worry about it. When I saw them coming, and you didn't move, I just acted. Do you remember anything? Sort of. It was all in slow motion, and I heard music. But I was frozen, and then I saw you leaping toward me. That was it. I frown, the memories solidifying in my mind. Luke scrubs a hand over his jaw, leaving a streak of dried blood in its wake. It was like you were in a trance or something. I've never seen anything like it. How did Liar get us out? There wouldn't have been enough time to find a secret tunnel if there were that many demons. Luke wouldn't know where they were either. Hell, I didn't know all of them, though I don't doubt they're there. That has to be how she did it. She did this wavy thing with her hand. Luke tries to show me what Liar did, but he looks more like the guy from the wax-on, wax-off commercial. He scowls when I tell him that. And it opened up a portal, kind of like the one you did to come here, but she didn't need a tool or a weapon or anything. She just used her hand. Is she a scythe? I shake my head. No, but I had no idea she could do that. What the hell is she? That's not even the worst of our problems. Luke glances toward the mouth of the cave. There are still demons everywhere. They've got to be searching for us. Or Liar is, I say. My words die in the stillness of the cave. Why? Do they think you killed the king? I doubt it. Peter didn't exactly hide after doing what he did. Then it doesn't make sense that they're after you. You're not that important. I can't keep the chuckle from bubbling to my lips. I can think of a few reasons. His eyes narrow on me, and I realize my mistake. Fuck it all. I thought we were done with the secrets, Max. Tell me what's going on. Come on, Max. Watch yourself. Oh, I try to play it off flippantly. Let's just say that the last time I was here, I might have burned a few bridges. Luke studies me for a few seconds, and I'm sure that he doesn't buy my story until he nods. Why does that not surprise me? I struggle to my feet, suddenly needing to feel the ground beneath the soles of my shoes. I feel weaker sitting on the ground, and I hate feeling weak. I call my Scythe, but aside from a thrumming energy humming around my fingertips, I don't feel anything, and the weapon doesn't appear. What the hell? Luke frowns as he watches me. Powers aren't working? I shake my head. You did hit your skull pretty hard. Your powers will come back soon, I bet. His words ring false, but maybe that's just my innate pessimism talking. I hope that's all it is. If I lose my powers, we're sitting ducks here, and even worse, we're trapped sitting ducks. How long have I been out? I almost don't want to know the answer, but my stomach's probably rumbling loud enough to alert demons from miles around. Luke helps me to my feet, and I feel better now that I'm standing. One night, give or take a few hours. He glances at the cave's mouth again and frowns. I don't really know. Could be a couple of hours, or it could be a day. I don't think it's much longer than that, though. Damn it. I feel helpless. I don't even know how time works down here. He steadies one hand against the cave wall, as if the feeling of the stone against his palm will soothe him. I hope it works. I turn resolutely toward the entrance. I'm going to head out there and check things out, I say with a lot more bravado than I feel. In reality, our situation sucks. If I don't regain my powers, and there's legions of demons out hunting for my head, then we're screwed. Sure, I can brawl with the best of them, but against non-humans like the demons? In terms of raw, physical power, I'm weak. Pitifully, painfully weak. Even though I know it's gone, I still reach for my power when a figure bursts through the mouth of the cave. Damn it. My head swims. I pull a knife from my boot, but my hand shakes. The figure pulls back his hood and surveys the cave. He has disheveled black hair and blood streaking from a cut under his eye. His skin has a pale gray cast, but I'm not sure if that's from his genes or blood loss from an unseen wound. I don't recognize him. He looks human, but he's not. He's got that aura of a demon about him. At least I can still tell that much. "Are you Max?" he asks after his eyes land on me. Apparently, he doesn't recognize me either. Luke steps protectively in front of me, as if that will save me from this guy. "Who wants to know?" Al limps over to his side. "My protectors." "Thank God," the demon gushes. "Bass sent me." "Bass? I never thought I'd hear from him, at least down here. What's going on? Who are you?" That's the most important question. Demons are tricky. Bass might not have sent him, and even if he did, he had to have made some sort of deal to get the message through. Demons don't do things pro bono. "We don't have much time," he says. "I'm Saul. We've got to get out of here." I plant my hands on my hips, and I'm rather proud I don't fall over. "You think?" It's a rhetorical question, so I don't bother waiting for an answer. "What's the message?" He's back on Earth. He's destroying everything. Saul doesn't have to say who he is. We all know he's talking about Peter. But he was just here. My heart lodges into my throat. How could he be here and also there? It's impossible. I try to reconcile the fact that I've been out for several hours. So it's totally plausible that my brother is on Earth and wreaking havoc and mayhem, but I can't. Maybe my brain is still stuck in the fog from getting knocked around. Saul's lips press into a thin line. "Not anymore. After killing the king, he loosed a Leviathan on Chicago and opened all of the portals. Demons are everywhere. People are dying. We need your help." But what can I do? I clench my fists, but no answering rush of power tingles up my arms and into my fingers. "Send them all back. Kill Peter. Take your pick," he scoffs. "Bass needs you, Max. The world needs you." I rub the back of my throbbing head. "I haven't exactly been sitting on my ass, you know. It's only been, less than a day?" Saul frowns. "A lot can happen in that time." "You need to rest," Luke says. "Not go gallivanting off after whatever monster of the day Peter's unleashed. Besides, it's obviously a trap. He's probably trying to draw you out again, since you disappeared from the castle like that." "I don't think we have a choice," I say. I clench my hands into fists, willing them to stop shaking. And they do, at least a little bit. It's better than nothing. Luke squeezes my shoulder. "You always have a choice." His words cut me deep, and for a brief second, I think about all of the things that have happened in my life. I thought I had a choice, back when I quit and refused the throne, but it still led me to this. If I hadn't denied my calling, then none of this would have happened. I close my eyes and my uncles blink back at me. Right before he died. The throne to hell was empty. The last time that happened, a full-on supernatural war nearly destroyed everything. And it was about to happen again. When do we leave? Chapter 17. Luke stands beside me in front of the portal back to Earth. "You know, I almost don't want to go back." He chuckles and runs his hand through his hair, self-consciously. Al pounces on a tuft of dead grass, his black tail straight up in the air like a flag. I pause. This isn't my idea of fun either. I mean, the odds are I'll end up joining Luke in the afterlife by the end of this. But I can't really stay here and hide from the demons and my brother forever. Why? Because here, I'm alive. Mostly. It's stupid, isn't it? Stupid. No, it's not. I get it. If you want to stay here, you can. You don't have to come back with me. Yeah, it would suck to be on my own, but he wouldn't be much of a help anyway, unfortunately. You know I won't do that. It's just tempting. I glance back at Saul, who's guarding the mouth of the old abandoned house where the portal was located. I try to quell the initial panic the idea of Luke staying behind brings, but it's his right, his choice. Death has taken so much from him, I can't let it take this too. You should stay. I crack a weak grin, even though it physically pains me. Odds are I'll get killed and join you soon, anyway. Luke snorts. True, but I'd miss seeing you kick Peter's ass, so that's not gonna happen. Al sits in front of me abruptly and whines, as if sensing the thoughts running through my head. It's all right, boy, I say, and crouch down to scratch the hair behind his ears. Luke takes a deep breath. I'm ready when you are. The trip through the rift is coldly familiar, yet strange because I'm not the one controlling it. I feel naked, useless. Damn it. The portal dumps us in an abandoned warehouse in Evanston, a suburb of Chicago. How charming, I say, kicking aside an empty condom wrapper. The least whoever opened the rift could have done is drop us off somewhere a little cleaner than this. Maybe even somewhere better armed, like a gun shop. I'm sorry. I didn't have time. A soft, feminine voice replies behind us. I spin around, instinctively summoning my scythe, but of course it's not there. Liar glides from the shadows, her pale dress tattered and torn, smudged with brownish-red streaks along the hem. This was you? Luke scans the rest of the room, probably looking for an accomplice. It makes sense. Liar isn't a scythe, and the list of creatures who can create these rifts is pretty small unless you're a demigod or one hell of a witch. Neither of which she is, I think. Well, yeah. She brushes his question off. Who else would it be? My brother? I ask. Liar gives a ladylike snort. Peter's not that talented. He couldn't open a portal to a specific place like this on his own like you or I can. He had to ask for help. What's going on? Saul mentioned something about a leviathan, I say. My head's pounding, I feel like throwing up, and my powers have gone to shit. This sucks at a royal epic level. Peter is the new king of hell, Liar says simply, and the words bring a chill down my spine, even though I knew that was the likely conclusion of him killing my uncle. But it should have taken longer, unless he already had the support from the majority of demons. Fuck that, Luke says. I glance at him from the corner of my eye. His eyes glow blue again. I miss the stormy gray they'd been in hell. I miss the warmth radiating off of him. Dead, he's cold and vaguely translucent. He's not my Luke anymore. He wasn't your Luke to begin with. Liar doesn't bat an eye at his language. And that's why you're here, she says to me. You want me to stop my brother, I say. Of course, Liar says. But now. Her eyes widen. They're coming. You need to go outside now. Talk to the others. Stop the Leviathan before it destroys this city, and then stop your brother. Aye, Captain. I give her a mock salute, but by the time I finish it, she's gone. Damn it. Luke spins around. Where in the hell did she go? That's the wrong question, I mutter, shaking my head. The real question is, what is she? And why is she helping us? The door behind us bangs open. Max, you in there? Bass's voice rings out. Something akin to relief and dread wells up inside me at the same time. Yup, we're here. I blink back the dark spots hovering at the edge of my vision. Interdimensional travel probably wasn't a good idea with a head injury. I'll have to note that for next time. God, I hope there isn't a next time. Bass rushes in, his black hair sticking out wildly and his clothing torn and bloody. It must not be his blood, though, because he's moving pretty well. What took you so long? Luke snorts. Hell, obviously. It's not just a skip and a jump away. I can barely ignore the ghost. That's going to take some getting used to again. I came back as soon as I could, I say. Bass snorts. Get out there then. We need you. Where's your scythe? Lost it, I say, feeling mildly guilty at the half-lie. Didn't have time to grab it. Damn it, Bass swears. He pulls a short sword from the scabbard at his waist. Here. Thanks. I swing the weapon in a quick circle to get acclimated. It's not a scythe or a weapon I've used before, but it's well-balanced and it'll do what it needs to do. I reach for my power, but once again, feel nothing. At least my hands aren't shaking. Tell him what's going on, Luke says, standing behind me. I spin around, heart pounding. Don't do that, I snap. I'll tell him later. Bass blinks. Tell me what, is that Luke? In the not flesh, the dead cop says wryly. Yup, I say. And it's not important. Let's just get out there. Saul said it was a Leviathan? Please let me change the topic. Yeah, Bass says. Let's get out there and kill that thing. The temperamental gray waters in Lake Michigan churn at the edge of the rickety wooden pier. Iggy, still sporting his scraggly goatee, holds a shotgun in his hand like a baseball bat. Sasha and Dom scramble along the rotting wooden pier toward the churning water. Where's everyone else? It can't just be these four. Where's Grace, the animal whisperer, and Melody, Sasha, and Bass's cousin? They stayed in Cali, he says, his voice grim. Just in case Peter tries something there, too. More waves crash against the shore, a fitting punctuation to his sentence. Crap. It must be bad if they left their reinforcements behind. Suddenly, just past the end of the pier, a gray-green scaled creature erupts from the water. Taller than the nearby warehouse, it whips an alligator-shaped head around, teeth glistening in the light. Teeth as big as telephone poles. Spikes stand sentinel along its back, wickedly sharp and gleaming from the water. A Leviathan. Saul was right. Holy shit, Luke mutters. Al whines and ducks behind me. Sasha scrambles to the end of the pier. The Leviathan's tail whips around, smashing through the weathered wooden railing. Sasha dives to the side, the pier leaning dangerously into the angry, white-tipped water. Dom flies after her, grabbing her hand just as she slides over the edge. The Leviathan rears back, but before he can strike, Iggy aims his shotgun at the beast and fires. The blast knocks him back, and he misses by a mile, but he does distract the monster. Iggy fires again. The monster roars, saliva dripping from its razor-sharp teeth. Inhumanly fast, it weaves through the water until it reaches the shore. Behind them, Dom pulls Sasha up. "Don't just stand there, do something!" Bass yells. He flashes me an incredulous look and races toward the creature. Iggy scrambles backward, tripping over his gun. Bass pauses just long enough to fire a round. The bullet bounces off of the creature's scaled hide. It drags itself ashore, its webbed feet better suited for swimming than for walking. Iggy reloads his shotgun, terror painted across his face, and fires again. "Damn it, Max! Help them!" Luke waves at the creature advancing on Bass as Iggy fires again. Like a giant snake, the Leviathan slithers ashore before rearing its head at the helpless Iggy. Bass launches himself at the creature, sword in hand, but the beast's hide is too thick for him to penetrate. Dom jabs a blade into the softer, less protected junction between the beast's toes. It rears back, a guttural roar issuing from its throat. It whips around, tossing Dom to the rocky ground where he lies unmoving. Seeing the normally surly ex-cop on the ground shakes me out of whatever fog I'm still feeling. Courage wells within me. I heft the sword in my hand and chase after Bass. I don't have any powers, but I've got to do something. The creature rears up on his hind legs over Iggy. The watcher screams, holding his shotgun in front of him like a spear, too terrified to reload it or fire. He stumbles backward and trips on some rocks. Sasha falls off of the pier onto the shore. She clutches her arm, blood dripping down her side and fingertips. "Open a rift, damn it!" Sasha screams. "Push it through!" Push it through? It's the size of a small building. The Leviathan arches its serpentine head, ichor gushing from the wound on its scaled flesh. It opens its jaws, saliva dripping from its teeth. Iggy scurries backward, the gun forgotten, his eyes wide with fear. Bass! Sasha! I reach inside me to where my power used to be and pull with all my might. Pull with all my everything. Please, God. If there is a God, please let me open the damn rift. Let me send this damn thing back to hell where it belongs. Nothing. Fuck. Max! Bass shouts. Luke rushes toward them as if he could do something, and I'm left alone, standing on the beach. Do it. Now. And we'll force it through. I'm sorry. I can't. Bile rises in my throat as the monster smashes through the pedestrian walkway, crushing a car like a tin can. Spectators are screaming or holding cell phones like idiots, trying to record the attack for social media. The Leviathan roars again, cocking its head to the side as if to get a better look at Iggy. Sasha lurches forward, and Bass stabs the creature under its leg. Ichor spurts from the wound. He must have hit an artery. Max! Luke yells. You've got to do something. The air grows heavy around me, and somewhere I swear I can hear music. Music. Max, do it now! Bass shouts. I'm trying! I grit my teeth, trying to call up. No demand. My power again and again. Help! Iggy cries. Damn it! Bass leaps on the creature's tail and time slows down as he crawls his way up its spine. I throw my hand out, commanding my power, but once again I get nothing. Rage wells in its place. The beast's head snaps down, and then it's too late. It grabs Iggy in its jaws, ignoring Bass scrambling for purchase on its back. Iggy screams, a strangled, gurgling sound. The Leviathan whips its head back and forth, like a dog with a toy, and then tosses its treat into the air. Iggy's arms pinwheel at his sides, but then the creature grabs him again, mid-air, and sinks its teeth into his body. Sasha screams. Luke lurches at the creature, even though he goes right through it. Iggy's cry cuts short into silence. I don't remember much after that. Bass sinks his blade between the creature's spinal cord at the base of its skull. With all of us, and Dom once he comes to, working together, we dispatch the weakened monster, and then gather around its lifeless body, the water lapping at its tail. I can't believe we managed to defeat it at all, but with a few consecrated weapons and some well-planned jabs at its vital points, the threat has been destroyed. After a few seconds of silence, Sasha seems to notice me and her eyes, like her blade, alight in fire. You bitch! Sasha launches herself at me, blade arcing out. Luke shouts a warning, but he doesn't have to. I see her. I just don't do anything to defend myself. I deserve this. I deserve all of this. At the last second, right before the half-angel's blade slices into my skin, Bass grabs her arm, holding her back from completing her kill. She turns her rage on him then, slapping at his arms in a feeble attempt to break free. It doesn't work, though. He's as impenetrable as a stone wall. And still, I stand there, watching them rage before me. What the hell are you standing there for? Luke snaps. He paces between me and the two watchers. She wants to kill you. She wouldn't be the first, but she might just be the last. Maybe she should, I say. Luke stops. What did you say? Both Bass and Sasha stop, distracted by my one-sided conversation. I deserve to die for this. My legs wobble beneath me, suddenly weak, and I drop to the ground. Iggy's gone. I can't look at his mangled body, and I can't keep fighting. I don't care if I get killed for it. You're insane, Luke says. I lift a shoulder and drop it. I killed Iggy. It doesn't matter what Luke or anyone else thinks. If I hadn't fucked up and lost my power, or at least told Bass what happened, Iggy would still be alive. Bass and Sasha stare at me. "What did he say?" Bass asks. "He doesn't have to say who I'm talking to. We all know Luke is here." "He said I'm crazy," I reply. "He's not wrong," Bass says. "What the hell just happened?" Rage curls beneath his skin and his eyes glow. Sasha may have exploded, but Bass is just as furious. He's just better at controlling his emotions. My gaze travels to the bloody spot on the ground where Iggy's body used to lie. I lost my powers back in hell. Something happened, I don't know what, when the king died, and I woke up powerless. "What the fuck?" he snaps. "Even hell's little princess couldn't stop Peter?" Every cell in my body stiffens, and at my feet, Al growls. "What is he talking about?" Luke asks, his gaze whipping from Bass to me. I ignore him, because right now, that's all I can do when everything in me is screaming to run, to fight, to do something other than stand there like an idiot. "What? You think we didn't know?" Bass spits out his hatred. "Well, princess, your secret's out. One of your little friends from down under told us everything. Your dear uncle, the king, is dead, and your sadistic brother is on the throne. Is that why you ran away from the castle with your tail tucked between your legs?" "What's going on?" Luke asks, his head whipping from Bass to me and back again. A sick feeling grows in my stomach and I feel like throwing up. Not here. Not like this. Please, God, let this all be a dream. "I can explain," I say. "Explain my ass," Bass says. "There's nothing to explain. Pythias told us everything." Son of a bitch. I'm gonna kill that bastard. My hands clench into fists at my side. If I ever get my powers back, he's dead. "You didn't come here to help us," Bass growls. "Not without powers, you didn't. You're a spy, aren't you? I'll bet your brother sent you back. Let me guess. You're supposed to keep us busy while his monsters kill more innocent people?" "No!" I hold my hands up weakly, as if that'll stop him. But of course it does nothing. Bass laughs. "Because that's about all you're good for now. You're weak, a distraction, and you got Iggy killed. But don't worry, we'll beat your brother's ass, and then we'll come back and take care of you. Right now you're not even worth killing." He turns on his heel and storms away. Sasha and Dom follow suit, and I watch them go, the sky a swirling mass of gray clouds. "Max?" Luke's voice behind me is quiet, confused, and my name hangs in the air between us. "Is that true? The King of Hell? He's your uncle?" "Yes, I'm sorry. I can explain." But my apology lands on thin air, because as soon as I say the word yes, Luke is gone and I'm truly alone. Chapter 18. Having a hellhound puppy has some advantages, one of which being their propensity to search out the nearest portal to hell, and since right now everyone hates me, hell seems like the perfect place to be. Al finds a little rift at about 1:15. It's not much more than a couple feet high, and it's behind a bush 4 blocks away from the lake behind an old sewage plant. I wrinkle my nose at the smell. Yeah, that seems fitting. I bet it's one of those sporadic ones that opened up after everything exploded, which makes sense because I'm not sure why anyone would put a portal behind a place this shitty. Al whines in front of the shimmering rift. He dances from side to side, eager to get back to hell. Good job, bud. I scratch the hair behind his ears, and his back leg thumps. From my experience with my dad's hellhounds, they don't usually get this attached until they get a lot older. But Al and I have been spending a ton of time together lately, and we've been through a lot. It'll make it harder if I try to find a home for him later, once everything settles. Who am I kidding? My lips twitch. There's no getting rid of Al. I'm stuck with him. On the plus side, he doesn't hate you like everyone else. There is that. Knees groaning with the effort, I crouch down and crawl through the portal after Al. As the energy of the rift flows across my skin, I take a deep breath. It feels like home, like something I've been missing for a long time. Maybe denying my powers for all those years was a mistake. Now that they're gone, I miss them. I miss this. Shit. You just missing the ability to freeze time and do whatever the hell you want with no repercussions. That's what you miss. That's true too. When I get to the other side of the portal, I blink. Golden fields stretch before me, interspersed with pockets of green and bright splashes of purple and blue. Wildflowers. Souls stroll through the field, recline next to burbling brooks, and read or nap under the cover of trees. The melodic trill of birds fills the air, and by the stream, someone laughs. The Elysian fields. I'm not in hell. I wasn't expecting this. I stand up and brush myself off. I thought I'd end up with my head on a pike, which might still happen, but I never thought I'd end up here. At my feet, Al's tongue lolls out of his mouth in a doggy smile. He's proud of himself, almost like he brought me here on purpose. But that's insane. Hellhounds don't pick the place. They only find the portal. Things must be really out of whack for me to end up here. I'm persona non grata for anything good and peaceful. There must be a reason we're here. I glance down at Al, and the hellhound puppy yips happily before bounding into the waving grain, disappearing except for his black flag of a tail that pokes out every time he leaps to chase a butterfly. Al heads toward the first copse of trees, and the first group of souls group together near a stream. I guess we're going that way. The first of the souls sees me a couple seconds later. I'm pretty sure it's Al's bounding through the fields that catches their attention first. Dogs aren't seen in the Elysian fields, but he's mostly hidden, so it's my tall, world-weary, blood-stained form that causes a ripple of unrest among the first group. It spreads quickly, as that kind of unease isn't common here, until more souls turn in my direction. By the time I reach the stream and Al, they're waiting for me, watching silently. "Scythe," one of them calls out. "Welcome." She's a young woman with black hair nearly to her waist and dark brown, gentle eyes. She looks familiar. My mind automatically runs through the souls I've reaped. Sophie Marks, hit and run. She gives me a formal nod, one out of respect for my position, even though I don't have any power anymore. They don't know that, though, do they? "Sophie," I say. "It is good to see you." It's been a few years. She was a case I took when I was in training. On 4 separate occasions, she'd missed her time to die, but it was destined. Her life was cut short, too short in my opinion. But it is what it is. Al whines at the edge of the stream, so I pick him up and carry him across. The cool water seeps through my shoes and soothes my skin. I want to stop, soak it all in, let it wash away all of the pain and regret and loss that I feel, but I know it won't work. The Elysian fields might be known for a lot of amazing things, but erasing the past isn't one of them. Nothing can do that. I just need to live with it and move on, until Bass or someone else out gunning for my blood finishes the job. On the other side of the stream, I set Al down and he scampers ahead of me. Some of the souls crouch down and scratch him behind his ears. Another grabs a stick and invites him to play fetch. More souls congregate toward us. Arriving in 2s and 3s, I study each of their faces until it clicks. I know them all. I reaped every single one of them. Brock, heart attack, age 61. Gretchen, drowning, age 4. Tina, fire, age 30. Dustin, overdose, age 19. And the list goes on and on. Each one of them souls I'd reaped. Each one from a little jar I'd kept in an armoire until the zombies attacked. "Have you come to visit us?" Sophie asks. She holds her hands out for me, and I slip them into hers, automatically. At once, I feel calmer. more at peace than I have in years. It's the fields. They can do that to a person. But not for me. I'm not meant to be here. The fields are for souls who haven't done wrong, who haven't killed people out of anger or hate or even necessity. The fields are a place of peace, and I am not a peaceful person. Neither is Al. I guess, I say. I'm not exactly sure why I'm here. Al brought me. Sophie nods and leads me to the tree. Then there's something you must learn. She sits and pats the ground next to her. The other souls form a protective circle around us. What is it? Do you know where we are? Sophie asks. Yeah, the Elysian Fields. I've never been here, but I've heard of the place. The corners of her lips twitch. This is our home. This is where we ended up after we helped you. We're all here. But I don't know. I thought there'd be more souls here, ones I haven't reaped. Sophie shrugs. It's not up to me to know what's happening, but here we're free. It's not so bad compared to what we faced on Earth. Are there other souls here? There's something off about this place. Something besides the fact that the only souls around me are the ones I've personally helped to the other side. And the way everyone's standing? That's odd too, as if they're trying to protect me. Super strange. I've never needed protection before. The souls part, and another passes through them toward us. My heart jumps into my throat. Finally. This is someone I haven't reaped. Grandma? I say, my voice a hoarse whisper. You're here too? She envelops me in her warm embrace. I'm always here, she says. You're my heart, and I am yours, remember? A sob lodges in my throat, and suddenly, in this place of peace and healing, I want to tell her everything. I want to tell her about Luke, and about Iggy, about my dad, and about losing my powers. I want to tell her about all the good and the bad and everything in between. When she was still alive, Grandma was always able to give me counsel and help me. She took the place of my mom and raised me, especially when my dad was too volatile and angry to do much good. But what are you doing here? I came for you, she says. I breathe in the heavenly scent of her hair. It's always the same, baking things and sunshine. One of the only good memories I have before my life went to hell. Literally. What do you want from me? Grandma settles heavily to the ground and smiles when I join her. It's not what I want from you, my dear. I'm worried about you. You're in a lot of danger. People want you dead, and not the kind of dead that lets you come to a place like this. The kind that's for good. The solemn certainty of her words makes the bitter taste of bile rise up in my throat. I know it's true, but part of me didn't want to believe it. Grandma's never lied to me before, so I don't think she'd start now. Damn it. What do I have to do? There's a helplessness in my voice that I can't avoid, and the souls that I helped crowd closer, as if they can lend me their energy, their strength, their safety. Grandma's gaze drops to her hands, her head bowed in sorrow. Baby girl, you've done so much. You've lost so much, and you've suffered. No one can ask you to do anything more. They don't have a right to, especially now. Now, meaning that I don't have my powers. The nagging sense that it's something more than just a hit on the head comes to me, but I can't grasp it. It's kind of like glancing at a TV while you're walking past the room, but it's too far away to identify the show or make out the words. This shouldn't be happening. I look up, meeting the eyes of each of the souls in turn, but they look away. Something's wrong. What aren't you telling me? I say, my voice sharper than I'd intended. My grandma's shoulders bow. What are you protecting me from? Nothing, my dear. I shake my head, and the cobwebs start to fall away. No, there's something going on. Something wrong. You shouldn't be here. I definitely shouldn't. Al shouldn't have been able to lead me here. Tell me, what's going on? There's a murmur in the crowd at the outer edge, but they're speaking so low I can't quite make out the words. The wind picks up, and with it is an urgency, something I can't quite place, but it takes root deep inside me. Grandma, what's going on? Instead of answering me, she reaches out and grasps my hands in hers. They're warm, paper soft, just like they were in life, and strong. So very, very strong. Where is your amulet? She whispers. My what? I reach for the base of my throat, where my amulet would normally sit, but it's not there. Remy. I gave it to a friend. Terror takes root in her eyes. You have to get it back. The murmuring gets louder, and with it, thick gray clouds transform the sunny summer day into a storm. Many of the souls begin to move uneasily from side to side. I start to stand up, but Grandma holds my hands down with a ferocity that keeps me in my seat. Al growls, a strip of hair on the back of his neck standing straight up. Grandma, what? Go get it, baby girl. You need all the protection you're going to get. The scythes, the demons, they're all coming for you. All of them. You've broken the rules, every single one of them. Her eyes gloss over. And I'm so proud of you. I love you, and I know you. You're going to fix this, because that's what you do, but be careful. And find the boy, the protector. He can help you, but only you can save them. Who's them? This world, and the next, and probably heaven too. It's got to be you. There's a rumbling on the horizon, like 1,000 thunderstorms all rolled into one. Even the ground trembles. A couple of the souls blink out of existence, but not before looks of terror cross their faces. I drag my attention away from my grandma long enough to jump to my feet. Darkness. A roiling, thick, cloying darkness is coming, rolling across the prairie, devouring everything in its path. And it's coming straight for me. Grandma? I look down and she's gone. No! Spinning wildly, I search for her, but the remaining souls are now standing with their backs to me, as if to ward off the darkness. A hand touches my shoulder. Liar. Her sorrowful eyes meet mine, and then she touches my forehead, and everything goes black. Again. Chapter 19. Blink. My head throbs. The world's fuzzy, slowly coming into focus. It's dark where I am, but I hear laughter close by. They're speaking English, and I don't smell sulfur, so they're probably not demons. I smell beer instead. Humans. Even better. The throbbing intensifies and I groan, rubbing my temples. The voices grow louder as I struggle into a sitting position. My hair snags on some branches and I wrench it free. Al tugs on my sleeve, whining. Yeah, got it, dog. We have to get out of here in case whoever's out there is dangerous or something. Or angry drunk. That might be even worse. I stretch, and my muscles scream in protest. Did you see Raphael? The nearest voice asks. Another guffaws. The kind of over-the-top drunken laughter that immediately sets me on edge. Most drunks are harmless, but some are not. And I'm betting this one isn't an ordinary drunk. They're talking about Raphael, the archangel. I wouldn't be lucky enough for it to be an ordinary drunk. Dude, Ezekiel, if the first one is Raphael, and one of the biggest gossips upstairs. At least, from what I remember. It's been a while since I've ventured up there. I'm not exactly on the VIP list. You know Raph would kill you if he heard you talking shit about him. He's already pissed about the king. I slink back into the shadows. I'd bet all the money Luke stashed away for me that they're talking about my uncle, which means they'd probably love to get their hands on me. Not that I'd make it up to heaven for questioning, especially if they realized I lost my powers. Yeah, well, he should have killed that guy when he had the chance. Zombies, a third one sneers. I peek between some branches and see his silhouette shake his head. Who would have thought? I never figured I'd see that day. They stop in front of a tree, and the last one unzips his pants and takes a piss on the trunk. Seriously, this is where I end up? Outside a bar with a bunch of gossipy, pissing angels? The other two jostle each other into a shaft of moonlight, and my heart stops thumping in my chest. Next to Zeke, Simikiel scans the trees. The angel of vengeance. Of course it's him. Liar. She put me here for a reason. I remember that much. She touched my head and I blacked out and woke up here. But why? It doesn't make any sense. I frown, staring at the angels. Yeah, well, I never thought I'd see leviathans on Earth either. That's something else too, Simikiel snaps. If the new king has broken the accords, we're all fucked. The accords. Damn it. I'd forgotten about those. Long-forgotten lore about treaties between heaven and hell floats just out of reach. I could probably grasp it, but I don't have time now. The angels are getting closer. I need to see if I can glean anything else from them while still staying hidden. Al slinks behind me, his footfalls silent. Michael won that one, damn him. The rest of us were banking on the Scythe taking over, but Peter just swept in and took care of business. I note the pride in the third one's voice. He passes under an opening in the trees, and I recognize him as well. Azrael. I'd recognize that swarthy grin anywhere. Not that I want to. He's one of the scarier ones. Him and Simikiel both. If they find me, I'm screwed. They'd take me back to heaven, I bet. There's probably some sort of bounty up there. But they wouldn't take me alive. They'd probably only take my head. Azrael is fond of putting the heads of his enemies in a bag he carries and dumping them out at opportune times in front of his esteemed guests. I wouldn't bet on that, Simikiel says. He scans the trees, looking for something. I slink back into the shadows, my heart beating wildly in my chest. He can't see you. You're safe. He's too far away. But then his eyes light on my hiding place. On me. And I can't move. I'm stuck in his dark, bottomless gaze. Something tells me that if there was a way for Max to survive, she's still out there. They haven't found her body yet, so I wouldn't count her out just yet. What are you talking about? Zeke sputters. I heard she was right next to the king when Peter destroyed the whole castle. There's no way she could have survived all that. Still, Simikiel's eyes pin me to the spot. Why doesn't he tell the others I'm here? He should be barreling toward me, bent on my capture, but he's not. What game is he playing? Max has had the odds stacked against her from the moment she was born. A psychopathic half-brother and the legions of hell are nothing to someone like her. That almost sounds like admiration in his voice. I don't know what to make of it. Weird. I met Simikiel once in the past, and he tried to kill me on sight. I barely got away that time, and that was with all of my powers. If anyone could survive this and come back stronger, it'd be her, he says. Azrael rounds on the other angel. Do you know something we don't know? Simikiel snorts. Yeah, about a millennium worth. You two are some of the stupidest angels around. I'm a genius compared to you. Azrael scowls, and his eyes flash a fiery red. Tell us what you know. Simikiel shakes his head. I know nothing. Absolutely nothing. I just have a feeling that we haven't seen the last of the girl who could be king. Dude. Zeke shoulders the other angel, good-naturedly. Now you're getting all sentimental on us. It isn't a good look for you. Fuck you, Simikiel says. With one last knowing glance in my direction, Simikiel leads the other two angels back to the bar, toward the light, toward alcohol, and away from me. Maybe there is a god out there after all. Al and I hightail it away from the angels after that. The farther I get, though, the more certain I am that we're back in California. The air is a bit chillier, but the trees are the ones I'm used to, and the sky is clear. There aren't a lot of roads. Not that it's safe for me to travel on them anyway, and lots of forest. It isn't until I stumble upon a highway and I see the sign for Eureka that I know for sure. With my blood-stained clothes and red-eyed puppy, I'm not in any sort of state to stop at a gas station and ask for directions. Not that I'd know where to ask for directions to, either. Then there's the risk of the attendant calling the cops, and me having to figure my way out of that without any powers. Not how I'd like to spend my evening. That still doesn't tell me why Liar dropped us here, but at least I know where here is. That's a plus. A small one. But a plus, nonetheless. My grandma's words about the amulet rise up in my head. There's something about it that she wanted me to know. Something important. I have to find it before Peter realizes its importance and goes after it himself. I'll worry about the rest later. I feel a whisper behind me, the kind that usually accompanies a ghost, and my mind flashes to Luke. I spin around, heart pounding, but there's no one there. Of course there's no one there. After that bombshell on the beach, he's never coming back. I lied to him about the biggest part of my life. Even if he wasn't a ghost, even if the circumstances weren't stacked against us, he'd leave. I don't blame him. In the same situation, I'd probably do the same thing. If I had my powers, I'd probably kill the bastard who lied to me first, though. I trudge along the outskirts of the highway until night falls. Then Al and I break into a hunting cabin and pillage the canned goods stocked on the shelves. I leave the beer alone, because drinking that seems too cruel to the owners of the cabin. We're too far away from the nearest gas station to restock anyway. We manage a few hours of sleep until Al starts barking raucously. I jump to my feet, throwing the itchy wool blanket off of me. The rough-hewn walls swim around me. Damn it, Max. You got up too fast. Al launches himself off the bed, and at a tall, lanky figure leaning against the wall. The smell of sulfur wrinkles my nose. A demon. They found me. Even better. The tall shadow separates himself from the wall and saunters toward me. Al leaps at him, but the demon sidesteps him as if he were merely an inconvenience. "Call off your hound," he says, stepping into a shaft of moonlight. Pythius. I grimace. Just the demon I want to see. Al launches himself at him again. "Come here, boy." I slap my hip. He's all right. Pithy is far from all right, but I wouldn't put it past the demon to kill the puppy. He is a demon, after all. Pithy flicks on a light switch, and a warm glow bathes the room, illuminating the sharp angles of his face and his coal-black suit. He's not much of a hellhound, is he? He wrinkles his nose. Cut the crap. I'm too tired for this. I'm still exhausted. My body aches, and I am about 3 days behind on sleep. If you're going to kill me, just do it. A grin stretches the demon's lips. Why ever would I do that? He asks. This is much more fun. Is that why you're here? Entertainment? He shrugs, and his lips twitch into a smirk. It's a perk. He glides past me and strolls up to the center island in the kitchen, where he leans against the counter. You know, he says, picking at the invisible dirt under his pointed fingernails. You're quite the popular Scythe right now. Oh, I arch an eyebrow, aiming for cool and collected, but I'm quaking inside. If Pythius found me, the others could too. They must have finally figured out I'm alive then. He chuckles, more like an absence of proof of death. A creature like you can't just die. You have to be killed in a spectacular manner, and a simple explosion at the castle just wouldn't do. So Peter sent out a hunting party. More demons, each armed with a pack of hellhounds of their own. Big, grown ones that will rip Al to shreds. Of course he did, Pithy smirks. Wouldn't you if you were in his position? He taps a hand to his forehead. Oh, that's right. You almost were in his position, but you turned it down. The demon cocks his head to the side. How is that working out for you? Go to hell, I growl. Pithy chuckles. Been there? Done that? I must say, though, things have gotten pretty interesting as of late. Why are you here? I enunciate each word carefully, and I imagine my eyes flashing with rage. If I had my powers, we wouldn't be dancing around like this. We'd be having a different sort of conversation. I had to see what all of the hullabaloo is about, he says. The stories are getting wildly out of control. It's hard to know who to believe anymore. Who do you believe? Finally, I feel like we're getting somewhere. The winner, of course. You know me, I always side with the one who, how do you say it, butters my bread. Now that, finally, makes sense. Pius is never one to risk his own neck when others will do it for him. He'd rather kill 100 people than let anyone take a weapon to him. So did Peter send you to distract me? That wouldn't surprise me either. I could see his forces amassing, waiting to strike until I was distracted. No, not this time. He frowns. I don't think he thought I could do it, Pithy says. I think he thought I'd be a failure, but I know better. I've known you most of your life. But I didn't choose this place, so your story doesn't make any sense. Most of the good ones don't, I'm afraid, he says. But are you on the new king's side? I press. Pithy's eyes flash. You'd be dead now if that were the case. Touché. Unless this is a trap. He snorts. Hardly. Those idiots wouldn't be able to find their way out of a cave with only one entrance. They're too busy combing that awful estate your father lived in, as well as your old stomping grounds. So much for going back home. I try to ignore the pangs I feel when he mentions my dad. I hope he's safe, wherever he is. I can't think about the alternative. I still don't know why he's here, but I turn around and open the fridge, deciding to crack open one of the hunter's beers after all. I have a feeling I'm going to need it. There's a whoosh of movement to my side, and all of a sudden, Al barks and Luke yells, "Behind you!" I spin around, a glass bottle of beer in each hand as Pithy flies toward me, his wicked short blade arcing toward my neck. My body responds, even though the power doesn't flow through my veins. I knock his knife hand away with one bottle and conk him over the head with the other. The bottle shatters against the demon's skull, drenching him in bubbly liquid, and Pithy swears. He jumps back, rubbing his head and glaring at me. "That hurt," he snaps. But I don't answer. I can't. A familiar spirit stands just behind the kitchen, his hands stuffed in his pockets. I give myself a shake and ready myself with the bottles, pointing the jagged end of the busted bottle towards the demon. What was that for? He brushes himself off. I had to see for myself. Then he snaps his fingers and disappears, a look of annoyance on his face. Great. Now he knows I'm powerless. Unless I've been drinking, that is. Luke, I murmur, watching the ghost. He steps forward, his expression bathed in shadows. You saved me, I say, watching him, my eyes hungry for more. He slouches a step closer and nods, just the slightest. Why? He barks out a laugh. Hell if I know. Maybe I have a soft spot for you for some reason. Or maybe it's because I hate demons, especially the kind that stab you in the back. Or maybe I'm the idiot and you're going to get me killed. More killed or whatever. Luke. I reach out to him, but drop my hand, remembering too late that I can't touch him here. But he saved me. That has to count for something. That has to be a start. No. He backs up a step, nearly stumbling through a wall. I can't do this again, Max. I trusted you, but you lied to me. He runs a hand through his hair. Jesus, Max. You should have told me your uncle was the king of hell. That's not something you just leave out. I grimace. Would you have trusted me if I did? He frowns. How do you expect me to trust you now? He doesn't answer my question, probably because we both know he can't. You don't have to stay, you know, I say, my voice quiet, wounded. I guess I'm not so good at hiding my pain after all. You could just leave. I can handle this myself. He barks out a laugh. Did you forget what almost just happened? That demon bastard could have killed you. Probably, but it's no less than I deserve. Actually, I'm not sure Pythius would have killed me. He said he was just looking to see if the rumors were true. Who knows? And now he knows I don't have any powers. Fuck my life. While that may be true, I can't just let it happen. His unspoken yet hangs in the air between us. I crack open the remaining beer and chug it. If I'm going to die, I might as well have a last drink before I go. Luke, wisely, says nothing. Afterward, I pack up and tidy the place as best I can, before heading down the long dirt driveway. About a mile away, Luke pops up in front of me. I know you like to make yourself suffer, he says, but some of us don't have all day for you to save humanity. There was an ATV in the shed behind that cabin. Irritation wars with gratitude that he's back, but slowly, the irritation wins out. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? He shrugs, but his lips twitch. I figured you'd check before you left. It's not my fault you suck at recon. I'm not a cop, asshole. I don't naturally do these things. It wasn't too long ago that I ran a tea and tarot shop. I spin on my heel and ignore his chuckle. Life was so much quieter then. The only problem I had was whether or not to tell the truth when I saw something bad happening. That was it. No hell, no demons, no half-angels, no Armageddon, nothing. He appears next to me. Actually, I do remember you getting attacked by a demon right after I found you. The same demon, I'm pretty sure, who just tried to attack you again. Thanks for the reminder, I grumble, shoving my hands in my pockets. Ahead of me, Al leaps through the leaves, his tongue hanging out of his mouth in a joyous puppy smile. I'm just saying, he says, when we finally round the bend to the hunting cabin. You sure do know how to pick them. I glare at him, current company included. He's right, though. The ATV is a lot faster and it saves me a lot of time. It runs out of gas a few miles outside of Remy's territory. The Full Moon Saloon sits in an empty parking lot. It's daytime now, but there should be someone around. Someone passed out inside after a long run, or sleeping off a drunken binge, or even doing inventory for God's sake. But there's no one. The door hangs open crookedly, on one hinge, and a heavy pit of dread forms in my stomach. A breeze picks up, and the door creaks, sounding for the world like one of those saloon doors in the Old West. Max? Luke ventures a step forward, all of his cop senses on high alert. I didn't like Remy, but this doesn't look like a good sign to me. Me, neither. I sniff the air. If it's been a while, I should smell something, right? But I don't smell anything except the wind and exhaust and the stale iron scent of blood. Crap. I swallow a bitter taste in my throat. At my feet, Al whines, dancing forward. I don't know if it's because of the blood that is surely inside, or maybe he senses something else, but he wants to go forward. He won't, without my okay. The thing is, I don't know if I should give it. Want me to go inside first? Luke asks. I bite my lip. Yeah, that'd be great to have someone shield the horror from me. I mean, he's still keeping his distance, but this is what he trained for. This is what he did with his life. So we move forward, reluctantly, and only stop again at the doorway to the bar. No, I can handle it. He shrugs, as if to say, "Suit yourself." This close, the scent of blood overwhelms me. I can't escape it. The iron, cloying scent sinks into my pores and clings to my hair. It draws me in and surrounds me, holding me tight. I can't get away from it. I don't think I ever will. Damn it. Please don't let it be Remy. Please don't let it be Remy. Please don't let it be Remy. Using the tips of my fingers, I swing the door open. Luke glides in ahead of me and stops, but he doesn't tell me to wait. Al whines, and when I shush him, he quiets down like a normal pup and slinks along behind me. I flick the light switch, and a golden glow bathes the room. Well, about half of the room, because the other half of the light bulbs have been broken. I take a step, and my foot squelches in something sticky. I jump back. Dark liquid puddles throughout the room. It's also smeared across the walls and splattered in decorative arcs, as if something or someone with great ferocity took glee in killing someone. Or many someones. On the bar, the chairs, the stools that aren't broken, the walls, even scattered across the ceiling. It's everywhere. What happened? I whisper. Luke finishes surveying the room and turns around. I think there was a fight. I barely resist the urge to throw something at him, not just because it'd go right through him, but because it'd probably mean I'd be touching blood. I've had enough of that to last a lifetime. Remy. I remember him the last time I saw him, laughing, smiling, taking the amulet I gave him. I remember the night I spent here, when his anger and rage and passion exploded in a manner we were both familiar with. A manner in which we both craved. Smart ass, I mutter, pushing the images away. The healthy, vibrant wolf I remember doesn't belong in the same space as the destruction, the blood and the pain almost radiating off of these walls. It doesn't belong anywhere close. We search the rest of the main bar room, but there aren't any bodies. There should be some bodies, my logical side says. There's way too much blood for someone to have survived. But there isn't anyone here. The bar, except for the blood and the scent of sulfur, is empty. "What happened to your boy toy?" Luke murmurs, appearing from another room. I don't know him or the pack well, but they don't seem like the type to back down from a fight. I ignore the queasiness in my gut. That's what I'm afraid of. I scoop Al up and sidestep a large puddle, images of the wolves who should be here swimming through my mind. God. Tiny, Dora, Frank. Where are they? They can't all be gone. It's impossible. Toward the back of the bar, Al starts to struggle, digging his claws into my arms, trying to break free. I hold him tighter. I don't know what he's planning, but I am not ready to wash the blood of my friends out of his coat if he decides to roll around in something. Max? Luke calls out in a storage room next to Remy's office. I should be offended that he's gone ahead of me into every room, but I'm not. Part of me needs this security right now. I need someone to keep my safety in mind. Someone to think of me first, even though he hates me, and the only reason he's here is because he thinks I'm the key to saving the world. Which is stupid because I can't even save myself. Al gives himself one mighty twist before jerking himself free. He tumbles to the ground and gives a little yelp. I reach down instinctively to grab him, but he darts into the room just out of reach. Swearing softly, I hurry into the storage room and stop dead in my tracks. There, floating a few inches above the floor in the back wall, is a swirling mass of black and shadows, a place that almost certainly is the source of the death and destruction behind us. A portal. Al sits in front of it, his tail wagging. He looks back at me, tongue lolling happily out of his face. I'm not sure why I didn't think his earlier excitement could be because of a portal, even though that's what hellhounds are known for, after all, but here it is. Luke watches me. He's waiting for me to make a decision. I could stay here and then find the corpses of my friends wherever they are. or go through the portal and probably get killed by those responsible for their deaths, since I don't have any powers of my own. Both of those options suck. And yet, I have to choose one. "What do you want to do?" he asks. I take a deep breath. What I really want to do is sleep, or get drunk and then go to sleep. That seems like a great idea to me. Far better than either of my current options. "I don't know." He snorts. "This is your party, Max." God, I hate him sometimes. "Fuck you," I snap. With one last murderous glance behind me, I scoop Al up and stride through the portal, leaving Luke chuckling behind me. Chapter 20. The portal dumps us in an old pizza joint outside Tainarus, which is one of the only few real-world gates from Earth to Hell. The cave yawns beside the portal we appeared from, about 10 feet high, but inside is still the same inky black. The terrain around us is rocky. The dirt, dust, red, and scraggly weeds struggle for life where none should exist. What a charming place. At least it never snows here. At Luke's incredulous expression, I explain where we are. "You mean people could just walk from Earth to Hell? Like through an actual cave?" Luke asks, staring at the portal after I tell him what it is. I shrug, biting my lip. "If you're in Greece, yeah, I guess. Though it's deep inside a cafe and really damp and half filled with water most of the time." "How is this even allowed to exist?" He waves at the cave. "People could just wander down here on accident and get killed by a demon." "Most of the demons think it's fun, sport. There used to be a lot more of them before the Accord." Just saying the word brings a bitter taste to my mouth. "Yeah, you still haven't explained what that is." He's right, but I don't really want to get into it. I hate history lessons, and I'm not about to give one. Still, he'll probably keep harping on me until I tell him something. And I have to win back his trust, somehow. The Accord is old, like millennia old. It's an agreement between the first rulers of heaven and hell, and it was designed to keep each side separate without destroying Earth. "You're talking about God and Lucifer, right?" A harsh laugh spills from my lips. You would think. Though the stories are so old, no one really knows what's true and what's not anymore. There was a God at one point, and a Lucifer, I'm sure, but that's as far as I know. Besides, since the winners write the history books, who knows how much has been lost. Luke follows Al and me into the cave and through the portal. On the other side, Al scampers ahead of us toward the city, whose dark buildings are sporadically brightened by twinkling lights. My sense of foreboding grows. "So, let me get this straight," Luke says, matching my step. "The Accords were created to separate heaven and hell and keep Earth safe, right?" I hesitate, searching for words. Not exactly. Earth was more of a buffer zone than anything. Demons weren't supposed to randomly kill people, and angels weren't supposed to go hunting and smiting everything in sight. Also, they had to stop making the humans fall in love and worship them. But didn't God create them all? Couldn't he just, I don't know, force them to stop? I snort. That's what God said, of course, but they didn't. And when some of these little portals opened up and stayed open, the angels blamed the demons denied involvement, and life went back to normal. "Sounds like politics," he says. At its finest. "And now Peter's broken the Accords." I chuckle. You could say that. Not only did he flat out break the Accords, he demolished them. All these portals, bringing back the dead, releasing the Leviathan. All of those are no bueno in our world. It's like he's testing the boundaries, seeing if anyone or anything is still around to stop him. And apparently, there isn't. It could start another war, which would lead to Armageddon. Basically, a supernatural war, fought between heaven and hell, with Earth as the battleground. Now, If only I could figure out where Liar fits into all of this. It can't be a coincidence that she was in the castle and the cave and probably a million other places I don't know about. There has to be some sort of connection. Within an hour, we reach the edge of the city. The burnt husks of buildings appear first, as always, their wooden shells littered with crushed beer cans and trash. Looks like a demon frat party gone wrong, Luke says. My lips twitch. It probably was. Like I said, sometimes they find stragglers and go hunting. Make it a party. He scowls. And the angels allow it? A branch snaps and I freeze. But when a straggly stray cat darts across our path, I relax. Poor thing. Not much I can do about it, but hell is no place for an animal. Or any human, for that matter. Most of the time they're all talk and very little action. At least, if there's an opponent who could actually hurt or kill them. Lovely. We skirt the edge of the town until I find Joe's bar. Unfortunately, it's tucked next door to a warehouse filled with demons. Just my luck. Luke peers around from the corner at the warehouse. So there really is a Joe's bar in every town? I smirk. I told you. I wasn't lying about that. He gives me a piercing glare, as if to remind me of the other, minor details I did lie about. My cheeks burn. What do you want to do now? He asks, eyeing a particularly large demon strolling through the front door with a battle axe strapped to his thigh. Well, I whisper. We need information, so we're going to have to get closer. Which is exactly what I don't want to do, but we don't have any choice. Luke grabs my arm. Al growls, but I shush the puppy and allow Luke to pull me back into the shadows. Absolutely not, he says. You have no powers, remember? You'll get slaughtered in there. I jerk my arm out of his grasp and plant my hands on my hips. I'm not exactly helpless, you know. I took out Pithy at the cabin. He snorts. True, with a perfectly good bottle of beer. But there are more of these guys, and they're bigger. It's too dangerous. We have to find out what happened to the wolves, and since the portal dumped us right here, there's a good chance these guys know what happened, or did it themselves. Luke's face darkens. You're still worried about your boyfriend? Well, yeah, but that's not it. With a sigh, I decide that more secrets are not the best course of action right now, and tell Luke about going to the Elysian fields, seeing my grandma, and the darkness rolling in. His expression turns contemplative as he considers the new information. So, what you're really looking for is the necklace you gave him. I nod. Grandma said it was important, so it has to be. Maybe it's just a protective amulet. Maybe it's more. But Remy has it, and yes, I am worried about him. I hesitate to voice the feelings muddling me up inside. Remy and I, well, we were together. Luke snorts, and I smack his arm. Shut up. But then we broke up, and things are complicated. Complicated, he says, his voice dry. My cheeks burn. Whatever, I don't need to explain anything to you. Luke comes up closer to me, so close I can feel the heat of his skin. It makes mine burn even hotter. No, you don't, he whispers into my ear. The hair on the back of my arm stands up. The world fades away, and it's just us. No demons, no psychopathic brother, no anything. Just us. And I don't know what to make of that. Then, he turns away and disappears around the side of the building, and I'm left more of a confused mess than ever. Get it together, Max. Luke jimmies the lock on the building next to the demon lair on the other side of the bar. After blockading it behind us, all three of us creep up the stairs until we're at a window a floor up and across, looking down. It's probably the best vantage point we're going to get. For the next couple of hours, we watch the demons. Mostly the lower hired thugs, traipse in and out. some riding the monstrous, roaring motorcycles, a few in sports cars stolen from Earth. "Do you recognize any of them?" Luke asks, still not taking his eyes off of the scene through the window. The air feels thick between us, and even though he's all business, I can't help but think about what he said, or not said. And then there's Remy. You know he's probably dead, right? There was too much blood for him not to be. I can't think about that right now, because if I do, I'll think about how it's my fault. I gave him the damn amulet, so it's my fault if he's dead. But he can't be dead, because we didn't find any bodies. That has to be true, right? Because demons would have left the bodies lying around, or displayed them in some horrific way for me to see. That's what they do. I know that. I've spent too much time with them to be certain of anything else. No, I say, bringing my mind back to the present. But that doesn't mean anything. There are a lot of demons I don't know. For some reason, it almost feels freeing to be able to talk about everything. It's like finally, someone knows about my life, about me, and I don't have to hide so much anymore. And it feels right that it's Luke, but I don't want to think about that either. When I was at the castle, I pause. I wonder if there even is a castle anymore, or if that was actually destroyed. It's hard to say. The angels were probably working off of second or third-hand knowledge. None of them could venture down into the depths of hell to see for themselves. I was mostly surrounded by higher demons, the ones who have the pull. My uncle never brought the minor demons around. They just weren't worth his time, or mine, I guess he figured. The more I learn about your uncle, the more he sounds like a charming person, Luke quips. I snort. You have no idea. Al hops up and puts his paws against the edge of the window frame, whining as he stares at the demons. The mutt doesn't sound like he likes demons any more than we do. I guess it's not that surprising, I say, my voice dry. Hellhounds tend to get really attached to their owners and feed off of their emotions. He probably senses how much I don't want to go down there. So you lost your powers, but got yourself a dog. Luke reaches over and scratches the hair behind Al's ears. Unlike the last time, Al doesn't growl at him. He merely looks up at him with his tongue lolling out the side. A definite improvement. Yeah, I guess you could say that. If he calls me a demon princess, I'm going to deck him. I can do that now. Has there ever been a demon king in hell? Luke studies a particularly brutish one that drags a hapless human inside on a thick iron chain. They've tried, but it never works out. Demons are too power-hungry, too unpredictable. Hell works much better if demons know their place, and their place is serving the king. He glances away long enough to give me a wry look. Even if that king is your brother? I scowl at him. He won't be for long. Luke barks out a laugh. Then who's going to take his place? You? You're barely more than human. You can't do a damn thing except bluff your way out of trouble or hit someone over the head with a beer bottle. Hell, the dog has more powers than you. We both look down at Al, who appears to be fast asleep, curled in a little ball on the floor, his nose twitching in a dream. He must have gotten bored with our stakeout. You know, you can leave whenever you want. I grumble. Sorry, princess. You're stuck with me until we figure this thing out. The fate of the world rests on your very mortal shoulders, and if there's anything I can do to help move that along, sway the balance, then I'm going to do it. Even if it threatens your mortal soul? I hate to ask, but it's true. If Luke dies here, he's dead for good. I can't bring him back anymore. Poof. That's it. He arches an eyebrow at me, his eyes stone cold. There are still people I care about in this world, Max, and I want them to live. I don't want them to worry about zombies or demons or leviathans or whatever other scary shit hell has in store. I want them to be safe. I wonder if he's talking about Dave's daughter, or even Dave himself. They were so close, it only makes sense. So then we need to sneak over there, do some recon, and figure out our next steps. You mean, figure out what happened to the wolves? If that amulet plays any sort of role in this, then yeah, we need to figure out what happened to it. I fold my arms across my chest. Look, I know you don't like Remy, but this is where we're at. Deal with it. Luke mutters something under his breath, but I ignore it. I get that he doesn't like the werewolf, even though they've never actually spoken. But it is what it is. After night settles into a reddish-gray haze over the horizon, we sneak over to Joe's bar and search for a hidden cache of weapons. I don't have any powers to summon help, but I can use the axe stashed under a table as well as the next person. I hand that to Luke, though, and arm myself with a couple of spelled daggers and a short sword. Immediately, the weapons make me feel more at ease, more settled. Their comfortable weight in my hands feels better than any gun. I may not have my powers, but I still know how to fight. Whatever happened didn't take that away from me. Luke, however, grabs a pistol and a handful of ammunition. Hopefully, it's spelled ammo, which will do more than just piss the demons off. I can annoy them just fine without shooting them. Thank you very much. Are you sure you don't want one of these? Luke hefts a bottle of wine up from behind the counter. Smartass, I grumble. His chuckle follows me as I grab some salt and a couple vials of holy water and stuff those in my pockets. You never know when you might need them. Al paws at the back door on high alert. Do you want to leave the dog? Luke asks. I know what he's thinking. There are a lot of demons in that building and a lot of weapons. That spells a lot of danger for a scruffy little hellhound puppy. Danger I might not be able to defend him from if I'm trying to save my own life. But damn it, I don't want to leave him behind. This has to be the bond Dad always talked about. How people felt like they were connected to their hounds, like they felt the same thing. If Al were bigger, maybe he could defend himself more. But right now, he's still so little. Yeah, we better. I crouch down and Al jumps up against me, his tongue lapping at my face. Sorry, buddy, you have to stay here. The puppy whines and cocks his head, and I swear there's understanding dancing in his eyes. I know, bud. We'll be back soon. Unless we aren't. Unless the demons kill us or torture us or take us to my brother because of the bounty on my head. So yeah, there's that fun thought to leave on. Al whimpers. It'll be all right. It'll be fine. With one last pat on the head, I stand up and brush myself off. It's time to get this shit started. Al only whines once as I shut the door behind him. I wedge a piece of wood under the handle. It's not that I think he can turn the handle, but I've seen my dad's hellhounds do some pretty amazing things, so I'm not putting anything past him. He's still little, but the power is there. From the back of Joe's bar, we sneak around the side of the building where the demons are hiding. There's a door next to a dumpster, but I hear garbled voices from the inside. I try to step closer, but Luke grabs my arm. Don't do anything stupid, he says. I freeze. Why is he so protective now? Is it because I don't have my powers? That must be it. If I had my powers, he'd be all for busting in there and getting stuff done, beating some demon ass. But now I can't beat anything unless I have a couple of beer bottles, as Luke pointed out. We flatten ourselves to the wall. I think we should try for a different route, Luke says. You think? I hiss. We skirt the side of the building until we find a broken window on the second story that's not boarded up. The glass is dirty and probably host to 100 different germs, but it's a way in. Luke rips off a couple strips of material from his undershirt, and I wrap them around my hands. I'll knock the glass out, but if I can minimize my chances of cutting an artery, it'll be better. No sense giving the demons an advantage by slicing my wrists open before we even start fighting. Once we're both ready, Luke boosts me up on his shoulders, and I balance precariously before crouching down and launching myself at the windowsill. I hook my fingers around the windowsill and then swing my hand over the window casing, finding a spot where only a slight shard of glass bites through the fabric. Good. That's better. Then, using my other hand, I push enough of the glass through to swing my leg up and over the side. A few shards of glass clatter to the floor and I freeze, my heart pounding in my chest. God. What if they heard me? What if they come running? Then this'll all be pointless. But they don't. Heart still racing, I let myself fall silently to the ground inside the room and roll to a stop. I'm in. A few seconds later, Luke flings his arm over the ledge. I rush forward and grab it, helping haul him in. He rolls over the side and lands right next to me. What are you? Spider-Man? I grumble, my breath puffing up bits of dust in the air. He chuckles. Hardly. It really wasn't that high. In special ops, we trained for stuff like this. His eyes light up. He loves this secret agent stuff. Great. The dead cop is an adrenaline junkie, which is fine if it doesn't impact me, but not fine since he can die for real this time. Wait, so you're saying I'm a wuss? He snorts and rolls to his feet. I would never say that. Crazy, yes. That you most definitely are. He holds out a hand and helps me up. Thanks, I murmur. At the doorway to the room, we pause and listen for the demons, but there's nothing but the creaking of an old building and a muffled thump below. Do you think it's safe enough to get closer? I whisper. Luke arches his eyebrows. The only safe thing about this would be to get the hell out of here. But you're not going to do that, so here we are. I muffle a snort. Look at you, my knight in shining armor. That's me, all right. He gives me a look that pierces right through me. My heart flutters. Whoa there, I better watch it. A few seconds later, Luke sticks his head out of the door and gives me a hand signal. I don't know what it means, but I figure it has to mean the coast is clear because he slips out the door and down the hallway. I could really die out here. That has to be why Luke is so cautious. But you have to keep going. Find Remy. Kill your brother. Yeah, easy peasy. Heart pounding in my chest loud enough to wake the dead, I follow Luke down the hall. I'm fine with him taking the lead on this. He's the expert, so to speak. That, and I'm mortal, as he so recently pointed out. I could take out a few dozen minor demons, but the violence would attract more, until we were swarmed by hundreds. At the end of the dark, narrow hall, Luke slows to a stop. Only I'm so focused on not dying that I'm not watching where I'm going, and I bump into him. Be careful, he growls, and I flush. He's right. I need to focus. Sorry, I whisper. He grunts in response and holds up his hand. I almost make a snarky comment about not knowing cop lingo when he starts gliding down the stairs. This is almost a work of art. He settles his weight carefully on the outer edges of each step, slowly enough so as any creaks could be mistaken for normal derelict building sounds, before pausing and moving on to the next. I try to mimic his movements, but it's pathetic, and the squeaks my steps make cause him to glance back at me several times in frustration. Good thing the demons are probably too drunk to notice. At the bottom of the stairs, he flattens himself against the wall. Several heartbeats later, he peers around it. The coast must be clear because he glides around the corner and slinks toward the main room where we heard all of the noise. Following him, my breathing ratchets up a notch. If we get caught now, we're dead. There's no doubt about that. A movement at the end of the hall makes Luke duck into an adjoining room. I follow suit and we huddle against the other side of the doorframe, so we'll be hidden from sight if any of the demons poke their heads inside. If nothing else, it'd give us the element of surprise, and we'd have a fighting, if not fleeting, chance. You've survived worse. True. But I had my powers too. I can survive just about anything with those. From around the corner, the sound of raucous laughter breaks through the stillness. I freeze, suddenly thrust back into the forest with the drunk angels. This is worse, much worse. Glass breaks, and one of the demons shouts. "I'll kill you, you bastard," a gruff voice says. In my head, I picture the burly demon we saw earlier, the one dragging a human. Thump. Gurgle. Leave him alone, Darcinius. It's not worth it. This voice is smoother, suave, more dangerous. But he killed my pet. I wasn't done with him yet, Darcinius says. We'll get you another, the suave one replies. Would you fancy a wolf? My breath catches in my throat. My feet move before my head can catch up, but Luke grabs my arm, shaking his head frantically for me to stop. To think. To listen. We don't know anything yet, he mouths, and I force myself to be still. He's right. But God, he said wolf. That can only mean one thing. Remy and his packmates. Adrenaline rushing through my system, I force myself to step back and take a long, shallow breath. Damn it. I hate it when he's right. Maybe, Darcinius says, a sulky, mutinous tone in his voice. But I just got this one. We'll get you another, the other one says, smoothly. I promise. Damn it, Darcinius, a third demon says. You sound like an angel. Shut up, Darcinius says. I heard you were prancing around up there, trying to get the damn things to notice you. I heard you like it like that. Another roar and another crash. Enough! The suave demon shouts. I will kick you both out of my lair if you start anything again. You're lucky the king isn't here. He'd smite both of you where you stand. This gets some recalcitrant grumbles. With them being so distracted, Luke and I step carefully closer. We can hear them all right, but I want to see how many there are, and if there are any clues we can gather as to where the wolves are. Where Remy is. I ignore the twinge of hope in my chest that Remy might still be alive. Don't count your chickens, Max. Do you think he'll still let us have the hunt? Darcinius whines. From the edge of the door frame, I crouch down and peer around the side, just a tiny bit so my eyes are visible. The room is bathed in shadows, except for a couple of camping lanterns perched precariously on top of rickety tables that look like they've seen way too many bar fights to even still be standing. The demons themselves lounge against the wall or on crates, knocked over pieces of furniture or the floor. There is one in the center of the room, who is tall, with wickedly sharp horns angling back from his head in a tight spiral. His crimson skin glows in the light, and his fingernails are pitch black. He's wearing a steel gray button-up shirt and black slacks unscuffed from the fights or the dust around him. Totally out of place. I rack my brain for his name, because he looks on a whole nother caliber than the tattooed, ripped jeans, snarling drunkards around him. But I can't. I don't know him, but I feel like I should. There are 7 demons in all, though most are slogging back flasks or talking to each other quietly. Only the 3 we overheard are close enough to take note. On the floor next to the burly one's feet, the crumpled body of the man in chains lays still, his blood darkening the wooden floorboards beneath him. Are you questioning our new king? Suave asks, in a way that makes my toes curl and my skin crawl. No, Darcinius stammers. I'd never do that. Of course you wouldn't, the apparent leader says. He taps the armrest with his wicked pointed fingernails. Because if you did, if you even breathed a hint of dissent, then you know what would happen to you. Darcinius gulps. I wouldn't, sir. He bows awkwardly and backs away. Antioch. Another demon barks from the doorway. When are we gonna do it? The wolves are getting antsy, and so are my guys. If we don't start soon, I'll have a mutiny on my hands. The man in the chair mutters something under his breath and unfurls himself from the chair. He waits patiently for the rest of the demons to realize he's on his feet and quiet down before clearing his throat. Thank you for your patience. It's been quite the trying time, as all regime changes are, and I appreciate your understanding and forethought in this manner. I almost snort. I hadn't seen any such thing. If anything, the demons seem more bloodthirsty than ever. I'm sure they cheered when Peter released the Leviathan. Today is a new day, under a new leadership. There is much to rejoice. Some of the demons raise their glasses in a toast. But tonight, as a token of his gratitude, the king has allowed us the privilege of hunting, here in hell, the first ever pack of werewolves brought to our great land. At that, the demons stood almost as one and roared their approval, hands high in the air, great gusting bellows issuing from their lips. My blood turns cold. I've seen that look before. I've seen that excitement. So finish your beer, boys, and meet me in the wasteland, about a mile south. It's not the best place to hunt, but by the time we're done tonight, the earth will be drenched with the blood of wolves. More cheering. Wolves. Shit. I duck away from the door and dart back into the room we'd initially hidden as the demons start to disperse. I remind myself that Remy might still be alive, and that's got to count for something. Except the fact that he's trapped somewhere where the demons probably have him under lock and key, and I'm not sure how in the hell I'm going to be able to save them. Absolutely not, Luke hisses. He alternates between glaring at me and eyeing the door, as if waiting for a troop of demons to come through. I know what you're thinking, and the answer is no. You don't get it, I whisper. I have to try. You'd feel the same way if you knew him. Okay, that's a stretch, but I have to try. Luke's arched eyebrow mimics my inner dialogue. I didn't come all the way back here just for you to play hero for a bunch of wolves who don't really matter in the grand scheme of things. I flinch at his words. Remy and the wolves do matter. They took me, protected me, and took care of me when I had no one else. I have to save them. Even if it gets you killed? He scoffs. What if I told you I know how this is going to end? Would you listen? Would you do what I tell you needs to be done, even if it meant leaving him and the other wolves to die? My shoulders stiffen. How dare he even ask me that? You know I can't. Luke shakes his head, disappointment masking some of the worry on his face. I didn't think so, he says. Damn it, Max. He pulls me to the corner as footsteps approach. After the demon passes, he drops my arm and scowls, as if seared by my touch. He's been dead for too long if human touch affects him this much. You're the only one who can save the world. It's got to be you. Isn't that what your grandma told you? He asks. Yes, but she also told me the necklace was important. More important than your life? What happens if you get killed in some misguided attempt to save your boyfriend? This thing is bigger than him, bigger than all the people who have already died. You've got to think it through. Oh yeah? I plant my hands on my hips. What if it was Dave they were going to hunt? Would you just let him get ripped apart by a bunch of bloodthirsty demons? He grimaces and his expression darkens, but he doesn't say a word. That's what I thought, I snap. Damn it, he says, and peers around the doorframe to make sure we're not being too loud. Yes, okay. If that's what it took to save the world, I'd leave Dave behind. My jaw drops. Then I guess you're a bigger asshole than I am. I did not see that coming. Look, I'm doing this, with or without you. If you think I'm more useful alive, then you'd better follow. I turn on my heel and slip out into the hallway toward the second floor. We have a lot of planning to do, and not a lot of time in which to do it. Chapter 21. Somehow we manage to sneak back to the other building and take refuge in Joe's bar. Word of our return must not have gotten out yet, or I'm sure whoever that demon was, he'd have everyone combing the city for me. I'm quite the prize. So do you even have a plan? Luke asks, staring over a tall tumbler full of water. Al munches on some pretzels I'd found behind the counter that aren't too stale. I avoid answering his question. The truth is, I sort of do. But it's half-formed, and the bullet points include finding the wolves, freeing them, and then getting the hell out of there. Easy as pie. I'll take that as a no, Luke says. I refuse to comment on the sarcasm dripping from his voice. I'm pretty sure I know where the wolves are, so we'll hit there first. It's our best chance of getting them out before the hunt. Whatever you say, he mutters. I still think it'd be easier and less deadly if we just went after your brother. The wolves can take care of themselves. They're werewolves, for God's sake. Duly noted, I reply, but I'm still going after them. I have to try. And maybe the pendant is related to my powers somehow. You can stay or you can go. Your choice. The warehouse at the edge of town has long been part of the demonic underground. Old blood smeared on the outside, paint slurs about angels in a variety of demonic tongues, some unfamiliar, even to me. What does that mean? Luke points at one of the phrases. I cock my head. The dried, swooping swirls and jagged, splattered edges are too crude to give a really accurate translation, but I can guesstimate. Okay, this is rough, but kind of like a your mama joke about screwing angels. Luke eyes me skeptically, and my cheeks redden. Seriously? He asks. I nod. Yep, most demons have the maturity of a teenage boy. Figures, he says. So, you think your wolves are in here? I scan the surface of the warehouse, trying to feel or hear or sense anything inside. But it's just an imposing wall of rusted, dented metal and broken bricks. Luckily for me, Al isn't so afflicted. The puppy sniffs the edge of the warehouse, his hackles raised. A low growling breaks the stillness. Sure, it could be demons, but it's just as likely there are wolves in there. Al reacted the same way to Remy, so it's possible. No, I'm not 100% positive, but there's as good a chance as any. I just want to take a look and see for myself before giving up. I promise, though, that if Remy and the others aren't in here, we'll head for the castle. Okay. So maybe I have my fingers crossed on that one. Luke must sense it too, because all he does is raise his eyebrows before stalking to the nearest boarded-up window and offering me a hand to boost me up. I mean, it's not exactly like we can just knock on the door. I boost myself on Luke's hand, and then perch on his shoulders. He moves his calloused palms to my calves, and I try not to focus on the searing heat of his touch. I've never had a ghost touch me like this before. Literally. And I can't help but focus on it. Get a grip, girl. This isn't normal. Besides, you have a job to do, and once that job is over, Luke will be gone. That's what has to happen. You can't get too used to this. To him. I wedge my fingers on the windowsill, ignoring the bite of the rough wood under my fingernails. I can do this. With barely a grunt, I pull myself up and wedge my elbows into the window enough to see inside. It takes a few seconds for my eyes to adjust. The inside of the warehouse is lined with thick iron cages, some of the bars bent by whatever unholy forces they once contained. And in these cages, small shadows circle and mill, growl and whine, scratching and limping and crying to get out. Wolves. My wolves. Remy. I hop back down, trusting Luke to catch me. He breaks my fall, sort of, but my weight must unbalance him because he falls on his ass with a grunt. He rolls to his feet and then holds out a hand to help me up. "Are you all right?" I smirk, grabbing his arm. "For a human. Yeah, I'm good." We duck into the shadows behind the warehouse, and I tell him everything I saw. "We have to get them out of there," I say. "Before the hunt." Luke chuckles wryly. "So, non-Scythe Max, how do you propose we do this?" He plants his hands on his hips. His skepticism at my ability to keep myself alive doesn't go without notice. I close my eyes, replaying what I saw inside my head. "We can't go through the door, it's probably locked." I eye the rusty, warped panels of the warehouse. But we might be able to get in another way. Luke must have the same idea as me because he grabs one of the curling metal edges and tries wrenching it away. It doesn't move, but that doesn't mean they all won't. It takes us another 20 minutes until Luke finds a seam in the metal wall weak enough to pull up from the bottom, for us to squeeze through. I have an easier time of it, with my leather jacket catching the brunt of the metal and my hair only getting snagged once. Inside, the warehouse reeks of rotting, decaying death and old blood. I wrinkle my nose at the scene, and behind me, Luke coughs, nearly gagging. I snicker, even though there isn't anything even remotely funny about what we're doing or our odds of survival. "Sorry," he mumbles. "I haven't smelled anything that strong in a long time." "Good," I say. "I didn't figure you for a lightweight." He scowls at me. I guess he's not used to being seen as weak. Of course, macho man. Not that I'm much better. I'm just more accustomed to death and all its trappings than he is. Well, I was. I don't know what I am right now. If you survive this, you should get a life coach and see if they can figure out if you have any marketable skills other than Grim Reaper. Yeah, right. That would look great on my resume. Because the scent of death is so overpowering, we're able to get about 15 feet away from the first cage before the wolf inside notices. I don't recognize this one, a small brownish female, as she throws herself against the iron bars, snarling at me. I wonder if she was just a patron at the bar, and in the wrong place at the very worst time imaginable. I glance furtively at the door, and immediately Luke has his gun drawn. Not that it'd do much more than slow a demon down, but it is what it is. "Shh, I'm here to help." I hold my hands up to show they're empty, and Luke does the same. It doesn't work. Almost as if by one, the wolves leap at the bars of their cages, ferocious despite their injuries, their exhaustion, and their fear. I creep down the line of cages, trying to find the one wolf I want, the big reddish-brown one with deep, soulful eyes. Gray wolf, black wolf, gray wolf. There. The second cage from the end. I fling myself at the bars and stop just short as Remy's teeth scrape the bars. His eyes gleam gold, even in the dim light. He's too deep in the wolf to recognize me. Crap. Luke stares at the heavy rolling gate. We've got to get them quiet before the demons hear us. "I'm trying," I say, gritting my teeth. "Remy." I crouch as close as I can to the bars. "It's me, Max. You've got to be quiet." I make a shushing motion with my hands. "We're here to help. Please, look at me. I'm Max. You're Max." Luke coughs, but I ignore him. This isn't about him. It's about me saving Remy's ass before those demons make a sport out of hunting him. Some of the ferocity dims in Remy's eyes, and he stops attacking the bars. I stare into his eyes, willing him to recognize me, to see me. He has to. If he doesn't, we're all dead, and sooner rather than later. Luke pulls a thin wire from his pocket, and it takes me a minute to recognize it as part of the lockpicking set I'd seen him with earlier. "Do you think he'll let me pick the locks? I don't want him ripping my throat out." Remy's lips curl in a feral grin. "Yeah, I wouldn't bet on him playing nice just yet." I take a deep breath and stick my hand through the bars of the cage up to my elbow. Faster than I would have thought possible, Remy darts forward and clamps his jaws around my forearm. His teeth dig into my skin, stopping just short of tearing my flesh. Max. Luke drops the lock set and grabs my arm, but he can't get me free. What are you doing? I'm buying you time, I say, through gritted teeth. Just pick the lock. But he's biting you. I can't let him do that. He could kill you, or worse, turn you into a werewolf. Yeah, I probably should have thought about that a little more. I'd be the first werewolf Scythe ever, most likely, if the bite and the first change didn't kill me. I've heard it's rough on humans. You didn't think about that first? I thought he'd just sniff my hand or lick me or something, but maybe the taste of human blood would snap him out of it. Just open the damn lock, I snarl. Remy's jaws clamp down harder, and I can feel the sweat bead along my forehead. Al lunges at the cage, and Remy wrenches his head to the side. My arm and me follows him, until my face is pressed against the cold, grimy bars. Luke swears. And then what? He rips us to shreds? I take a deep breath. I have to get control of this situation, before it spirals even more out of control. I can't save the wolves if we're dead. You can't defeat your brother either. Damn voice of reason, or whatever the hell it is. I pull back a few inches and school my breathing and my racing heart. Remy, it's me. Max. You've got to stop. We're going to get you out of here. Please, listen to me. I'm trying to help you. Minutes stretch into hours until more of the wildness leaves Remy's eyes and his jaws loosen just enough for me to catch my breath and dull the pain in my arm. Do it now, I murmur. I don't look at Luke, but he must hear me because he scoops up the lockpick and gets to work. That's trust right there. He doesn't look at the wolves, he doesn't look at me, but he trusts me when I say I got through to Remy. I actually did, and I'll protect him as much as he's vowed to protect me. The lock clangs open, and Luke wrenches the door open. The screeching is loud enough to set my teeth on edge and make me cringe. There's no way the demons wouldn't have heard that. The door swings open, and Remy finally lets go of my arm. He leaps over Al, who nips at his heels, and the big wolf spins around. There, sitting on the ground, our eyes meet. He's so much larger than me. His head dwarfs mine, his teeth ivory against the burnt umber of his coat. He bares his teeth and lowers his head. My heart starts pounding, racing a mile a minute. Al leaps forward and Remy knocks the pup aside, as if he were a rag doll and not a hellhound in training. Whining, Al shakes his head and limps away. We've got to get out of here, I say, my voice slow, careful. I tear off a strip of fabric from my shirt and wrap it tightly around the bite on my arm to staunch the bleeding. Remy stares at me for a few seconds longer, as if gauging my words before he blinks and then looks away. He believes me. Remy leads us to the next cage where Luke helps me free the next wolf, and then the next one, and then the next one, until all 6 of the pack members are free. I try not to think of the other wolves, the ones that may have been crowding the bar or asleep inside, and what may have happened to them, but it's hard. I don't know all of these wolves, although some look familiar. That's not important, though. It's the fact that they are alive, and we're going to get them out of here. We start for the loose side panel when there's a raucous screeching at the front of the warehouse. As if we are one organism, or one pack as the case may be, we freeze. The roars of several unholy motorcycles echo from outside the building. Shit, we're out of time. The demons are back. Do you still want to try to go out the side? Luke asks. It only takes me a second to come up with the conclusion that it's probably not a good idea. It was awkward coming through and will be even more so for the wolves. They'll be vulnerable, and that is not the way to be when you're surrounded by demons. No, I say quietly. He nods succinctly. He knows it too. He was just waiting for my confirmation. The wolves mill about behind us, except for Remy, who stands growling at my side. He faces the door, and his fur starts to shimmer. No, he's going to change. I drop to Remy's side. Remy, you can't change. Listen to me. I wrap my arms around his neck. You can't change. It's too dangerous. He growls, low in his throat. The heavy metal gate bursts open, flinging against the wall. The wolves scatter. All except for Remy. 3 demons stand silhouetted against settling dust and the red, angry sky. A tall one, his muscles bulging against the skin-tight leather jacket. A shorter one, and the one who was sitting in the chair earlier. The leader. 3 demons. Those are better odds than I was figuring. Still, this isn't going to end well for us. Not if we're alone. I pull out the blade I'd borrowed from Joe's bar, while Luke brandishes his gun in one hand and the axe in the other. Remy barks a command at the wolves, and they straggle into formation around us. The leader roars, and the 2 demons on either side leap forward. The big guy has a machete, and the smaller one a baseball bat, studded with nails. The musty air crackles with energy as the demons advance. I twirl my blade in one hand, the practice still coming easily, even without power coursing through my veins. Stop! The head demon yells. The goons on either side of him freeze. Scythe? Shit. He recognizes me. I don't know if I can bluff my way out of this. I take a deep breath. Yup. The demon throws his head back and cackles. The mighty Max is here? He slaps his knee. What are the odds? And now, we get the pleasure of ripping you limb from limb. I'd like to see you try. I bite my tongue, but it's too late. My old bravado spills out. Too bad I can't back it up. Max, Luke hisses. Yeah, I know. Not one of my brighter moments. With pleasure, the demon snarls. The tall demon rushes toward me, a glimmer of fire igniting along his blade. I glide easily to the side, and the first demon comes at me so fast he pretty much impales himself on my blade. The second one is harder, but by the time he falls to the ground, there's only 1 demon left. Now, just you wait, the head demon says, pulling dark energy around himself like a cloak. I twirl my bloodied dagger around, holding his attention on the gleaming blade as Luke advances behind him with the axe. The demon leader doesn't even see him coming before the axe cleaves his head from his body. His head thumps across the hard-packed, dusty ground before rolling to a stop at my feet. We make a good team, Luke and I. I step over the burly demon's corpse, careful to avoid the ichor soaking the ground. Good thing I'm not a betting man, Luke says, because I totally thought we were screwed. Me too. About 10 feet away, Remy sniffs one of the injured wolves. Blood mats the hair on the side of his neck, and he's favoring one of his rear legs. The wolf in front of him was less fortunate. Her front leg is clearly broken, hanging loosely from a snap halfway down her forearm, the bone jutting from the injury. Blood drips sullenly from the wound, leaving dark stains on the hard-packed earth. My sluggish brain tries to figure out who it is in human form, but I can't think right now. All that matters is that we're alive. All of us, and we didn't need my magic to stay that way. For some reason, that feels important. Luke eyes the horizon. Over his shoulder, I see plumes of dust, and that most likely means more demons are coming. Shit. We've got to get going, he says. I sigh, and he clears his throat, as if he's unsure I heard him. Yeah, I know. We've got to get the wolves out of here before more demons come. Remy limps over to me and nudges my hand. His exhausted eyes implore me, ask me if it's safe. I know him well enough to know by now he and the wolves probably want to change back into their human forms, both to deal with the dead and to heal their wounds. But as humans, naked, vulnerable humans, they'll be far less able to defend themselves than they are now, even though they're injured. "I'm sorry," I say, digging my hands into the coarse hair around his neck. "But it's still not safe. We have to get you and the others out of here before more demons come back." He cocks his head, a low whine issuing from his throat. He doesn't like this. I don't blame him. I don't like it either. "Max, over here." I whip my head around, breaking the trance set by Remy's knowing gaze. Luke waves from the corner of the warehouse. A trio of motorcycles are strewn across the ground, knocked over from the fight. But beside them is something I hadn't noticed before, an old battered pickup truck. Blood smears the side, and a couple of metal crates poke out of the top. That must be how they got the wolves here in the first place. Praying to a god I'm not sure I believe in, I hurry over to the truck just as Luke ducks under the dash to hotwire it. Loading the wolves in the truck is easy. They're exhausted, injured, and they trust Remy. And Remy trusts me. Luke has the engine rumbling before the first of the demon's motorcycles crests the hill. I pound on the back window and he guns it, throwing me into the side of the truck. I clutch Al to my chest. The wolves scramble with every turn, and I pray, just pray, that we'll all make it without falling out the back of the truck. Chapter 22. Remy and I stand in front of the portal. The rest of the wolves have already disappeared through, and Luke's waiting in the truck with Al. For some reason, I think he knows I need to do this alone. The rocks on the base of the shore bite into my knees as I drop to the ground. Remy whines and nudges me before looking back at the portal. He wants me to go with him. I want to go with him too, but I can't. I don't know if it's harder because he's a wolf and can't talk, or if it'd be more difficult the other way around, if he could use his sweet-talking tongue to convince me I should go, that this isn't my fight. But this is my fight. Peter is my brother, and it's my fault he's on the throne. I bury my face in the scruff of his neck. "I'm so sorry," I whisper. I don't have to explain to him why I'm sorry. He knows. He knows I'm sorry for the wolves he lost, the bar, the pain, the suffering, the death that follows me everywhere like a stray cat, hoping for the merest morsels of food. I'm sorry for all of it, for being a part of his life, for loving him in the only way I can, and for it not being enough. It'll never be enough. I think he knows that too, with his soulful eyes that look right into me, right into my soul. His tongue flicks out and touches my tears. I draw a ragged breath deep into my lungs. I have to go, I know that, and Remy does too. The longer he stays here, the more dangerous it'll be for him, and I need him to be safe. I can't focus on killing my brother and keeping Luke alive if I'm worried about him. I wish I could ask him where he stashed the necklace, but there's no time for that now. I'll just have to survive without it. Or not. But as far as I know, it's a just good luck trinket, and I can't base my strategy on a dream I had when I was unconscious. Jay. Be safe, I whisper. Please. I don't tell him I love him, because he knows it, even if it's not the romantic love we once shared. What we have now is deeper. It has to be. And I don't have a lot of time left. I can feel it. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen soon. I can't put that on Remy's head. I can't tell him I love him, to give the words life, and then die on him. That's not fair. He whines and takes my sleeve gently in his mouth, pulling me with him. I can't. I'm sorry. Luke honks the horn on the truck. I'm out of time. I glance behind me at the sound, and Remy growls. Fine. If this is what it takes, to replace his love with anger, if that's the only way I can make him go, then so be it. I'll bear that mantle. Go. I push him gently toward the portal, Remy backs up a step and gives me one last look before disappearing through. I stand up and hurry back to the truck, and I swear, as I shut the door, I can hear a wolf howling. The fire in the hearth crackles happily, feasting on dry wood and the sprinkling of alcohol used to get it started. Still raw from my goodbye with Remy, I poke it with a stick, watching a little foil-wrapped packet turn black from the smoke. "You did the right thing, you know," Luke says, leaning against the bar a few feet away. He has his arms crossed over his chest, and next to him, a glass half full of whiskey. It's for me. He's already downed his. I need it, but I don't drink it right away. It never could have worked out between you two. Thanks, Dr. Phil. Next time I need a therapist, I'll save myself the money and give you a call. He's probably not wrong. I think a part of me always knew it could never have worked out, but there was a normalcy that I enjoyed with Remy that I never wanted to end. I haven't gotten a lot of normal in my life, and it's weird to think of having that with a werewolf. But here I am. Hurt flashes in his eye, and I tamp down the bit of guilt I feel. Suit yourself. He stomps toward one of the boarded-up windows and peeks between two slats of wood. Fine. I didn't want to talk to you, anyway. The old, dehydrated meat we found is warm and as edible as it's going to get. I whistle for Al and separate the meat into 3 chunks. I'm sorry, I say after I hand Luke his portion. I shouldn't have snapped at you. It's just... that was really hard. I've known Remy for a long time and, well, saying goodbye sucks. He grunts in agreement. I don't know. This whole situation is fucked up. His eyes flicker up to meet mine, but he doesn't say anything. Remy's always had my back. I grab the glass Luke poured for me and take a swig. Just one, though. Enough to dull the ache, but not the senses. You're right, though. I force the words out. It never could have lasted. Nothing in my life does, except for the crappy things. I hear you, Luke says. Things aren't coming up like roses on my end either. I mean, I'm dead, but I'm not. Shit. Being here in hell is the most alive I've felt since that demon blew my truck up. He glances down at his free hand and curls his fingers into a fist before relaxing them. Eventually, the ride is going to stop, and I'm not ready to face that. He laughs, a hollow, self-deprecating sound. And here I don't have to. I'm in hell, but I'm alive. God, that sounds stupid. There's a desperate longing in his voice that doesn't sound stupid at all. I know that if I leave, I'll have to make a choice. You said it yourself, right? The look he gives me is almost my undoing. I swallow a lump in my throat and nod. Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's how it works. I figured as much. I mean, there are some rules to this crazy, fucked-up situation. But this, he gestures at himself, at me, at the abandoned Joe's bar we're hiding in. This is almost worth staying for. I must have dozed off at some point in time, because Luke's startled shout and Al's barking jolt me to my feet. A pair of burly demons bracket the door, both armed with gleaming swords and covered in leather armor. They're not the demons from the wolf hunt. No, these bear the royal crest emblazoned on their vests. These are my brother's demons. I force my sluggish mind to wake up. Scythe, the one on the left says. He's taller, spikier, and his eyes glow a bright red. The king requests your presence. I yawn, mostly for effect, but also because I'm like 3 years behind on sleep. Yeah, I don't know if I'm feeling it right now. As if that wasn't what we'd planned all along. It wasn't much of a plan, but after freeing the wolves, we figured it wasn't long before Peter sent goons to escort us to the palace. Beats stealing another car, anyway. Al jumps at my legs, whining. I scoop him up. The shorter, uglier one clenches his meaty fists. That wasn't a request. I cock my head to the side. Actually, your BFF said my brother requested my presence. That made it sound like it wasn't an order. If I'm being forced to go, maybe just say so and save us all the hassle. Max, Luke warns. A demon pops up behind Luke and presses the tip of his sword against Luke's neck. I must be really losing my touch. Old Max never would have let these goons get the drop on us like that. Okay, fine. I shrug, finishing my drink. Lead the way, asshole. Chapter 23. I've been waiting for you, sister. Peter stands in front of the throne, his hands on his hips. My uncle's room above us, and the towers above it, have crumbled into a pile of massive stones and rubble, leaving an open gap in the ceiling. Peter's wearing a slim, gunmetal crown and a long cloak, one that's blacker than night, that moves and whispers with every breath he takes. It feels familiar. I've seen these shapes before, felt them whisper between my fingers, heard their pleas, their cries, their pain. I've seen them gathered around me to protect me in the Elysian fields. My souls. The souls that wanted to stay. Son of a bitch. He's tied them to him, cleaved their very essence to his in eternal torment. You bastard, I hiss. Al wriggles in my arms, whining to be let down, but I don't dare. I wouldn't put it past Peter to hurt the puppy just to hurt me. Luke stands behind me, hands loose at his sides. He's not holding his gun, but I imagine he wants to. Peter's demon guards would have put a sword through his chest if they even thought he was reaching for it, I bet. Son of a bitch, he mutters. Peter throws his head back and laughs. You should see your faces. He strokes the cloak with one hand, and the flickering candles catch on the rings adorning his fingers. Rings topped with wicked spikes. Weapons in their own right. The souls howl. I didn't think you'd notice this old thing. Do you like it? Why don't you just kill me already? I force myself to look away from the cloak and block out as much of the whispered cries as I can. That's what you want. Peter's smirk is dangerous and taunting. Where would be the fun in that? Fun? I step forward, rage bubbling through my veins. You unleashed a fucking zombie apocalypse. You've killed people. A lot of people. That's not fun. Not for them, at least. I set Al on the ground and silently beg him to stay back. He shrugs. Just wait until I'm done. You haven't seen anything yet. Bass, Sasha, even that old cop Dave, they're all on my list. Don't forget Daddy Dearest. I have a special plan for him. Oh, don't worry. He'll be found. I have to stop this. Now, before Peter really gets started. I spring for him without thinking, teeth bared. It doesn't even register that I'm not armed, and he is. In a normal, non-magical fight, I'd be toast. Lucky for me, I've caught him by surprise. I crash into him, taking him down just as he waves his arm, power flowing off of him in a wave that bursts through the room, throwing Luke and Al and the demons against the walls. Rattling the tables and the ornate stained glass windows, shaking dust from the charred rafters on the ceiling. But not me. I cling to Peter's torso, throwing him off balance, throwing me off balance too, into the throne and over the side. My shoulder hits the uncompromising stone floor and my arm goes numb. Peter rolls away, coughing, a wild look in his eyes. I stagger to my feet, but he throws his power out again, and this time, I'm not immune. The force of his power rockets me back until I hit the wall. My head cracks against the stone, and for a few seconds, I black out. When I come to, wind whips around the room, a whirlwind of fury with Peter standing at the center. My brother's henchmen are flattened against the wall, and Luke clings to the other side of one of the columns, holding on for dear life. Fire dances on the heavy curtains, and I don't see Al. I hope the puppy made it to somewhere safe. My brother stands in the middle of the room, his arms outstretched, reveling in the power he wields. The cloak of souls moans and whimpers as it flutters around him, unhampered by the raging winds swirling around him. Luke pulls himself around the side, sweating and shaking with the effort, and in his hand, I see the gun. I want to shout at him to stop, but I can't. And then I see my brother flick his hand, controlling Luke's, and turning the gun on himself, until it's pressing against Luke's head. Caught in the eye of the storm, I drag myself forward by my good arm. My head spins. I've got to get to him. I've got to get to Peter so I can save Luke. My brother catches my movement because his eyes flicker over to me. "Oh, good," Peter says. "You're awake." He snaps his fingers and the whirlwind disappears. His demons crash to the ground and Luke sags, but still the gun is pressed to his temple. "Max." Luke manages to get out a strangled word, just one, before the barrel of the gun grinds into his flesh. "Let him go," I growl, still inching my way forward. "But why?" Peter says. "What are you going to do about it?" With a strangled cry, I throw myself at Peter again. I've got to keep him from blowing Luke's head off. "Leave him alone. It's me you want, not him." Peter's lips twist into a smirk. "Not yet, dear sister. It'll be your turn soon enough." I reach for my power instinctively, even though I know it's not there. I can't help it. Something bumps against my leg. Al. The puppy clambers next to me, limping, one ear matted to the side of his head. "Son of a bitch hurt my dog." "Get out," I whisper, putting all of the force that I have left into it. The puppy doesn't listen. "Run!" Still nothing. "Huh," Peter says, cocking his head to the side. "I thought I'd killed that mangy mutt." He snaps his fingers and lifts Al into the air, throwing him back against the curtains. The puppy yelps, but lays still. I gnash my teeth so hard I taste blood. I drag myself forward another step, and something sharp digs into my palm. I don't turn my head, but my gaze flickers down. It's the tip of a demon weapon, snapped off in whatever whirlwind happened while I was unconscious. I slip it up my sleeve as surreptitiously as possible. My brother stands at the base of the dais, holding the throne of hell. With a casual wave, he lifts Luke into the air by his neck, and the dead cop's legs kick under him. His hands scrabble for purchase against an invisible enemy, and his eyes bug out. "Let him go." I drag myself to my feet, feeling the force of Peter's energy buffet me. It throws me back, but keep moving. I have to. "Are you going to kill me, sister?" he asks, his gaze flickering to me. How very predictable. Well, I hate to disappoint. I gather my strength and launch myself at him once more, but Peter grabs me with his power, my arms outstretched, an invisible noose tightening around my neck. I can't breathe. He squeezes the air from my lungs with a twitch of his fingers, the malicious glee on his face unmistakable. Peter sidles up behind me until his face is right next to mine. "I'm glad you came back," he says. "After all, you have all this delicious power to absorb. Then I truly will be the most powerful being in existence. Stronger than Lucifer, that weak old bastard. Stronger than our father. And stronger than you." "The joke's on you," I say, through gritted teeth. "I don't have any power, not anymore. It's all gone." He swirls his hand, moving me gently through the air so I'm facing Luke, who's still immobilized against the wall. "Oh yes, you do." He taps my head. "It's in there somewhere. Locked up tight for now. But once I bind my mind with yours, it'll all be mine for the taking." "Fine. Just let Luke go. He doesn't have anything to do with this." If you insist. Peter waggles his fingers, and Luke sags to the ground. I suck in a sharp breath as our eyes meet. The cop stands up, just as Peter snaps his fingers. With a sickening crack that echoes around the room, Luke's head snaps to the side, his neck broken. He slumps to the ground, his expression going blank. No, 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 no. A strangled scream bursts from my lips. Luke. I can't bring him back. I don't have that power. I can't. Oh, God. I slump against the ground and I'm numb. I don't hear my brother approaching. I don't feel his icy touch. I don't see anything except Luke's body crumpled on the ground. Peter drags me to my feet, and that's when I feel the cold, razor-sharp tendrils of his power slice into me. It wraps around the very essence of who I am, strangling my soul and slicing it to ribbons. I scream, an unholy, inhuman sound that at first I don't think belongs to me. It can't. It's not possible for a person to make such a sound. Just a bit more, my dear, he says. Peter's eyes narrow and darkness seeps into them, turning them jet black. Just a little bit more. Amidst the agony and pain, I can feel the bond between us strengthening. He's a part of me, just like I'm a part of him. My stomach rolls and black dots dance before my eyes, and I know. There's only one way to stop him. Summoning every bit of strength I have left, I raise my good hand, and the demon's blade slides out into my palm. Faster than even my superhuman brother can react, and faster than I can think to convince myself what a bad idea this is, I slice the blade into my own neck. Peter tries to pull back, but his soul is still too intertwined with mine. It's too much and over too quickly for him to escape. Darkness falls, and all I can hear in my head as I fall to the ground is someone else screaming. Chapter 24. Silence. I open my eyes slowly, blinking blearily to chase away the fuzziness crowding my vision. The room I'm in is a soft heather gray. There are a couple of couches and a plush four-poster bed. A delicate, lacy white throw covers my legs and waist. I slip my hand out and touch my neck, but it's whole. There's no blood, no wound, no pain. I sit up and my head spins. Someone somewhere in the room clears their throat. I scramble up higher on the couch, scanning the room. A slight figure perches on the edge of the bed, swinging her feet. With her long dark hair braided over her shoulder, Lyre looks like she's about 14 and oh so delicate. My mind tries to reconcile the girl before me with the horror I just witnessed, and it all comes rushing back. Oh, God. Luke. I close my eyes. He's dead. You're awake. Lyre hops off the bed. Oh, good. I was so worried about you. She cocks her head to the side. None of us thought you would do something like that. I mean, you tried to kill yourself. Us. I struggle to my feet, but the room won't stop spinning. What happened? Her lips twitch. You, Max. You happened. You took on the strongest person ever to control hell, and you defeated him. I always knew you could do it. Wait, I don't know. I rub my temples, trying to get rid of the fogginess I still feel. My powers. He said they were still in there. Of course, she says. They were always there. No, they weren't. If I'd had them, I can't even finish the sentence. So much would have been different. So much would have changed. But you had to lose them, don't you see? She asks. It was the only way I could know for sure that you were the one. The one? What the hell is this shit? Adrenaline and rage force me to my feet. And there, right at the edges of my mind, I feel a humming. My powers. They're back. God damn it. She did this to me. If you tell me this was all just a fucking test, I'm going to lose it. This isn't the Hunger Games or Harry Potter or anything like that. I'm not the chosen one. If I had my powers, Luke wouldn't be dead. Neither would Iggy, or anyone else who died since I lost them. If I had my powers, I could have saved them. I forced myself to my feet and paced the room. Who in the hell do you think you are? You can't fuck with people's lives here, liar. Their fate. You can't mess with that. Liar watches me impassively, as if I'm not having a tantrum like a 2-year-old. Actually, Max, that's exactly what I do. I'm one of the fates. I'm sure you've heard of us. In the olden times, my sisters and I were the ones who determined how long someone lives and when they die. Now, well, there are far too many people for that, so we've had to outsource. But that doesn't mean we don't stay involved and advise others. We hear things too, and when we heard rumblings about what was to happen, I drew the short straw and came to investigate. Fuck my life. The fates, as in the spinners from Greek mythology, or is it Roman? Never mind, it doesn't matter. I run a hand through my hair, immediately getting my fingers snagged on the tangles. If I make it out of this room, I'm shaving my head. Yes, Max. Is it really so difficult to believe? You've met demons and monsters far stranger than I, werewolves and angels and any number of other magical beings, and yet you balk at my role? I can't believe this. She can't be real. None of this is real. I'm dead. You're not dead, she says, reading my thoughts. You can't die? You're too important. Bullshit. I'm nothing. Just a washed-up Scythe who can't protect herself from any asshole walking down the street. Liar's lips twitch. Au contraire. You mean an awful lot to a lot of people. She tilts her head to the side. Even though you're blind to that, aren't you? I shift from side to side, ready to change the subject. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Okay, fine. Let's say I believe your story, and that you're not messing around with me. If this is true, then which one are you? Excuse me? She asks. I don't follow. Which sister? Are you the one who measures the cord, or the one who cuts it? She can't be the one to start the string. She's seen too much death to be the bringer of life. Or maybe that's exactly what the bringer of life means. Someone who has seen too much death to take life for granted. Liar bows her head. I cut the cord, I'm afraid. My whole body stills. Is that why my uncle was obsessed with you? Because you, quite literally, know the death date of each person on this planet? Her head jerks up and down infinitesimally. Yes. Even if I don't cut the cord myself, I can look at a person and see their destiny. It's my curse. What did you see then, that brought you here, that made you mess with my life and steal my powers in order to pass some sort of screwed-up test? What's going to happen? If she's telling the truth, then she's cursed maybe even more than I am. This. She snaps her fingers, and immediately we're standing on a battlefield. Bodies are strewn around us, smoke rising from the charred corpses. A monster roars in the distance, and on the horizon fires rage in the hollowed-out skeleton of a torched city. A howling wind picks up, bringing with it the scent of death and blood. I'd know that smell anywhere. Fuck. This is bad, really bad, even by hell's standards. Where are we? I ask. Atlanta, she says, stepping carefully around a twisted street sign. Wait, as in Atlanta? Georgia? My pulse quickens. This can't be right. I scan the devastation. This wasn't a leviathan, wreaking havoc on a lakeside city. This is an apocalyptic nightmare. Yes, this is what will happen in Atlanta and all over the world unless we, or more specifically you, stop it. No, there's no way. How could I stop something like this from happening? My eyes meet hers, and I see the sorrow in them, the pain at what she's about to ask, and I already know the answer. She knows too. It's your legacy. I press my hands to my stomach, my mind racing. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't feel. I can only stand there, on a precipice built in my own mind, where I decide which path to take and which to back away from. But in the end, I know there's only one way I can stop this. One path remaining. I guess I never really had a choice after all, but there might be some things I can control. If I do this, I say, picking my words carefully, I need to ask a favor. You saved me because you need me. Well, first, I need your help. She damn well better say yes if she's expecting me to assume the throne to stop whatever apocalyptic shit's going to happen. There might be one last good deed I can do before I change my address, and I need to do it right. Otherwise, he'll never forgive me. Liar studies me for a second. Of course. What do you need? Luke. You can bring him back, right? He might be dead for me, but he's not dead for you. Liar pauses for a split second before nodding. Yes, I believe that would be within the realm of possibility. Good. You brought me back after I killed myself. Now I need you to do it again. But first, I need to go to heaven. My lips twitch. I know I'm not their favorite person, but I need to find someone and ask them a question. She pauses, and I wonder what she's thinking. I could run, and it would take her a while to catch me, especially with my powers. Or maybe I've got a score to settle, or someone to see before it all changes. I just need to do this, okay? Then I promise I'll be back. All right, Liar says, but please hurry. We don't have much time. The man on the hospital bed blinks blearily against the bright lights overhead. One of the monitors next to the bed lets out a shrill beep. A nurse rushes in, but skids to a stop before she reaches him. The man struggles to sit up, his pale skin reddening with the effort. This seems to snap the nurse out of her shock. Matt, oh my God, I can't believe you're awake. Please don't move. I have to get the doctor. This is amazing. A miracle. She presses the medical alert button on the side of his bed. The man shakes his head. Who are you? He rubs his head with the hand not attached to an IV. She presses 2 fingers to his wrist, counting mentally to check his pulse. I'm sorry. I didn't think you wouldn't know me. I'm Nurse Harding. I've worked on this floor for years. I've been one of your regular caregivers since you got here. The man shakes his head, his green eyes cloudy with confusion. That's impossible. I was dead and now? He stops and swallows a lump in his throat. What did you call me again? Before? When you first saw me? Oh, honey. She presses the back of her palm to his head. You don't know your own name, you poor dear. Matthew Fisher. Do you remember anything? The man shakes his head again. No. You've got the wrong guy. My name isn't Matt, it's Luke. I was an SCU detective. A doctor rushes in, and they both start plying the man with questions. He looks around wildly, and for a second I'm afraid he can see me, but he can't. Taking the throne in hell has some perks. Okay, it has one. One perk, and this is it. My eyes burn, but I blink the tears away. This is my ask, my one favor. Thank God the real Matt agreed, or I never could have done it. After what happened with Angela, I had to make sure Matt's soul was truly okay with staying in heaven and donating his body to a good SCU cop who deserved so much more. There's no way I could have let Luke die, not after what we've been through. The loss feels hollow inside my chest. Kings don't cry. Queens either, for that matter. Remember that, Max. On the bed, Luke objects loudly to whatever the doctor is saying to him. No, you don't understand, he says. I have to find her. Max, are you there? Max? I've got to get to her. She was right there and... 2 orderlies come in and grab his arms so the doctor can administer something, possibly a sedative to make him less combative. My heart rips in two, seeing the anguish on his face. I can't help it, though. This is Luke's second chance. Max? Where are you? Al pokes his nose in the palm of my hand, whining softly. I feel the edges of the world start to open up, fray a bit, as a portal forms behind me. It's a perk of the new job. Immediate transportation. I have to be here for this, though. Luke may not be able to see me anymore, but I have to be here, to bear witness to him coming back, to getting another chance, even though he won't know I'm here, even though I'll never see him again, in this life or the next. This is what you wanted, right? Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. Now, if only I can figure out a way to stop Armageddon, everything will be peachy. I'll work on that tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow's Monday. Scratch that. I'll stop the end of the world as we know it on Tuesday, preferably after a few dozen cups of coffee. Pythias pops up behind me. Are you coming, Your Majesty? I roll my eyes at the bored, slightly sneering tone in his voice, feeling that ache burn just a bit less, knowing Luke's all right. This is what I wanted. This is what I needed, before I never came back again. All right, Zazu. Lead the way. His already thin lips pinch in a frown. I do wish you wouldn't call me that, my lady, especially since I haven't the faintest idea why. I can only imagine it's an insult, and may I remind you I am your most trusted advisor and... I spin on him and glare. Seriously? You haven't seen one of the greatest movies of all time? We have got to get you out of hell more often. He shudders dramatically. And why would I want to do that? Earth is abysmal. Because there's a whole new world out there, my friend. A whole new world. With one last glance at Luke and the life I'll never get to live, I pass into the portal with Pythias and Al at my heels. Thanks for reading. Get notified when Book 3 in the Reaper Witch series gets released, or start reading one of the dozen other books we've written at urbanepics.com, featuring aliens, vampires, mermaids, and more. You'll get 3 fantasy novellas just for signing up. Author's note. If you enjoyed this story, please make sure you leave a quick book review. I entertain many fantasies and prioritize the ones that readers support. For more fantasy and sci-fi books by D.S. Murphy and his alter ego Drake Mason, join the VIP Readers group on Facebook, or sign up to receive new release updates. What to read next? If you liked the style of Reaper Witch, check out Vampire Deception, another supernatural urban fantasy with dragons and fae, Prescient, a time-travel dystopia, or Selfie, a technological thriller. If you're more interested in Gothic literature, read Taste of Vampire. And for Greek mythology, you'll love The Scarlet Thread.